What should I do if I have more money than I can spend? Lu Ming asked Doubao on his phone. Doubao replied, tell me the general scale. Millions? Tens of millions? Hundreds of millions? Lu Ming, I earn 60 million every day. This question stumped Doubao, who remained silent for a while before replying. Give money to the trees by the road, the clouds in the sky, and the passing wind. If you still can't spend it all, give it to me and let me share this pain for you. Warm reminder, remember to pay taxes. Oh, sorry, bragging doesn't require taxes. Lu Ming, I'm telling the truth. Doubao. Lu Ming really wasn't bragging. After all, there really was a cold 60 million sitting in his bank account right now. It all started 3 days ago. Lu Ming is 25 years old and has been working in new media operations in Shanghai for 2.5 years. With a monthly salary of 8,000, rent of 3,500, food of 2,000, transportation of 500, and some social gift expenses, he'd have a few hundred left each month. A few hundred? He couldn't save money at all. Not to mention buying a house or getting married, even ordering takeout required checking which app had subsidies. Not being able to save money was bearable, but the key was that his body was showing signs of breaking down. During last month's physical exam, his blood pressure was high, systolic 170, diastolic 120. The doctor said it was caused by staying up late for a long time and suggested treating it seriously. After all, at 1.8 meters tall and 140 pounds, at this age, with this blood pressure. After careful consideration, Lu Ming decided to resign to save his life. He called his mom. Mom, I'm back. Mom asked, what are you back for? To take a break. Mom was silent for a few seconds. That's fine, come back. Yunmeng County is a small county in southern Henan with a population of about 600,000. There is no high-speed rail station. The nearest high-speed rail station is in the neighboring city. Lu Ming took a train to the city, then transferred to a bus, bumping all the way to the county bus station. The moment he got off, the air smelled of soil mixed with plants, and he stood by the road in a daze for a long while. There are only 2 main streets in the county, one is Zhongxin Road and the other is Yingbin Road. On both sides of the road are old 4- or 5-story buildings. The ground floor shops include various small stores, print shops, hardware stores, roasted nut shops, Lanju ramen, Shouxian snacks, and braised chicken with rice. Some signs are new and some are old, with the characters on the old ones faded. For the first meal home, his mom cooked 4 dishes, pork stewed with vermicelli, tomato scrambled eggs, cold cucumber salad, and a plate of peanuts. His dad opened a bottle of local bulk white liquor, the kind in plastic jugs, 15 yuan a catty. Did you fail to make it out there? His dad asked. Yeah. If you can't make it, just come back, the sky won't fall. His dad poured a glass of liquor and pushed it over. Go ask your third uncle tomorrow, his auto repair shop seems to be short-handed. The older generation is like that, it's as if not working for a single day is a sin and the sky will fall. Lu Ming drank the liquor and didn't respond. The system appeared on the 3rd morning after his return. He was lying in bed scrolling through short videos when he saw a post about escaping Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou to return home. He clicked into the comment section. There were hundreds of messages, half of them scolding the blogger for being pretentious, and the other half saying, I want to go back too, but I can't. While he was scrolling, his phone screen suddenly went black. A line of text floated onto the screen. Golden characters. County Consumption Fund System bound. Lu Ming thought his eyes were playing tricks on him and rubbed them, but the characters were still there. System description: this system will issue funds to the host daily at a 100-fold rate based on the county's population base. Current registered population, 600,247 people. Amount issued today, 60,024,700 renminbi. Funds have arrived, please check. He sat on the bed in a daze. His fingers trembling, he clicked on the bank balance column of his mobile banking app, and a string of numbers appeared. 60,024,700.00. 60,024,700. He found an ATM at 2 in the morning, there was no one on the street, and he withdrew 100 yuan. The banknote was spat out from the dispenser, and he turned it over and over under the street lamp for a long time. No abnormal watermark, and the texture felt right. It was real. 60 million. Every day from now on. Is life getting better? He reads web novels every day and prays for a system, and one actually came? He spent a long time testing the limits of using this money. He bought a box of milk at the county supermarket, it worked. He tried to buy a video membership on his phone, the payment failed. He ordered a coat online with a shipping address in Shanghai, the payment failed. He ordered takeout in the county, braised chicken with rice, large portion with an extra chicken leg, and 18 yuan was deducted. He tried transferring money to his Alipay Yue Bao, failed. Buying funds, failed. Buying anything from outside the county all failed. As long as the consumption occurred within the scope of Yunmen County, whether online or offline, it was smooth sailing. Once it went beyond the county borders, not a penny would move. The rules were clear, this money could only be spent in Yunmen County. 60 million every day, only to be spent in a small county, and the biggest brand in this county was Mishue ice cream and tea. What were the prices like here? A bowl of beef noodles was 8 yuan. For breakfast, a plain spicy soup with fried dough sticks and a tea egg could be had for 5 yuan. Housing prices, the garden houses over by Zhongxin Road, the most expensive were 4,000 per square meter. Walk-up apartments in the old city area were just over 3,000. 4,000 times 120 square meters was only 480,000. His daily income could buy 100 houses and even have them all fully renovated. 100 houses a day. Lu Ming sat on a bench by the county river, watching a few old men fishing under the bridge. The sun wasn't too hot, and the breeze wasn't too cold. It was in this state of mind that he went to ask Doba that question. Note, county population is the foundation of everything, the more people, the more daily rewards. He knew this sentence, it was that formula, population times 100. But below this line of text, there was another line of even smaller characters, grey, almost blending into the background. Special note, when the permanent population of Yunmen County exceeds 1 million, the county rise special reward will be triggered. At that time, the system functions will be fully upgraded. 1 million people. Yunmen County currently has 600,000. Short by 400,000. Lu Ming looked at the old men fishing by the river, then turned back to look at the not-so-wide Jianqi road behind him. A farm tricycle carrying a load of vegetables chugged past, leaving behind a faint smell of exhaust. Get 400,000 people to move to a small southern Henan county that doesn't even have a train station. Given the current situation of the county, it was somewhat ridiculous. He took out his phone and pulled up the conversation with Doubao. He typed a line, I've thought about it, the clouds in the sky don't have QR codes for payment, so that's not going to work. Doba replied instantly, so you're planning to give it directly to me then? Lu Ming typed, no, I'm thinking about a serious question. If you had endless money but could only spend it in a small county, what would you do? Doubao, buy land, build factories, do infrastructure, invest in local industries, or do charity. But it specifically depends on your capital volume and the county's economic structure. You aren't writing a novel, are you? Lu Ming looked at these words and remained silent for a while. Buy land, build factories, do infrastructure. He looked up at this main street that wasn't particularly wide. The roadside trees on both sides were bare, and the red lanterns hung before the new year were being blown askew by the wind. A small city of 600,000 people. With 60 million every day, maybe he really could stir things up. Doubao's advice was very pertinent. Buying land, building factories, and developing infrastructure sounded grand and highly feasible. But these things weren't like buying 2 pounds of cabbage at the market, where you could just pay and leave. Acquiring land required approval, building factories required qualifications, and infrastructure development involved dealing with various government departments. Right now, he had nothing but money. No social connections, no expert team, not even a proper business license registered. He needed an entry point. He sat on the bench and calculated for a while, deciding to survey all the consumption scenarios in the county first. As the old saying goes, prosperity breeds vice. How far a place's economy had developed and whether the common people had spare cash was often best reflected not by the dry GDP growth rates in government reports, but by the local entertainment and service industries. Water flows downward, and money follows pleasure. Lu Ming pulled out his phone again and opened Meituan. He typed bathing foot massager into the search bar, then skillfully opened the filters and selected highest price. The loading circle on the screen spun for 2 seconds before a list of businesses popped up. Ranked first was the Royal Golden Goblet Bath Center located in the New City District. Lu Ming clicked into the homepage and scrolled down to look at the group buy packages. 58, 88, and the most expensive was 198. This was the spending ceiling of the foot massage industry in Yunmeng County. Lu Ming stared at the number for a long time. He had a daily limit of 60 million. If he used it all on foot massages, he would have to get 300,000 massages a day. He scrolled down to the comment section. The technician's technique is good, but the watermelon in the fruit platter wasn't very fresh. The environment is average, and the lobby smells of smoke, but I'll give it a good review anyway. I'm afraid the owner might go out of business. Strongly recommend technician number 8, she massaged me until I was howling. I'll be back. Lu Ming closed Meituan and stood up. Knowledge gained from paper is always shallow. To truly understand something, one must experience it firsthand. He would go and inspect this local entertainment industry benchmark to see what kind of service 198 yuan could actually buy. He hailed a taxi by the roadside. Yunmeng County wasn't large, it was only a dozen-minute drive from the old city area to the new city district. Along the way, Lu Ming looked out the window. Most of the shops on both sides of the street were deserted. A few clothing stores played deafening pop music while the staff sat at the entrances playing on their phones. When they arrived, the meter showed 7 yuan. Lu Ming paid the fare and pushed the door open to get out. The 4-story high entrance of the Royal Golden Goblet Bath Center was covered in golden reflective glass, and the stone lions on either side already looked old. Pushing open the heavy glass doors, the lobby was spacious, with several sets of sofas against the walls, their leather surfaces worn shiny. The girl at the front desk was looking down, scrolling through short videos, with the sound of funny skits blaring from her phone. Lu Ming walked over. Hello? The girl looked up, stunned for a moment, then turned off her phone screen and put on a professional smile. Hello, sir. Massage or foot treatment? Foot massage. Just you? Do you have a preferred technician? Just me. I haven't been here before. Lu Ming glanced at the price list on the wall. Give me the 198 one. The girl tapped a few keys on the computer. All right, brother. Shall we go up to the second floor? Lu Ming followed the dark red carpeted stairs up to the second floor. A waiter in a white shirt came forward and led him to a room at the end of the corridor. The room was about 20 square meters, with 2 wide electric sofa beds. The walls were covered in European-style floral wallpaper, which was peeling slightly at the corners. The TV directly opposite was off, Lu Ming's shadow reflected on the dark screen. On the coffee table was the so-called free fruit platter, a few cherry tomatoes, 2 extremely thin slices of watermelon, and a small handful of melon seeds. Sir, please change your clothes first, the technician will be here shortly. The waiter handed him a set of disposable cotton bathrobes and stepped out. Lu Ming changed his clothes and lay down on the sofa bed. A few minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Come in. The door was pushed open, and a woman in a pink technician's uniform walked in carrying a wooden basin. Lu Ming turned to look. The woman was slightly plump, her hair permed into small curls, and even foundation couldn't hide the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Judging by her appearance, she was definitely over 45. The woman placed the wooden basin on the floor, skillfully laid out the towels, and looked up at Lu Ming with a smile. "Boss, the water might be a bit hot. Try it first." Lu Ming sat up straight and looked at her. "Big sister, can I change technicians?" The woman paused, not getting angry, but simply nodding as if accustomed to it. "Sure, boss. Please wait a moment, I'll call someone else for you." She picked up the wooden basin and left. Lu Ming leaned back on the sofa. 5 minutes later, the second knock sounded. The woman who entered this time had her hair tied in a simple ponytail and wasn't wearing much makeup, looking a bit fresher. She put the wooden basin down, not rushing to lay out the towels, but looking at Lu Ming instead. "Boss, I'm number 8, the technician with the most positive reviews in the shop." Lu Ming looked her over for a few moments. "How old are you?" Lu Ming asked. 25, she answered frankly. "Sister, tell the truth, do you look like someone born in 2001? The woman curled her lip. "Not yet 40. Lu Ming sighed. He estimated she was probably 37 or 38. "Fine, you then." Lu Ming put his feet into the wooden basin. Technician number 8 pulled over a small stool, sat down, and began massaging his calves. Her technique was heavy and full of strength. "Just back from out of town?" she asked while massaging. "How did you know?" What local would come for a foot massage in broad daylight and even change technicians 3 times? Number 8 smiled. "You people who have seen the world outside definitely find us old-fashioned. But there's no helping it, that's just how things are in the county." Lu Ming followed the conversation. "There isn't even a single young technician in her 20s in this shop. Who in their 20s would stay here?" Number 8 shook her head. "Going south to work in a factory, they can earn 4,000 or 5,000 a month with room and board. Going to a beauty salon or a bathing center in a big city, they can earn more than here just by doing whatever." "Then why don't you go out?" Lu Ming asked. "We can't leave." Number 8 switched to the other foot and continued massaging. "The elderly and children at home need to be taken care of. For women our age, being able to find a 3,000 yuan job in the county while also looking after the family is already considered pretty good." She pressed the Yongquan point on the sole of his foot, pushing hard. Lu Ming gasped from the pain. "Staying up late for a long time, your kidney qi is insufficient, young man," Number 8 commented. Lu Ming didn't respond to that and continued asking, "Is the employment environment in the county really this bad now? I remember there used to be a textile factory to the east and a machinery factory to the south, both doing quite well. They went bust long ago." Number 8 curled her lip. "In the county now, besides taking the civil service exam to enter the system, it's too hard for ordinary people to find a proper job. The streets are full of people selling houses, selling insurance, or delivering takeout." Listening to her complaints, Lu Ming's mind raced. Yunmeng County currently has 600,000 people, with a shortage of 400,000. 400,000 people aren't 400,000 ducks that can just be herded in to live. For people to survive, they need jobs, income, and supporting education and healthcare. If he just simply spent money, like going out to the street every day to hand out money to passers-by, he could indeed spend it all. But that would only trigger inflation and chaos, and it wouldn't keep people here at all. Once the dividend period of giving out money passed, people would still leave. To attract a population, the only way was to create employment. Create a large number of high-paying jobs. As he thought, Lu Ming became drowsy and fell asleep. Number 8 woke him up. "Handsome, your time is up. Do you want to add another hour?" Walking out of the bath center's main entrance, the sun was already setting in the west. The new city district is much more spacious than the old city area. The road has 6 lanes in both directions. Unfortunately, there aren't many cars, with only the occasional electric scooter whizzing past in the non-motorized lane. Lu Ming didn't go straight home. Instead, he strolled along the commercial street in the new city district. There were quite a few people on the street, but most were elderly or women with children. Young faces were rare. He passed by a real estate agency where the entrance was covered with housing information. He leaned in for a closer look. New City District Elevator Apartments, roughcast, average price $3,800. Old City Area School District Housing, walk-ups, average price $3,200. There were also a few villas listed at the very top in bold black ink on red paper. The most expensive one was priced at $890,000. He walked back and forth along the entire commercial street, which took about 40 minutes. He had a mental tally now. In previous years, Yunmen County had its peak. After all, it was a coal resource-based city. However, once the coal was depleted and the economy failed to transition successfully, it ended up in its current state. Nowadays, the consumption structure of Yunmen County is very singular. Out of the 4 basic necessities, clothing, food, housing, and transportation, food and housing take up the lion's share, while clothing and transportation are almost negligible. As for clothing, the highest-end brands on the street are Anta and Step. As for transportation, the starting fare for a taxi is 5 yuan, the bus is 1 yuan, and most people ride electric scooters. There were no decent shopping malls. There's a Wanjiafu shopping plaza in the new city district. It has 3 floors, with a supermarket on the first, clothing on the second, and dining on the third. Half the shops on the 3rd floor were empty, with for rent signs posted. The entertainment options in the county town can be summarized into 3 things: playing mahjong, scrolling through TikTok, and drinking. Lu Ming got tired of walking and sat down at a noodle shop by the roadside. He ordered a bowl of mutton braised noodles for 8 yuan. When the noodles were served, the steam hit his face. The broth was real bone broth, free of artificial additives. The noodle sheets were pulled to a uniform thickness, and there were 7 or 8 pieces of mutton, not huge, but not stingy either. He took a bite. Delicious. Really delicious. Much better than those fancy noodle shops in Shanghai that cost 20 yuan a bowl. A middle-aged man sat at the next table, wearing a grey jacket with messy hair. In front of him was a 5 yuan bowl of plain braised noodles. A newspaper, folded into quarters, was spread out on the table, and he read while he ate. "Boss, another steamed bun," the middle-aged man called out. "The bun is 1 yuan. "I know." Lu Ming thought about things as he ate his noodles. This was likely the economic situation of the county town, even without considering the system's million population reward. Simply to enjoy spending his money, he had to put effort into developing the county town. However, without industry, everything was a castle in the air. But he, Lu Ming, a new media operator, what did he know about developing industry? He had written for public accounts, handled layouts, edited videos, and placed newsfeed ads. If you asked him to analyze a product's user profile, he'd be an expert. Ask him to set up an industrial production line? That would be a bit difficult. But problems that money can solve aren't problems. What he needed was to find people who knew the ropes. After finishing his noodles, Lu Ming took out his phone and searched for Yunmen County Economic Development and Yunmen County Industrial Structure in the browser. He found a few links to local government websites. Upon clicking them, the content was mostly leadership speeches and work reports. After searching for a while, he found last year's government work report. The report stated, the county's total GDP was 19.86 billion yuan, a year-on-year increase of 4.2%. The ratio of the 3 industrial sectors was 44 hours 35 minutes and 21 seconds. There were 74 industrial enterprises above a designated size, 12 of which had an output value exceeding 100 million. He scrolled down further. Vigorously develop traditional industries such as food processing and garment manufacturing, actively cultivate emerging industries such as new materials and e-commerce, fully promote the high-quality development of the county economy. Official jargon and platitudes, no real substance could be seen. 2 pieces of information were useful, but not by much. First, the pillar industry of Yunmen County is food processing. This was easy to understand. Southern Henan is a major grain-producing area, so food processing has a natural advantage in raw materials. Second, among the 74 enterprises above a designated size in the county, only 12 had an output value exceeding 100 million. What did that mean? Compared to the top 100 counties nationwide, this figure was negligible. But in this part of southern Henan, it was barely considered above average. However, these are all part of the secondary industry with low added value. Even if fully integrated, the jobs provided would only cover this county. To create new revenue streams and attract talent, he had to start from somewhere else. Lu Ming tucked his phone back into his pocket, paid the bill, and headed home. On the way, he passed the entrance of the county government. The iron gate of the compound was open, a row of black sedans was parked inside, and several people in uniforms were smoking and chatting at the entrance. The signs hanging at the entrance read CPC Yunmeng County Committees and Yunmeng County People's Government. Lu Ming stared at those signs for a few seconds before walking on. It wasn't time for him to approach the government yet. If you show up with nothing, people will treat you like a scammer. He had to produce something first. Back home, his mother, Ms. Wang Ailing, was in the kitchen sorting green beans. Minga, your third uncle wants you to go over tomorrow. He's really short on people there and will pay you 3,500 a month. Mom, I'm not going for now. Then what do you plan to do? Just wander around the house all day. Lu Ming thought for a moment and said, I have some money, I want to do something on my own. The green beans in his mother's hand stopped moving. How could you have any money? In Shanghai, you only saved a few hundred yuan a month. I made some money from investments before. Lu Ming made up an excuse. His mother clearly didn't believe him. How much? Don't go messing around if you have a little money. You need to save it. You're at the right age. I was just saying these past 2 days that I'd ask your third aunt to set you up with a match. Mom, don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing. His mother hesitated but ultimately didn't press further. But from the way she snapped the green beans with noticeably more force, Lu Ming could feel her dissatisfaction. By the way, Mom, I want to buy a car. Lu Ming indeed planned to buy a car. Since he had decided to invest, a car was essential. For one, it made traveling convenient, and for another, many people in the county town were superficial. A good car could often save a lot of talk. Buying a car. Wang Ailing stared at Lu Ming. You are indeed at the right age. Having a car at this age also makes it easier to find a partner. Fine, I'll discuss it with your dad later. I think Volkswagen is quite good and durable. Your dad's Jetta has been driven for so many years and still hasn't broken down. Mom, I'm buying it myself. I'm just letting you know. Who? Wang Ailing was stunned for a moment. Yeah, I'll go to third uncle's tomorrow and ask him for his advice. What kind of car are you planning to buy? Probably a BBA. After all, these brands were widely known. While they might be considered worthless online, they were highly recognized in the county town. BBA? Wang Ailing asked. What kind of car is that? Never mind, just spend sparingly. It's so hard to get a wife these days, so be sensible. Understood. Lu Ming returned to his bedroom. Lying in bed that night, Lu Ming opened the system panel at midnight. That line of golden text hung quietly on the screen. Amount issued today, 60,024,700 yuan. Received. Account balance, 120,049,400 yuan. It had been 2 days, and he had spent less than 300 yuan in total. 120 million yuan had been sitting in his bank account for 2 days, completely untouched. He couldn't spend it all. He simply couldn't spend it all. Early the next morning, Lu Ming rode his father's electric scooter east along Zhongxin Road. Morning in Yunmeng County was a completely different species compared to Shanghai. At 8 a.m. in Shanghai, the subway was so crowded it could squeeze a person into a photograph. At 8 a.m. in Yunmeng County, the busiest people on the street were the old men selling fried dough sticks and the old ladies taking their morning walks. Lu Ming first had a bowl of hulatang with some yumatu, costing 4 yuan in total. Having eaten his fill, he continued riding east. His third uncle Lu Jianjun's repair shop was on the east side of the county seat, right next to the provincial highway leading out of town. Calling it a repair shop was a stretch. It was actually just a large courtyard with a corrugated iron shed housing 5 or 6 cars waiting for repairs. A tin sign stood at the entrance of the courtyard, with Jianjun Auto Repair spray-painted in white letters on a red background. After years of exposure to the elements, the white paint had turned slightly yellow. Lu Ming parked his electric scooter at the entrance and walked inside. In the courtyard, a silver Wuling Hongguang was propped up on a lift, its chassis facing the sky. A young man in blue overalls squatted underneath, tightening screws with hands covered in black grease. A pile of tools, wrenches, sockets, and jacks lay scattered haphazardly on the ground nearby. "Where's your boss?" Lu Ming asked the lad. The lad poked his head out from under the car, in the back room. Lu Ming bypassed the Wuling and pushed open the iron door to the back room. The room was shrouded in smoke, containing a tattered sofa and a desk piled with auto part flyers and several used disposable paper cups. Lu Jianjun was sitting on the sofa looking at his phone. He looked up to see Lu Ming. "Oh, what a rare guest." "Uncle," Lu Ming walked over and handed him a cigarette. "Where's Lu Yuan?" "Sleeping at home." Lu Yuan was Lu Ming's younger cousin, 1 year his junior. Lu Ming nodded. "Uncle, I want to buy a car." Lu Jianjun glanced at him. "Buying a car? That's good. What's your budget? Do you need me to chip in a bit?" Lu Ming was the only son of the Lu family, so Lu Jianjun cared about him a lot. "Budget, how much is a Mercedes-Benz E300 these days?" Lu Jianjun's cigarette almost fell out of his mouth. "About 400,000? You want to buy that car?" "Yeah." "All right." Lu Jianjun stared at Lu Ming. "How much do you have on hand?" "I have enough. It's my first time buying a car, so I don't know much. I wanted your advice." "Oh, okay, but you'll have to go to the city to buy a car like that." "The city? Where would we have a Mercedes dealership here? Do you know how many 4S dealerships our county seat has?" Lu Ming shook his head. 2.5, Lu Jianjun held up his fingers. 1 Chang'an, 1 BYD, and half a Cherry. That Cherry shop just changed owners 2 months ago and is still being renovated, so it counts as half. The city definitely wouldn't work, it would be crossing the boundary. "Are there any second-hand ones?" Lu Ming asked. "There's a second-hand car market on the north side of the county." "Then let's go." Lu Jianjun took out his car keys and patted Lu Ming's shoulder, his face showing a hint of pride. "Let's go, Uncle will take you. You kid, you've really grown up to be successful. Uncle has had high hopes for you since you were little. My efforts in raising you weren't in vain." "Uncle, let's not talk about that. You taught me to drink baijiu when I was 4, took me to foot massages at 6, took me to KTV at 8, 10. Lu Jianjun immediately interrupted. "Go, go, go, let's just go." The second-hand car market in the north of the county. A fat man in a leather jacket was sitting in the guardroom, picking his teeth with a toothpick. Seeing Lu Jianjun's van drive in, the fat man immediately stood up, his face breaking into a wide smile. "Jun Ji! What a rare guest. How do you have time to come by today?" Lu Jianjun introduced him. "My nephew, he wants to look at some cars." The fat man turned to Lu Ming, sizing him up. "Nephew, what kind of car are you looking for? Where's your best condition Mercedes-Benz E300? Let my nephew take a look." The fat man's toothpicking paused for a beat, then he tossed the toothpick on the ground. I have it, I have it. Follow me." The fat man led Lu Ming and Lu Jianjun deeper into the car lot. The second-hand car market wasn't large, about 2 mu in size. It was open air, with a bumpy concrete floor. It hadn't fully dried after the rain, and a few puddles reflected the sky. Cars were parked in rows, mostly family cars priced between 50 to 100,000 yuan. Reaching the innermost row, the fat man stopped. "This is the one." Lu Ming looked up. A black Mercedes-Benz E300 was parked in a corner, its body wiped clean, the paint reflecting in the sunlight. Lu Jianjun walked around the car, squatted down to check the chassis, and then opened the door to sit inside and get a feel for it. "How many kilometers?" 32,000. The fat man pulled out his phone to check the records. A 2020 model, one owner. The owner is a construction materials boss from the city. He switched to a G-Wagon last year, so he sold this one. "How much?" 238,000, a sincere price. "Since you're the one who brought him, Jun Ge, I'm not making a profit off you." Lu Jianjun got out of the driver's seat and slapped his hands together. "This car has had major repairs. Show us another one." The fat man gave an awkward smile. "Jun Ge, this is the only E300 I have." Lu Jianjun looked at Lu Ming. "Change models?" Lu Ming nodded. Lu Jianjun turned to the fat man and said, "Pick a good one, don't try to pull a fast one. I won't even insist on original paint, but at least no major repairs, not even a replaced fender." The fat man froze for a moment, his gaze lingering on Lu Ming for 2 seconds. "Follow me." The fat man led them across the main lot to a corrugated iron shed in the back. The shed was locked. The fat man fished a bunch of keys from his pocket and picked one to open the door. 3 cars were parked inside the shed. A white Porsche Cayenne, a dark green Range Rover, and in the innermost spot against the wall, a black long-wheelbase sedan. Lu Ming spotted the black one at a glance. It didn't matter if he didn't recognize the logo, the body length and wheel size were right there, placing it in a completely different class from the 2 cars next to it. "What car is that?" Lu Ming pointed. The fat man looked in the direction of his finger, his expression turning a bit subtle. "Maybach S680. Lu Jianjun's hand, holding a cigarette, froze. "You actually have one of these things here." The fat man walked over and wiped the front of the car with a rag. "Acquired before the new year, it belonged to a coal boss in Jingju. He had it for half a year and drove less than 1,000 kilometers. Look at the odometer." He opened the car door, the dashboard showed the mileage, 947 kilometers. Original paint all over, not a single scratch. The boss bought it just for show back then. It usually sat in the garage and was rarely driven throughout the year. Later, his business ran into some trouble and he needed cash urgently, so he sold it at a low price. Lu Jianjun bent over and climbed into the back seat, feeling the leather surface. The leather quality was completely different from the E300. It felt soft and delicate, with a slow rebound when pressed. The entire back row was wide enough to lie down in. The center armrest opened to reveal a refrigerator inside. The starlight headliner above was still lit, with dense little lights making it look like a planetarium. "Let's go with this one." "How much?" Lu Ming asked. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, Lu Jianjun grabbed him and hissed urgently, "My dear nephew, even if you tied your dad and me together and sold us, we still couldn't afford this car. 2.4 million. The fat man held up 2 fingers and gestured. Lu Jianjun grabbed Lu Ming's arm and tried to pull him away. Lu Ming's feet stayed rooted to the spot, he didn't budge. "Uncle, this car is pretty good." Lu Jianjun stamped his feet in anxiety and lowered his voice. "Good, my foot. Even if I sold you, we couldn't afford the spare change. Let's go, we'll go look at that E300. I can still help you scrape together enough for that one." The fat man stood to the side, still holding a rag. He didn't say anything, his eyes darting between the two of them. Having hung around the second-hand car market for so many years, he had seen plenty of young people who just came to feast their eyes. Lu Ming shook off Lu Jianjun's hand, took a step forward, and looked at the fat man. "Do you take card?" The fat man was stunned. "Brother, I don't take deposits here." "It's full payment," the fat man reminded him. "Full payment." Lu Ming took out his wallet, pulled out a debit card, and handed it over between his fingertips. "Swipe it." The fat man looked at the card, then at Lu Ming. He tossed the rag onto the hood and turned to run toward the gatehouse. Lu Jianjun tugged at Lu Ming's sleeve. "Are you crazy? Where did you get so much money? Did you rob a bank?" Lu Ming patted the back of Lu Jianjun's hand. "Uncle, I made it trading Bitcoin." "What coin?" Lu Jianjun's eyes widened. "What kind of thing is that? Is it a pyramid scheme?" "It's not a pyramid scheme, it's a type of virtual currency. I bought some a few years ago and just left it alone. It skyrocketed recently, so I sold it all," Lu Ming fabricated casually. Lu Jianjun didn't understand, but he grasped one thing: this kid had struck it rich. A few minutes later, the fat man came jogging back with a POS machine, a layer of fine sweat on his forehead. He inserted the card into the machine and keyed in the amount, 2,400,000. He handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the machine, entered his PIN, and pressed the confirm button. The machine gave a beep and began printing the receipt. The white slip of paper spat out bit by bit, accompanied by the faint mechanical whirring of gears. The fat man ripped off the receipt, saw the transaction successful message on it, and stood frozen in place. Just like that, it was sold? In a crappy second-hand car market like Yunmeng County's, a Maybach worth over 2 million was paid for in full in just a few minutes. "Big brother." The fat man handed the bank card and receipt back to Lu Ming with both hands, his form of address changing instantly. "Please, come inside and have a seat. I'll brew some tea for you. I'll have someone process the paperwork immediately." Inside the gatehouse, the fat man rummaged through cupboards and found half a tin of lapsang soucheng. He rinsed the leaves, brewed the tea, and poured it with nimble movements. "Brother, have some tea." The fat man brought a paper cup to Lu Ming, then brought another to Lu Jianjun. "Jun Ji, you have such an impressive nephew, why didn't you say so earlier?" Lu Jianjun held the paper cup, his hand still trembling. He looked at Lu Ming and finally squeezed out a sentence after a long pause. "You kid, did you really strike it rich?" Lu Ming took a sip of tea and nodded. "I made a bit." "Just how much did you make to spend over 2 million on a car?" Lu Jianjun muttered, taking out his phone. "I have to call your dad." Lu Ming held his hand down. "Uncle, don't call yet. Let's wait for a more suitable time to tell them." Lu Jianjun thought about it and put the phone back in his pocket. "True. But you've got to keep a lower profile from now on. Don't flaunt your wealth." The fat man's efficiency was extremely high. By pulling some strings, the license plates and registration were all sorted out in less than 2 hours. Before they left, the fat man handed the car keys to Lu Ming with both hands. "Brother, if there are any issues with the car in the future, just find me anytime." Lu Ming took the keys and pulled open the driver's side door. Lu Jianjun went around to the passenger side. He sat down very gently, for fear of dirtying the leather seats. The engine started. The cabin was incredibly quiet, even the engine's vibration was hard to detect. Lu Ming shifted gears and lightly stepped on the accelerator. The car drove smoothly out of the second-hand car market and onto the provincial road. The chassis was solid, filtering out most of the bumps on the road. Lu Jianjun touched this and looked at that from the passenger seat, feeling the solid wood trim on the door panel. "This car is so damn high class. I've spent half my life repairing cars, and this is the first time I've sat in a luxury car like this. This leather, this sound system, it's incredible." Lu Ming held the steering wheel, watching the road conditions ahead. "Uncle, I'm planning to start a company in the county," Lu Ming said. Lu Jianjun turned his head. "Start a company? Doing what?" "Investment," Lu Ming said. "I have some spare cash and want to set up some industries in the county." Lu Jianjun frowned. "What is there to invest in this dump? All the young people have run away, those left behind are just the old, weak, and sick. Take your money to the city, to the provincial capital, or even just put it in the bank to collect interest, it's better than throwing it away here." "I have my plans," Lu Ming didn't explain much. Do you know if there are any entire office buildings for rent in the county? It needs to be large and in a good location. Lu Jianjun sighed, knowing he couldn't talk this stubborn mule out of it. He thought for a while and said, over in the new city district, 2 blocks south of Wanjiafo supermarket, there's a building. It was originally built by a real estate boss in the county who was planning to make a commercial complex. Later, his capital chain broke, the boss fled, and the building was left to rot. The county government took it over 2 years ago and renovated it, wanting to turn it into some kind of startup incubator. In the end, they couldn't attract any investment, and it's been empty ever since. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming turned the steering wheel and drove toward the new city district. The car traveled along the wide road. 10 minutes later, the Maybach stopped in front of a large building. The building was 6 stories tall, with a grey glass curtain wall that looked quite modern. The main door on the first floor was locked. A for rent notice was posted on the glass with a phone number. There was a large plaza in front of the building, overgrown with weeds. Lu Ming pushed open the car door and stepped out, standing in the plaza to size up the building. The positioning was square and straight, adjacent to the main road of the new city district. The area was also large enough. The area of a single floor was roughly 2,000 square meters. 6 floors combined made for over 10,000 square meters. The open space enclosed by the wall was roughly another 1,000 square meters. Lu Ming took a liking to the place at first glance. Lu Jianjun walked to his side and offered him a cigarette. Lu Ming waved his hand and didn't take it. The feng shui here is bad. Lu Jianjun lit a cigarette himself and took a puff. I heard that boss who fled lost several $100 million in Macau. Later, the government took over, but they couldn't make anything of it either. If you rent this place, the rent alone will cost a lot every year. Lu Ming took out his phone and dialed the number on the glass door. The phone rang for a long time before someone picked up. Hello, who is this? A lazy female voice came through. Hello, I saw your rental notice. I wanted to ask, how is this building? Lu Ming asked. As soon as the woman heard someone wanted to rent, she immediately perked up. For rent, it's open for lease. How many floors do you want to rent? What's it for? Lu Ming, I'm not renting. I want to ask, are you selling this building? Selling? The woman's voice rose half an octave. You want to buy that building? Yes, the whole building. This? I can't make that decision. You'll have to speak with our leadership. Leave your contact information, and I'll have a leader call you back. Lu Ming gave his mobile number and hung up. Lu Jianjun stood nearby, forgetting even to smoke his cigarette. You're going to buy this building? Yeah. Do you know how much it costs? I don't know. I'll find out first. Lu Jianjun opened his mouth and then closed it again. The two of them waited downstairs for about 20 minutes. Lu Ming walked around the building once more and took a few photos with his phone. The overall structure of the building was good, with a reinforced concrete frame. Although the glass curtain wall on the exterior was a bit dusty, there was no obvious damage. Through the glass of the first floor lobby, one could see the layout. The ceiling height was at least 5 meters, more than enough for a reception desk and greeting area. While he was taking photos, his phone rang. It was a local number. Hello, are you the one who wants to see the building? My surname is Zhao, and I'm the agent for the property owner. The voice on the other end was that of a middle-aged man, speaking quickly. Yes, I'd like to learn more about this building. It's hard to explain over the phone. Let's meet and talk. Is now a good time for you? I'm right downstairs. All right, I'll be there in 10 minutes. The man named Zhao's 10 minutes wasn't very accurate. Lu Ming waited for nearly 25 minutes before a black Passat turned into the plaza and stopped. The car door opened, and a man in his early 40s stepped out, wearing a dark polo shirt tucked into dress pants, with a bunch of keys hanging from his waist. He saw the Maybach parked at the edge of the plaza from a distance, and his pace noticeably quickened. Are you the one who called? The man walked up to Lu Ming, his gaze jumping back and forth between him and the Maybach. Yes, Lu Ming. Lu Ming extended his hand. Zhao Weiqiang. You can just call me Lao Zhao. Zhao Weiqiang shook hands with him and then nodded to Lu Jianjun. Jun Ge, you're here too. Uncle, you know each other. Lu Ming looked at Lu Jianjun. We both work in the county seat, how could we not know each other? Lu Jianjun waved his hand. You two are. Zhao Weiqiang was a bit confused about their relationship. My nephew, Lu Ming. I've mentioned him to you before. Zhao Weiqiang nodded. A true hero comes from the youth. He took a key from the ring at his waist, walked to the building entrance, unlocked it, and stepped aside to let them through. Want to take a look inside? The three of them entered the building. The first-floor lobby was even more spacious than what Lu Ming had seen from the outside. The floor was covered with light grey tiles, clean but dusty. In the center was a circular reception desk, now empty except for a thin layer of dust on the surface. There were 2 elevators and 1 staircase. Zhao Weiqiang led the way, taking them through floor by floor. The layout of the 2nd through 5th floors were similar, partitioned into rooms of various sizes, some with glass partitions and others with gypsum board. Each floor had 2 large conference rooms, the kind with projectors, although the projectors had been removed, leaving screw holes from the mounting brackets on the walls. The 6th floor was different from the ones below. The entire floor was open plan with no partitions, a space of over 1,000 square meters with light coming in from 3 sides. This floor was originally intended to be a banquet hall, Zhao Weiqiang said, leaning against the window. That boss had quite the ambition back then, wanting to create some Yunmeng County's #1 commercial complex, with dining and meetings upstairs and shopping and entertainment downstairs. In the end, he disappeared halfway through. Lu Ming looked down from the 6th floor window. On the plaza, weeds poked through the cracks in the tiles, growing crop after crop with no one to tend to them. Who holds the property rights to this building now? Lu Ming asked. The Finance Bureau. Zhao Weiqiang answered readily. After that boss ran away with a mountain of debt, the bank seized the building. It went to auction twice but didn't sell, so finally, the county government stepped in to take it over. They spent over 4 million on basic renovations, hoping to turn it into a startup incubator. And the result? As you can see, not a single tenant moved in. How much? Lu Ming asked. Zhao Weiqiang pondered for a moment. He pulled a pack of golden leaf cigarettes from his pocket, handed one to Lu Jianjun first, then to Lu Ming. The 3 of them stood in the empty 6th floor hall, each lighting a cigarette. To tell you the truth, since Jun Ge is here too, we're all family. Zhao Weiqiang exhaled a puff of smoke. The county has had a headache over this building for a long time. Every year, the property fees, utilities, and basic maintenance add up to over 100,000, all coming out of the Finance Bureau. If we leave it, we lose money. If we tear it down, we lose even more. He paused and glanced at Lu Ming. You're the first person to call and ask about it this year. Lu Ming flicked the ash from his cigarette. Give me a real price. Zhao Weiqiang first held up 2 fingers, then 3. 30 million. No, no, no. Zhao Weiqiang shook his head. 23. 23 million. 6 floors, over 12,000 square meters of office space, plus over 1,000 square meters of plaza land. That worked out to less than 2,000 per square meter. Lu Ming looked around. The interior renovation was indeed only 1 step above a shell. The water and electricity were connected, and the fire safety was done, but the walls were still just white plaster and the floors were covered in the most basic tiles. To use it as a formal office, it would need to be renovated again. Does that include the plaza land? Yes. Land and building together, with a 50-year property right. Lu Ming did the math in his head. A 23 million building, plus renovations at an estimated 1,000 per square meter, would be another 12 million plus. Can you go lower? Zhao Weiqiang laughed. Brother, this is already a bone-deep discount. Go look in the city. What kind of quotes do you get for an office building of the same size? I'm not comparing it to the city, I'm comparing it to Yunmeng County, Lu Ming said. This building has been empty for over 2 years without a single tenant, and it's still losing money every year. If I don't buy it, you'll just keep losing money. Zhao Weiqiang stopped halfway through his cigarette. He looked Lu Ming over again. In his 20s, not dressed flashily, but driving a Maybach bought in cash, and his manner of inspecting the building didn't seem like he was just browsing. How much are you offering? Exactly 20 million. Zhao Weiqiang stubbed out his cigarette. I have to report to the leadership? All right. Lu Ming also stubbed out his cigarette. As soon as possible. Zhao Weiqiang stubbed out his cigarette. All right, President Lu, I'll go report to the leadership right now. However, a 3 million yuan difference is no small amount. I'll do my best to fight for it, but you should be prepared. He hurried out of the hall, leaving Lu Ming and Lu Jianjun. Lu Ming knew that 3 million was not a small sum, but more importantly, it sent a signal. It was a fact that the county's finances were tight. For someone like him who was willing to return home and invest, the local government would naturally be happy to see it happen, but he couldn't afford to be a sucker. Every penny carried his grand ambitions and had to be spent where it mattered most. Only by securing the most reasonable terms could he ensure his capital had the greatest impact, rather than wasting it on unnecessary premiums. He hoped that through this negotiation, the other party would understand his seriousness and respect for the rules. Minga, exactly how much money did you make? Can you give me the lowdown? Money shouldn't be spent like this. Lu Jianjun's tone was full of worry. Uncle, I know what I'm doing. As they were talking, Zhao Weiqiang walked over with a broad smile. Gentlemen, good news. The leadership has agreed. Zhao Weiqiang jogged all the way back, his forehead glistening with sweat, panting heavily. He leaned in toward Lu Ming and lowered his voice. General Manager Lu, the leadership has made the final decision. 20 million. The entire building, along with the land for the plaza, is all yours. Lu Jianjun, standing nearby, grimaced as he listened, wanting to say something but swallowing his words. Are you free this afternoon? Zhao Weiqiang took the opportunity to offer a cigarette. The leadership at the Finance Bureau wants to meet with you to finalize the intent. After all, disposing of such a large asset is something the county takes very seriously. Sure. Lu Ming took the cigarette but didn't light it. What time this afternoon? 3 o'clock. The county government compound, the second-floor conference room of the Finance Bureau. Call me when you arrive. At noon, after dropping Lu Jianjun off at the auto repair shop, the old man asked only one question along the way: are you really going to take over that unfinished building? After receiving a confirmed answer, he got out of the car, slammed the door shut, and walked back into the courtyard with his hands behind his back, sighing. At 2:30 p.m., Lu Ming went home, changed into a collared dark short-sleeved shirt, and drove straight to the county government. The security system at the Yunmeng County government compound was just for show. Usually, when outside vehicles entered or exited, the elderly security guard would stick his head out to ask a few questions. Today was different. A sleek, shiny black Maybach pulled up steadily in front of the boom barrier. The old man glanced through the glass at the hood ornament, didn't say a word, and immediately pressed the remote control. The boom barrier lifted high. Lu Ming parked the car in a marked space below the office building. As soon as he got out, Zhao Weiqiang had already come out to meet him from the lobby, his face full of smiles, taking long, hurried strides. General Manager Lu, you're very punctual. The leaders are waiting upstairs. Following Zhao Weiqiang up to the second floor, they pushed open the door to a small conference room, where 3 people were sitting around an oval conference table. The person in the center was about 50 years old, with his hair combed meticulously and wearing a white shirt. This was the head of the Finance Bureau, Director Wang. The person on the left was slightly younger, wearing semi-rimless glasses and slightly plump. This was Liu, Deputy Director, who was in charge of state-owned assets. Sitting on the right was a young man with a laptop. Judging by his attire, he was likely a legal counsel or an office clerk. Seeing Lu Ming enter, Director Wang stood up and took the initiative to extend his hand. "General Manager Lu, you are young and promising. I am Wang Weigua." "Director Wang, you are too kind." Lu Ming shook his hand. Liu Deputy Director also exchanged a few pleasantries, and everyone took their seats. The clerk, being very observant, brought over a freshly brewed cup of Mao Jian tea, with the tea leaves standing upright in the glass. Given this situation, the Lu Ming of the past would have at least been nervous enough to break a sweat. His daily life as a new media operator consisted of typing away at a computer. He had never seen such a scene before. But now, he had over 120 million in his account, and it was increasing at a rate of 60 million per day. Money gives one courage. That saying is absolutely true. He leaned back in his chair, lifted the teacup, blew away the floating leaves, and took a sip. "Good tea." Lu Ming set the cup down. Wang Weigua smiled. "Indeed. It's the first batch of preaching Ming Mao Jian. It's rare to see someone like you, General Manager Lu, who does big business outside, still thinking about returning home to invest. Such sentiment is rare. Falling leaves return to their roots. Having earned some money outside, I always feel that this land in my hometown is the most grounded." Lu Ming continued along the thread of conversation. The two of them exchanged a few polite, non-committal pleasantries. It was nothing more than Wang Weigua probing into Lu Ming's background, while Lu Ming brushed it off with terms like internet investment and early dividends of virtual currency, terms that county leaders had heard of but couldn't quite grasp. After a few rounds of verbal sparring, Wang Weigua had a rough idea. This young man had real money in his hands, and it was fast money. "General Manager Lu, let's speak plainly." Wang Weigua leaned forward, crossing his hands on the table. "Zhao must have already given you the bottom line regarding that building. To be honest, the price of 20 million is a loss for the county. Just the initial takeover and renovation back then cost nearly 10 million. Lu Ming listened quietly without interjecting. Wang Weigua glanced at Liu Deputy Director beside him. Liu Deputy Director understood immediately, cleared his throat, took out a printed document, and pushed it to the center of the table. "General Manager Lu, regarding the price, Director Wang went against the objections to approve it for you. However, as this is a transfer of state-owned assets, the county has its considerations. We hope that the enterprise we introduce can truly and effectively drive the development of Yunmeng County." Liu Deputy Director pushed up his semi-rimless glasses, his tone becoming official. "Therefore, in addition to the transfer agreement, we need to add 3 conditions." Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. "Let's hear them." "First, after your enterprise settles in, you must create no fewer than 100 jobs for the locals within 1 year, and you must pay social insurance." This was already his goal to begin with. It was an easy question. "Second, the company you register in the county must keep 100% of its tax payments locally. You cannot engage in any off-site tax avoidance or shell company accounting operations." Lu Ming picked up his teacup and took another sip. His money would turn into waste paper the moment it left Yunmeng County. Even if he wanted to pay taxes elsewhere, the system wouldn't allow it. This condition wasn't difficult either. The third condition, and also the most important one. Liu Deputy Director stared at Lu Ming, his tone becoming more emphatic. "After your enterprise begins operations, you must contribute 30% of your annual net profit as a special fund to support the county's infrastructure construction and economic development." After stating these 3 points, the conference room fell silent. Wang Weigua picked up his thermos to drink water, but his eyes were constantly gauging Lu Ming with his peripheral vision. Liu Deputy Director leaned back in his chair, waiting for Lu Ming to haggle. The legal young man even had his hands on the keyboard, ready to record Lu Ming's counter-arguments. These 3 conditions were, frankly, predatory terms. Especially the third one, which directly cut away 30% of the enterprise's profits. Looking across the whole country, there was no such way to attract investment. But the county had its own difficulties. That building was a mess. Selling it for 20 million was indeed a bargain. If they didn't add some additional conditions, it would be hard to pass the year-end audit, and it would be easy to get labeled with the charge of losing state-owned assets. However, difficulties were one thing. Lu Ming sat there, his fingers gently tapping on the table. He was doing the math. 100 jobs, based on the county's average salary of $3,000, would only be $300,000 a month, less than $4 million a year. It wouldn't even cover the pocket change of his daily earnings. Keeping taxes local was only right. Director Liu. Lu Ming stopped tapping his fingers on the table and looked up. General Manager Liu, if you have any concerns, feel free to bring them up. Liu Deputy Director was prepared with his response. Lu Ming smiled. He leaned forward slightly, interlaced his fingers on the table, and meeting the scrutinizing gazes of the two directors, he spoke slowly. Two leaders, the first two conditions are reasonable. However, regarding this third condition, I am personally very dissatisfied. Number 8. Mr. Liu, this third clause is a red line for the county's support of local infrastructure. We're giving you that building for $20 million, you're a sensible man, you know how much the county is conceding. Is it too much to ask for 30% of the profits to be given back to the local community? Lu Ming held his teacup, not rushing to drink, and set it back on the table. Director Liu, that's not how the math works. Lu Ming leaned back. I'm a businessman. Businessmen prioritize profit. If you want me to hire 100 people a year, I can hire 1,000. If you want my tax revenue to stay local, I won't move a single cent out. But if you want to cut away 30% of my company's net profit, that contradicts basic business logic. First, for an enterprise to grow, profits must be used to expand production. Taking 30% is equivalent to choking my cash flow. Second, I'm returning to Yunmeng County to invest, not to open a small convenience store. The money I plan to pour in is far more than just this $20 million. Wang Weigua was holding his thermos, but hearing this, his hand stopped mid-air. This $20 million is just for purchasing office space. Later on, whether it's schools, hospitals, building factories, or repairing roads, a steady stream of investment will be required. Director Liu held his hand up, wanting to say something more. But Lu Ming didn't give him the chance and continued, and these infrastructure investments are unlikely to see a profit in the short term. If you want 30% of my profit, you might as well just ask me to donate money directly. Wang Weigua put down his thermos and tightened the lid. He had been in officialdom for decades and had seen many bosses. Those who made empty promises or tried to get something for nothing were everywhere. But this young man before him drove a Maybach worth over $2 million, paid for the car in full, and didn't have that noisy, boastful air in his speech. More importantly, that building was truly a big headache. Maintenance costs alone were over $100,000 a year. The Audit Bureau checked it every year, and every year they recorded it as a waste of idle assets. As long as someone could take this hot potato off his hands and solve some employment issues in the process, his work report for this year would be very easy to write. If he forcibly demanded 30% of the profit and accidentally drove this god of wealth away, the loss would outweigh the gain. Mr. Liu's spirit is truly extraordinary, Wang Weigua spoke up, his voice steady. Since Mr. Liu has shown such sincerity, the county cannot discourage the heart of its own people. Attracting investment is about mutual benefit and a win-win situation. He turned to Liu Deputy Director, Old Liu, remove the third clause. We'll proceed according to the first two. Since young Mr. Liu has returned to build his hometown, we must give him full support and not set up obstacles. Liu Deputy Director pushed up his glasses and nodded in agreement. All right, we'll do as Director Wang says. The young legal clerk quickly modified the contract terms on the computer. Mr. Liu, regarding the funds. Wang Weigua asked again. Once the contract is signed, the money will be transferred immediately, Lu Ming answered bluntly. Once government departments gave the green light, their efficiency was terrifyingly high. At 4 in the afternoon, the reprinted transfer agreement was placed in front of Lu Ming. He glanced through it, confirmed the first two conditions hadn't changed and the third had been deleted, then signed his name at the end and left his thumbprint. Next was the payment. The Finance Bureau's corporate account was sent over. Lu Ming took out his phone and opened his mobile banking app. In the transfer amount column, he entered 20 million. He clicked confirm. Ding! The notification sound for a successful transfer was exceptionally clear in the quiet conference room. 2 minutes later, Liu Deputy Director received a call from the finance department. He hung up, the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitching twice, and nodded to Wang Weiguo. Director Wang, the full 20 million has arrived. The smile on Wang Weiguo's face could no longer be contained. He stood up, strode over to Lu Ming, grasped Lu Ming's hand with both of his, and shook it vigorously. Mr. Lu, how straightforward. Yunmeng County needs a bold and capable young entrepreneur like you. If you encounter any difficulties in the county in the future, come straight to me. Zhao Weiqiang stood by, swallowing hard as he watched. 20 million, transferred just like that without even a stutter. Just what was the background of this young man? After the payment was made, the remaining procedures were a series of green lights. The Housing Administration Bureau had already received notice and opened a dedicated window for expedited processing. At 5:30 in the afternoon, just before closing, a dark red real estate title certificate was handed to Lu Ming. Opening the certificate, the name Lu Ming was clearly printed in the owner's column. A 12,000 square meter building, plus a 1,000 square meter plaza. Now, it was all his. By the time he came out of the county government compound, the sun had already set. The sunset glow burned a fiery red at the edge of the sky. Lu Ming tossed the red booklet onto the passenger seat and started the Maybach. Now that he had the building and the land, the next step was to assemble a team. A lone commander wouldn't be able to spend the daily limit of 60 million. He needed people, someone trustworthy, capable, and especially someone who could manage money. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was the daughter of his third uncle, Lu Jianjun, and was a year younger than him. She had followed him around since they were kids. She had a fiery personality and a sharp mind. She graduated from a second-tier provincial finance and economics college 2 years ago, majoring in accounting. After graduation, she worked at a bookkeeping company in Jingju for a year. Finding the pay low and the work exhausting, she resigned after the new year and returned to her hometown. Now she lay around at home every day, occasionally helping out with the books at her father's repair shop. The car drove up to the gate of Jianjun Auto Repair Shop. The rolling shutter door was halfway down, and a dim yellow light shone from inside. Lu Ming bent down and slipped inside. There was no one in the yard, and the iron door to the inner room was open. He walked over and poked his head in. Lu Yuan was sitting on a dilapidated sofa, holding a large porcelain bowl and slurping down noodles. She was wearing an oversized old t-shirt, her hair tied in a messy bun, her face bare of makeup, and a pair of plastic slippers on her feet. Eating, are we? Lu Ming walked in and pulled out a chair to sit down. Lu Yuan looked up, a half-strand of noodle still hanging from her mouth. She slurped it in and greeted him indistinctly, "Brother? What are you doing here? Dad said you went to buy a car today. Did you get one?" "I got one." Lu Ming pulled a cigarette from his pocket. Just as he was about to light it, Lu Yuan glared at him, so he stuffed it back. "What did you buy? A Santana or a Jetta? With my dad's eye, he can only pick out some old second-hand junk for you." Lu Yuan put down the bowl and grabbed a tissue to wipe her mouth. "A Maybach." Lu Yuan's hand stopped mid-wipe. She crumpled the tissue, threw it into the trash, and rolled her eyes. "Why don't you say you bought a Boeing 747? Bragging doesn't cost anything, right?" Lu Ming didn't take the bait and asked instead, "What about you? Slacking off at the repair shop every day? Planning to take over for third uncle and change oil for people in the future? What's wrong with changing oil? I'm living off my own skills." Lu Yuan curled her lip. "That crappy bookkeeping company in Jingju paid 3,500 a month. I had to work overtime until 8 every day, and the boss kept making empty promises. Can't I come back and rest for a while? I'll take the civil service exam after summer is over." Forget the exam. Lu Ming took out the red booklet he had brought from the passenger seat and slapped it on the table. Work with me. Lu Yuan looked suspiciously at the red booklet on the table. What's this? Open it and see. Lu Yuan leaned in and flipped open the red booklet. Owner, Lu Ming. Location, Xincheng Commercial Building, middle section of Yingbin Road, Yunmeng County. Area, 12,450.5 square meters. She stared at that string of numbers for a full 30 seconds, then looked up and reached out to feel Lu Ming's forehead. No fever. Brother, where did you get this fake certificate? It looks quite real. Isn't this building that unfinished project in the county? The title was just transferred this afternoon, 20 million paid in full. Lu Ming put the red booklet away. I'm planning to start a company and I need a CFO. Are you coming? Lu Yuan looked at him like he was an idiot. Lu Ming, what happened to you? Did you get dumped in Shanghai? Or were you driven crazy by debt collectors? 20 million? Even if you sold both your kidneys, you couldn't scrape together 2 million. I made some money trading crypto. What kind of coin can make 100 million? Lu Yuan suddenly stood up. Don't lie to me. Did you do something illegal? Transnational fraud? Money laundering? It's legal. Lu Ming put his phone away. The money is clean and the taxes have been paid. Now, I'm going to make some investments in the county. You studied accounting, so you can help me manage the books. Really? She stammered. Lu Ming looked at her. Are you coming? Is there a salary? Lu Yuan blurted out, a reflexive response for an accounting professional. 50,000 a month. Full benefits and a year-end bonus. Number 9. Lu Yuan set the bowl down on the table, causing a few drops of soup to splash out. Say that again, how much? 50,000. Monthly salary. Monthly salary. Lu Yuan stared at Lu Ming for a full 10 seconds, then reached out and felt his forehead again. You don't have a fever. You already checked just now. Lu Yuan pulled her hand back, wiped it on her t-shirt, and sat back down on the sofa. Brother, do you know how much I earned a month when you were doing bookkeeping in Xingju? 3,500, you've mentioned it before. 3,500, Lu Yuan repeated the figure. Up at 7 every morning, off work at 6 in the evening, 1 day off a week. At the end of the month, quarter, or year, I'd have back-to-back overtime, and my weekends were ruined. 3,500, and after Social Security deductions, I'd take home 3,100. And now you're telling me 50,000 a month. Think it's too little? Too much. Lu Yuan slapped the armrest of the sofa. If you pay me 50,000 a month, all the accountants in Yunmeng County combined wouldn't earn as much as me. In that crappy company I worked for in Xingju, the CFO only made 12,000. Lu Ming ignored her excitement. He pulled over a nearby chair, turned it around, and sat on it with his arms resting on the backrest. Listen to me. First, you're my cousin, I know your background and I trust you. Second, this was your major and it's your profession, so you'll pick it up quickly. Just how big of a business are you planning to start? Lu Yuan asked. Very big. Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment. She wasn't someone who lacked judgment. She knew Lu Ming's personality since they were kids. He was quiet and didn't like to boast, completely different from third uncle's style of lying through his teeth. If anyone else were sitting here saying this to her, she would have kicked them out long ago. But Lu Ming was different. This cousin she grew up with had always been a man of his word. That certificate, is it real? She glanced at the red booklet on the table again. I just got it from the Housing Administration Bureau this afternoon. You can go check. Lu Yuan pursed her lips, her fingers rubbing back and forth on her knees. What if I don't do a good job? If you don't do well, I'll replace you. But your salary will still be paid until you find your next job. Fine. Lu Yuan stood up, carried the bowl to the nearby sink, turned on the faucet to rinse it, and asked with her back to Lu Ming in a low voice, "When do I start?" "Tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" She turned her head around. "Company registration, opening bank accounts, tax registration, you're more familiar with these than I am. You'll handle those tomorrow. You've even thought of the company name." "I have." "What is it?" "Yu Meng Investment Company, Limited." Lu Yuan turned off the tap, shook the water droplets off her hands, and looked at him askance. "Registered capital. Let's put down 100 million for now." 100 million. Lu Yuan's voice almost cracked. 100 million in registered capital? Are you crazy? Do you realize that once the company is successfully registered, you'll immediately be carrying 100 million in liability? "I know. Subscribed or paid in?" "I'll pay a portion first." "Isn't this building worth 20 million? That can count as fixed assets." Lu Yuan didn't say anything this time. As an accounting major, she knew all too well what 100 million in paid-in registered capital meant. This wasn't just filling in a number in the Industrial and Commercial Bureau's system, real money had to be deposited into a capital verification account. "Just how much money do you have?" "Enough." Lu Yuan opened her mouth but swallowed her next words. She pulled over a stool, sat across from Lu Ming, and fished a notebook and a pen out of a drawer. "Business scope?" Lu Ming thought for a moment. "Enterprise management consulting, real estate development and operation, commercial operation management, construction engineering, catering services, cultural entertainment. Add everything we can so we don't have to change it later." Lu Yuan scribbled quickly, filling more than half a page. She looked up and asked, "Registered address?" "Xincheng Commercial Building, middle section of Yingbin Road." "That building?" "My building, my address." Lu Yuan drew a circle on the paper and closed the notebook. "Tomorrow morning at 8:30, I'll go as soon as the Industrial and Commercial Bureau opens. Give me your ID copy tonight. Also, for the official seal, financial seal, and legal representative seal, we need to make an appointment with a seal carving shop in advance. Opening a bank account requires an appointment, usually a 2 or 3 day wait. Can it be expedited?" "I'll try." Lu Yuan stood up to pack her things, then suddenly remembered something. "What about that car? You really bought a Maybach?" "It's parked at the entrance." Lu Yuan shuffled out in her slippers. Lu Ming followed behind her. Outside the courtyard, under the streetlights, the black Maybach sat quietly. Against the backdrop of the tin sign for Janjun Auto Repair, it looked exceptionally striking. Lu Yuan walked a circle around the car. She didn't know much about cars, but she recognized the 3-point star emblem, and even more so, the Maybach lettering on the rear. How much did this car cost? 2.4 million. Lu Yuan stood behind the car, looking down at the exhaust pipe, silent for a long time. When she turned back around, the expression on her face had changed. "There are some things I can't explain to you right now," Lu Ming said. "But the money is clean, there's no problem with its source. If you don't trust me, you don't have to do it. We're still cousins, and we'll still eat together during the new year." Lu Yuan stared into his eyes for a good while. "I trust you." "Good. I'll do the work. What about you?" "I need to recruit people and build a team. For a company this big, it can't just be the two of us. An HR manager, an administrative manager, a secretary, a driver, and so on." "All right." Lu Yuan lowered her hand, took a breath, and patted the Maybach's door. "Fine then. Tomorrow morning at 8, come pick me up. Drive this one." "Why?" "I'm going to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register the company. With a Maybach parked at the door, the clerk will be much more efficient when processing my paperwork. Don't laugh, that's just how small towns are. This car is more useful than any letter of introduction." Lu Ming didn't laugh. Because she was telling the truth. On the way home, Lu Ming rolled down the car window. The night breeze poured in, carrying the scent of the fields. The streetlights in the county town were far apart. Some stretches of road were almost pitch black, with only the headlights sweeping out a patch of light ahead. When he entered the house, his father, Lu Jongwo, was sitting in the living room watching TV. CCTV 6 was airing Let the Bullets Fly. Lu Jongwo turned to look at him. "Your third uncle called me." "What did he say?" "He said you bought a car worth over 2 million. Lu Ming thought to himself, didn't old Lu promise not to say anything yet? Lu Jongwo set the remote down on the coffee table. "You really made some money." "I made a bit." "How much is a bit?" "Enough to spend." Lu Jongwo stared at him for a long time before saying, "Normally, you've been cautious since you were a kid and wouldn't do anything wrong. But for something this big, you should have at least told me. I only have one question, is the money clean?" "Don't worry, Dad. I never do anything illegal." Lu Jongwo picked up the remote and turned the volume up 2 notches, continuing to watch the movie. On the TV, Jiang Wen rode a white horse into Goose Town. The county town isn't easy to navigate, Lu Jongwo suddenly remarked, his eyes never leaving the TV screen. "In this place, the waters run deep." Lu Ming sat down at the other end of the sofa. "I know. As long as you know." Father and son sat in the living room, neither saying another word, watching Jiang Wen stir things up in Goose Town together. At 7:50 a.m. the next day, Lu Ming drove the Maybach and parked it at the entrance of Jianjun Auto Repair. Lu Yuan was already standing by the roadside. She looked like a completely different person from the one shuffling around in slippers eating noodles last night. A white shirt was tucked into black trousers, her hair was tied up neatly, and she had applied light makeup. She pulled open the passenger door, sat inside, buckled her seatbelt, and then pulled a document bag out of her shoulder bag. "ID copies, property deed copies, I wrote the articles of association last night, and I printed 2 copies of the business scope." She flipped through the documents, checking them one by one. "I've also made an appointment with the seal engraver, the one right across from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Old Jong's Seals. Basically all the official seals in the county come from his shop." Lu Ming glanced at her. "What time did you sleep last night?" 3 o'clock, Lu Yuan zipped up the document bag, leaned her head back against the seat, and closed her eyes. "It's 50,000 a month, brother. Don't I have to live up to that salary?" The car pulled onto Zhongxin Road. At 8:25 a.m., the Maybach stopped steadily in front of the main gate of the Yunmeng County Market Supervision and Administration Bureau, Industrial and Commercial Registration window. At this hour, several people were already waiting at the entrance for it to open. Most were local small business owners applying for individual business licenses, holding materials in plastic bags and chatting on the steps. Lu Yuan pushed the car door open, tucked the document bag under her arm, and walked toward the hall entrance. At 8:30 a.m. sharp, the doors opened. Lu Yuan was the first to reach the window. "Hello, I'd like to register a new company establishment." She opened the document bag and pulled out the materials one by one, laying them out neatly on the window counter. A female staff member in her 30s sat behind the window, her hair permed, sipping goji berry water from a thermos. She took the materials and flipped through a few pages. When she reached the registered capital column, her hand paused. "Registered capital of 100 million. Correct. Subscribed or paid in. Initial paid-in capital is 20 million, contributed as fixed assets. The copy of the property deed is on the last page. Wait a moment, I'll check the materials for you." The staff member stood up and took the materials to the back office. In less than 5 minutes, a middle-aged man wearing glasses followed her out, holding the stack of materials. "Hello, I am the section chief of the registration department. This company of yours, Yunmeng Investment Company, Limited?" "Yes. Regarding the business scope, it involves quite a few categories. Some require prior approval, for example, catering services need a food business license, and construction engineering requires qualifications. I know, Lu Yuan interrupted him. Register the entire business scope first. Before the corresponding business operations begin later on, we will process the relevant permits one by one. This is perfectly fine legally. The section chief pushed up his glasses, looked over the materials again, and nodded. All right, the materials are complete. If expedited, you can get the license in 3 working days. Can we get it today? The section chief hesitated. The section chief showed a troubled expression. Issuing the license today, that's not according to the rules. Lu Yuan didn't reply, she simply unlocked her phone and pushed it in front of him. On the screen was a photo of Lu Ming shaking hands with Director Wang of the Finance Bureau, with a conference room as the background. Only then did she speak and hurriedly, Section Chief, our company is a key enterprise brought in by the county. We just finalized the project with Director Wang yesterday. Director Wang specifically instructed us to get the formalities done as soon as possible so that investment progress isn't delayed by procedural issues. You see. The section chief glanced at the photo and nodded, his attitude improving significantly. All right, come pick it up this afternoon. After finishing there, Lu Yuan went non-stop to have the seals engraved. While Lu Ming wasn't idle either. Recruitment. He opened WeChat and composed a post for his moments. Recruitment Yunmeng Investment Company, Limited. Is hiring for the following positions: 1 administrative manager, 1 hour manager, 1 secretary to the general manager, 2 drivers. Location, Yunmeng County. Compensation, negotiable, above market rates. Interested parties please DM. He attached a front-facing photo of the 6-story building. With the sunlight hitting the glass curtain wall, it looked quite impressive. After posting to his moments, he opened TikTok. He registered a new account named Yunmeng Investment and used the building's photo as the profile picture. He filmed a 15-second video, the camera slowly panning from the bottom of the building to the top, accompanied by text, Yunmeng Investment Company, Limited is seeking talents. Monthly salary starts at 5,000, no upper limit. Local residents preferred. Published. He spent 100 yuan on TikTok's local city promotion. Then he leaned back in his seat and waited. The effect of the moment's post was slower than he expected. After all, most of the people on his friends list were colleagues and classmates from Shanghai. His local network in Yunmeng County was negligible. In the first 20 minutes, only 3 people liked it, 2 were former colleagues from Shanghai, and 1 was his mother. 0 direct messages. Just as he was about to turn off his phone, a WeChat message popped up. The profile picture was a profile shot with Chengdu's Taiku Li in the background. Lu Ming? Is that you? The contact name was blank. Lu Ming clicked on the person's moments. The most recent update was from 3 days ago, featuring a photo of a coffee cup with a location tag at Jingju Xinjing Airport. The caption was just 2 words, back. He scrolled down. The same girl appeared in the photos, with long hair and a clavicle chain, standing on Chuanchi Road in a camisole dress. Another photo was a graduation shot at the gate of Sichuan University, in academic regalia, smiling while holding a bouquet. Lu Ming recognized her. Chun Li. A high school classmate from his class who sat 2 rows in front of him. Her title as the class beauty of the liberal arts track was undisputed in their year. She had gone to Chengdu for college, to Sichuan University. He didn't remember what her major was. They had basically had no contact since high school graduation. They were the kind of acquaintances who only occasionally saw each other's posts on moments. He replied, "It's me." Chun Li's message came quickly. "You're back in Yunmeng County? I saw the recruitment post you made. You opened a company in the county. Just registered it. Wow, impressive. What kind of company?" "An investment company." The other side was silent for about a minute. "Are you free? Can we meet up and chat? I just got back too, and I'm idle at home." "You're back in Yunmeng County too?" Yeah, just arrived the day before yesterday. Lu Ming looked at the message, his finger hovering over the screen for 2 seconds. A Sichuan University graduate who had been building a career in Chengdu suddenly returned to Yunmeng County. Sure, where are you? Shen Li sent a location. Old City area, Zhongxin Road, in front of Jinwang Supermarket. Lu Ming started the engine and shifted into gear. The Maybach smoothly pulled away from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and turned onto Zhongxin Road. 7 or 8 minutes later, he pulled over at the entrance of Jinwang Supermarket. A girl was standing on the steps of the supermarket entrance. She wore a white t-shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes, with a canvas bag over her shoulder. Her hair wasn't tied up, hanging loose and brushing against her cheeks whenever the wind blew. Lu Ming rolled down the window. Get in. Hearing his voice, Shen Li looked up. When her gaze swept over the car's hood ornament, a hint of surprise flashed in her clear eyes, but it quickly faded into a calm smile as she walked over. Having not seen her for years, she had shed her high school innocence. Even a simple white t-shirt and jeans couldn't hide her outstanding temperament, especially that clean face under the sunlight, which was so pure it was hard to look away. Long time no see. Her voice hadn't changed much since high school, clear, with the end of her sentences tilting slightly upward. Lu Ming glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Where should we go to talk? Lu Ming asked. Anywhere, you decide. Have you eaten? No. Lu Ming thought for a moment and turned the steering wheel. Let's go, I'll take you for a bowl of braised noodles. Shen Li chuckled from the back seat. Treating me to braised noodles while driving a Maybach. Lu Ming, your style is quite unique. She paused, withdrew her gaze, and looked seriously at Lu Ming in the rearview mirror. I saw your recruitment info. That HR manager position. I'd like to try for it. The braised noodle shop was at the end of Zhongxin Road, a fly restaurant without even a sign. 2 plastic tables sat at the entrance, their surfaces still wet and waiting to be wiped. Lu Ming chose a seat inside. 2 bowls of mutton braised noodles, one with extra chili oil, he shouted to the owner, then turned to Shen Li. Do you eat spicy food? I spent for years in Sichuan, what do you think? The noodles were served quickly. Shen Li took the chopsticks but didn't rush to eat, taking a sip of the soup first. When did you get back? Lu Ming asked. The day before yesterday. I stayed home for 2 days and saw your recruitment post while scrolling through my phone. Shen Li rested her chopsticks on the rim of the bowl. To be honest, I looked it over 3 times, I thought your account had been hacked. Why? Lu Ming, you sat behind me for 3 years in high school, as quiet as air. I remember before the arts and sciences split, your total score ranked over 200th in the grade, and you even failed math once. Lu Ming picked up his bowl and took a sip of soup. So you mean there's a huge contrast, right? No, Shen Li waved her hands repeatedly. I mean you've improved way too fast. What kind of work were you doing in Chengdu? Lu Ming threw out the first question. Since she said she wanted to try for the HR manager position, this meal counted as half an interview. I majored in human resource management at Sichuan University. After graduation, I joined an internet company in Chengdu as an HRBP. At its peak, the company had 300 people. I was responsible for recruitment, performance, and employee relations for 2 business units. I did that for 2.5 years. Why did you leave? Shen Li lowered her head to pick at her noodles, her movements pausing for a moment. Company layoffs. First the business lines, then the middle office, and finally even the HR department itself. I was in the second to last batch. Did you get severance? A symbolic amount, over 40,000 in hand. Her tone was very flat as she said this. Lu Ming nodded and didn't ask for more details. The wave of internet layoffs has been the norm these past 2 years, there was nothing worth prying into. And after the layoff? Didn't you look for something else in Chengdu? Shen Li's chopstick stopped. She swallowed the noodles and wiped the corners of her mouth with a tissue. I looked for 3 months. Sent out over 100 resumes, interviewed at a dozen places. Either they lowballed the salary, or they were those shell companies. She looked up, her gaze direct. Rent in Chengdu is 2,500, food is 1,000, plus transportation and miscellaneous expenses. The N+1 severance money hit rock bottom in 3 months. I did the math, staying there only left me 2 paths, either borrow money to hold on, or lower my standards to work a job for 2 or 3,000 yuan. So you came back? Yes. Lu Ming finished his last bite of noodles and pushed the bowl aside. You managed a 300-person company in Chengdu, and now you're back to be an HR manager for a newly registered shell company. Don't you think your talents are being wasted? Shun Li gave a small laugh. Lu Ming, do you know what the prerequisite for wasted talent is? It's having a choice. If I still had a choice, I wouldn't be sitting here drinking mutton soup with you. These words were candid enough. Lu Ming leaned back against the chair. Let's talk salary. How much do you think you're worth? When I was in Chengdu, my monthly salary was 10,000. With performance bonuses and year-end pay, I took home 150,000 to 160,000 a year. If you offer me 8,000, I can accept it. But lower than 8,000. 10,000. Shun Li's hand holding the water cup trembled slightly. Admin and HR will be merged, and you'll handle it alone. In the early stages, there will be no subordinates. Recruitment, attendance, payroll calculation, and administrative procurement will all be your job. Shun Li stared at him for 2 seconds. Aren't you going to haggle? I don't have the time. Lu Ming took out his phone to check the time. Instead of spending time haggling over 500 yuan of salary, I'd rather you use that 500 yuan to help me get one more piece of real business done. Shun Li put down her water cup. Actually, I have one more question. She hesitated. Ask. What exactly is this company planning to do? Investment company is just a catch-all, you can put anything in it. But if it's just flipping houses or lending money, I'm not doing that. Lu Ming looked at her. Outside the window, an agricultural tricycle chugged past, the roar of the diesel engine drowning out the noise in the shop. Only after the sound faded did Lu Ming speak. You spent 4 years in Chengdu, what did you feel after coming back? Shun Li was stunned for a moment, not knowing why he suddenly changed the subject. What did I feel? She thought for a bit. It's like waking up and finding that time has stood still. Those roads, those shops, even the old man selling candid whores at the intersection haven't changed, it's exactly the same as when I was in high school. Exactly, Lu Ming said. Nothing has changed. Those who should leave have left, and those who remain are just passing the days. A county town of 600,000 people doesn't even have a decent shopping mall. Young people run away, leaving the elderly and children behind. He paused. I want to change this situation. Shun Li didn't say a word. The specifics are still being planned, but the direction is certain. First, develop industries to support employment. Then, build amenities to keep people here. Third, attract people from outside to return, or even attract outsiders to move in. After hearing this, Shun Li was silent for a long while. How much money do you need for all this? A lot. Do you have it? I do. Shun Li looked into his eyes. The light in the noodle shop was dim, and the old-fashioned fluorescent tubes hummed, casting flickering light and shadow on Lu Ming's face. She had seen all kinds of bosses. The CEO of that internet company in Chengdu would talk grandiosely about his domain at financing press conferences, but in private, he'd find ways to underpay employee social security. She had seen too many people who talk big. But Lu Ming was different. It wasn't because he drove a Maybach or because he bought a building. It was because when he said these things, just like in high school, he had no expression and his voice was flat, as if he weren't describing a vision, but stating a fact. All right. Shun Li stood up and extended her hand. President Lu, please look after me from now on. Lu Ming shook her hand. Tomorrow morning at 8:30, go to the middle section of Yingbin Road in the new city district, that 6-story glass curtain wall building. You can find it yourself, right? I can. By the way, Lu Ming stood up and walked out, turning back after a couple of steps. Get a recruitment plan ready as soon as possible over the next few days. Build the team in the shortest time possible. Chun-Li nodded. After Lu Ming left, she looked through her phone, found a contact labeled Mom, and dialed. Mom, I found a job. There was a pause on the other end. Where? Right here in the county. The county is good, the county is good. It's close to home. Chun-Li hung up and tucked her phone into her pocket. Since she returned these past 2 days, the 3 words her mom said most were go on a blind date. It was as if the only way out for a girl returning to her hometown was to hurry up and find someone to marry. She took 2 steps back, leaned against the shop's rolling shutter door, and looked up at the sky. The sky in Yunmeng County was indeed bluer than in Chengdu. At 3 in the afternoon, Lu Yuan called. The business license is out. So fast. Of course, look who handled it. The official seal, financial seal, and legal representative seal are all carved too. The bank account opening is scheduled for tomorrow morning. Nice work. One more thing. Lu Yuan's tone changed, carrying a hint of hesitation. When I went to get the license, I ran into someone from the County Bureau of Land and Resources, surnamed Zhu. He heard about you buying the building from somewhere, found me, and insisted on getting your number. What did he say? He said? Lu Yuan lowered her voice. He said there's a whole block of 100 mu of industrial land in Shilipu village that's been listed for 2 years with no one taking it. He asked if you're interested. Lu Ming didn't express an opinion over the phone, only saying, let's meet and talk tomorrow, before hanging up. That night, he opened his computer in his bedroom and searched for the location of Shilipu village. It was southeast of the county town, about 7 kilometers from the main urban area. On the satellite map, it looked like a large expanse of grayish-yellow bare land, right next to the provincial road. To the north was an irrigation canal, and further north were endless fields. He zoomed into the maximum, the pixels were heavily blurred, only showing that the plot had been leveled. A few low houses were scattered around, likely self-built homes of villagers. The road conditions were average, a 2-lane cement road with no streetlights. Lu Ming checked the listing records for industrial land in Yunmeng County. The official website of the Natural Resources Bureau was extremely crude. Using a 10-year-old template, the page took forever to load, only to display a bunch of garbled code. After flipping through several pages, he finally found a listing announcement from 2022. Industrial land in Shilipu village, area, 66,840 square meters, approximately 100.2 mu. Land use, industrial. Lease term, 50 years. Starting price, 240,000 yuan per mu. 240,000 per mu meant 24 million for 100 mu. 2 years had passed, and no one had taken the bid. 24 million for 100 mu of land, and it actually couldn't be sold in Yunmeng County. What did this mean? It meant that local enterprises had absolutely no demand for expansion. All production capacity was shrinking. Lu Ming turned off the computer and lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. The system panel refreshed punctually at midnight. Today's distribution amount, 60,024,700 yuan, has been credited. Account balance, 216,148,800 yuan. It had been 4 days, and the money he spent didn't even count as pocket change. 216 million sat quietly in the card, still growing at a rate of 60 million every day. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Lu Ming drove to the building. Lu Yuan had already arrived and was squatting behind the front desk in the lobby, connecting electrical wires. She was wearing the same white shirt and trousers as yesterday, with her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, holding a roll of electrical tape. You know how to do electrical work? Lu Ming walked over. Just learned it on TikTok, Lu Yuan said without looking up. The property management said they'd send someone, but who knows how long that'll take. I'll do it myself. What about opening the bank account? Appointments at 10:30, Rural Commercial Bank. Lu Yuan stood up and brushed the dust off her pants. Here, take a look at this. She pulled a brown craft paper envelope from her shoulder bag, took out the document inside, and handed it to Lu Ming. Business license. Yu Meng Investment Company, Limited. Legal representative, Lu Ming. Registered capital, 100 million yuan. Address, Xincheng Commercial Building, middle section of Yingbin Road, Yunmeng County. Lu Ming glanced at it and put the license back in the envelope. That guy surnamed Zhu, when is he coming? He said he'd come this morning. I sent him the address. At 8:40, a silver-grey Volkswagen Lavada parked in the building's plaza. The car door opened, and a man in his early 40s stepped out. He wore a light blue short-sleeved shirt and a Casio digital watch on his wrist. His hair was cut very short, his skin was dark, and he leaned slightly forward when he walked, carrying an air of impatience. As soon as he entered the lobby, his eye swept across the empty first floor before landing on the Maybach keys in the corner. President Lu. The man walked over quickly and extended his hand. Zhu Yang, from the Geology and Mineral Resources section of the Natural Resources Bureau. I spoke with your sister on the phone yesterday. Lu Ming shook hands with him. Zhu Yang didn't have the habit of wasting time on small talk. After sitting down, he directly opened his phone's photo album and pulled up a set of photos to show Lu Ming. This is the land in Shilipu. I took these last September. It's just over 100 mu, square-shaped, and that 3 supplies and 1 leveling have already been done. The photos showed a large expanse of leveled yellow earth, with cement boundary markers at the corners. In the distance, trucks could occasionally be seen passing on the provincial road. Why has it been listed for 2 years without any takers? Lu Ming asked while flipping through the photos. Zhu Yang rubbed his fingers together. There are many reasons. First, the location is remote, quite a distance from the main urban area, and the supporting facilities can't keep up. Second, there's no mature industrial cluster nearby. If you build a factory there alone, you'd have to pull in upstream and downstream resources from outside, so logistics costs are high. Third. He paused and glanced at Lu Ming. Go on. Third, this land was originally reserved for an out-of-town enterprise. 3 years ago, during the county's investment promotion, a pipe manufacturing company from Hebei said they wanted to build a factory. The county leveled the land in advance and even built a section of road. In the end, that company's capital chain broke, the project fell through, and the land was just left there. Lu Ming handed the phone back to him. Let's go see the site. Now. Now. Zhu Yang clearly couldn't wait for those words. He jumped up and started walking out, then turned back after 2 steps. President Lu, shall we take my car or mine? The 3 of them got into the Maybach. Lu Yuan sat in the passenger seat, and Zhu Yang sat in the back. Zhu Yang was visibly stunned for a moment when he sat in the back. He secretly touched the leather of the seat, then looked up at the starlight headliner. His Adam's apple bobbed, but he didn't make a sound. The car drove southeast along the provincial road. After leaving the main urban area, the scenery on both sides of the road changed rapidly. Shops and buildings disappeared, replaced by vast wheat fields and poplar forests. Turn left at the intersection ahead, Zhu Yang directed from the back. They turned onto a narrower cement road, and the bumpiness became noticeably more frequent. The Maybach's air suspension worked silently, filtering out most of the vibrations, but there was a pothole every few meters on the road, making it impossible to filter everything out. 7 or 8 minutes later, the car stopped in front of an open space. Lu Ming pushed the door open and got out. It was very windy. This piece of land looked even larger than it did in the photos. What does 100 mu look like? Approximately 67,000 square meters. Roughly 10 standard football fields. The ground had been leveled, the yellow earth was compacted and hard, crunching underfoot. The cement boundary markers at the four corners were still standing, tied with faded red ribbons that flapped against the markers in the wind. To the north of the plot was the irrigation canal. The water wasn't deep, you could see the bottom, but it was constantly flowing. The canal's edge was overgrown with reeds and weeds. To the south was the provincial road. The road surface was decent, 2 lanes in both directions, with large trucks carrying sand and cement rumbling past from time to time. To the east was a row of low residential houses made of grey bricks and red tiles, with the slogan "Burning straw is strictly prohibited" painted on the courtyard walls. Lu Ming walked along the edge of the plot. Lu Yuan followed behind, her notebook open, sketching a diagram of the land. Zhu Yang followed closely, pointing and explaining whenever Lu Ming stopped. The power lines would be pulled from here, the natural gas pipeline was buried under the provincial road, and the tap water interface was next to the northern irrigation canal. The 3 supplies and 1 leveling, electricity, water, and roads, are all in place. As for gas, the interface is on the provincial road, pulling it over would be about 300 meters, and the cost isn't high, Zhu Yang explained in great detail. Lu Ming squatted down, grabbed a handful of soil, and rubbed it in his hand. Yellow-brown loam, medium grain, neither too loose nor too sticky. Was this land previously farmland? Yes. The villagers were compensated during the land acquisition, and all the procedures are complete. Zhu Yang pulled a stack of photocopies from his briefcase. The land transfer contract, environmental impact report, and planning permit are all here. Lu Ming took them and flipped through, not looking closely at the legal clauses but focusing on a few key figures. Plot ratio, 1.5. Maximum building density, 50%. Greening rate not less than 15%. The listing price is 24 million. Zhu Yang nodded. Not a cent higher. To be honest, the leadership stance is that as long as someone comes, the price is negotiable. Lu Ming handed the stack of documents back to Zhu Yang and stood up, brushing the dirt off his hands. He walked a few steps toward the center of the plot, stood there, and turned around, scanning the surroundings 360 degrees. The wind blew the corners of his clothes. The distant wheat fields were lush green, and the sound of water from the irrigation canal was faint. Standing in the center of the plot, Lu Ming's gaze crossed the provincial road toward the silhouette of the distant county town. He thought of the half-dead Wanjiafu shopping plaza in the new city district and the monotonous entertainment life of the county town. This land seemed remote, but it was a key transportation route in and out of the county. In the future, with a little guidance, traffic flow would become people flow, and people flow would become money flow. A modern commercial complex would not only completely change the consumption patterns of Yumeng County but also become a massive magnet for jobs and foot traffic. Thinking of this, he withdrew his gaze, his heart filled with lofty ambitions. Section Chief Zhu, he turned to Zhu Yang, if I buy this land and don't build a factory, but instead build a large commercial supermarket complex, how long would your bureau's approval process take? A commercial and supermarket complex. Hearing these 5 words, the muscles at the corners of Zhu Yang's eyes twitched noticeably. He stared at Lu Ming for a few seconds, confirming that this young boss who drove a Maybach was not joking. Zhu Yang raised a hand to rub his nose. Mr. Lu, that's quite a leap. The land is zoned for industrial use. Can't it be changed? Lu Ming asked. It can. Zhu Yang sighed. But the process is extremely troublesome. Converting industrial land to commercial land is known in the industry as an industrial to commercial conversion. The first step is to file a report with the county government, applying to adjust the overall land use plan and the urban-rural plan. The county can't make the final decision on these 2 planning adjustments, they have to be submitted to the city for approval, and might even need to be reported to the Provincial Department of Natural Resources for the record. Lu Ming didn't speak, listening quietly. The second step is that after the planning is approved, the government must reclaim the land and go through the tender, auction, and listing process all over again. In other words, you can't buy it directly as it is now, you have to go to the trading center and bid for it again. The third step, and the most critical one, is paying the supplemental land grant fee. The price of commercial land is a completely different concept from industrial land. The price difference is massive. By the time this whole process is finished, you'll have run your legs off just getting stamps and signatures. Lu Yuan was taking notes quickly on the side. Her pen tip paused for a moment, and she looked up. How long would it take at the fastest? Zhu Yang gave a bitter smile. The fastest? If every department in the county gives you the green light and the city leaders provide full support, it would still take at least 8 months. If the procedures get stuck even a little bit, a year or more is perfectly normal. Besides, in our Yunmen County, there hasn't been a single precedent for an industrial to commercial conversion in the last 10 years. 8 months. Lu Ming calculated silently in his mind. 60 million a day. 8 months is 240 days, totaling 14.4 billion. With over 10 billion unable to be spent, it could only sit in his bank account as a pile of meaningless numbers. The system upgrade was nowhere in sight, and the county's population growth was even further out of reach. He couldn't afford to wait. Lu Ming turned and walked toward the Maybach, pulling open the driver's side door. Get in. Let's head back to town. Zhu Yang stood there stunned, still holding the stack of documents. Mr. Lu, are you not considering this land anymore? You could build a factory instead, food processing or garment manufacturing. The county offers subsidies for those. No factories. They're too slow. Lu Ming sat in the car and rolled down the window. Section Chief Zhu, sorry for the trouble today. Let's grab a meal another time. The car started, made a U-turn, kicked up a cloud of dust, and drove onto the provincial road. Zhu Yang stood where he was, watching the receding taillights. He shook his head and stuffed the documents back into his bag. The car was quiet. Brother, what exactly are you trying to do? Lu Yuan sat in the passenger seat and closed her notebook. You spent 20 million on an office building, and now you want to build a commercial and supermarket complex. Lu Ming asked, what's the biggest shopping mall in the county right now? Wanjiafu Shopping Plaza, Lu Yuan pouted. The one in the new city district. But that place is basically half dead now. How so? Wanjiafu opened 5 years ago and was touted as the biggest mall in Yunmen County at the time. The owner is Wang Dafa, who made his fortune in local construction. It was popular for the first 2 years, but it's been failing lately. The impact of online shopping is too great, and with the loss of young people in the county, the only people who go there are elderly folks. The supermarket on the first floor is just barely surviving by selling discounted eggs. The clothing stores on the second floor are deserted, and half the restaurants on the third floor have closed down. That place is basically just a large indoor shelter for escaping the heat now. Lu Ming turned the steering wheel, and the Maybach made a right turn at the intersection, heading straight for the new city district. Let's go take a look. 10 minutes later, the car pulled into the open-air parking lot outside Wanjiafu Shopping Plaza. The facade of this 3-story building was covered in red and white aluminum plastic panels, but due to years of exposure to the sun and rain, the red parts had faded to a dull orange. Several tubes in the lead sign above the entrance were broken, turning the characters Wanjiafu into Wanjia. Lu Ming and Lu Yuan pushed through the heavy plastic door curtains and walked inside. They were immediately hit by a smell mixed with cheap perfume, fried food, and cold air. The first floor was a large supermarket, with several rows of discounted merchandise displays at the entrance. A group of middle-aged women were crowding around a cart filled with discounted toilet paper, digging through it. The two took the escalator up. The machine emitted a creaking sound of metal friction as it ran. The second floor was the clothing section. The layout was extremely cramped, with small shops separated by glass partitions packed tightly together. The clothes on display were outdated in style, mostly featuring garish red and green color schemes. Several shop owners sat on plastic stools in front of their stalls, cracking melon seeds while scrolling through short videos, their phones' audio blending into a chaotic mess. When they saw Lu Ming and Lu Yuan walk by, none of them even bothered to greet them. See that? Lu Yuan lowered her voice. Even my mom would think these styles are too old-fashioned. They're priced at 280, but the owner would probably sell them to you for 50 if you bargained. Lu Ming didn't respond, his gaze sweeping over the vacant shops. At least 1/3 of the shops on the second floor had their shutters pulled down, with A4 sheets of paper posted on them reading "Shop for Rent." They continued up to the 3rd floor. The situation on the 3rd floor was even worse. It had originally been planned as a dining and children's entertainment area. Now, the large children's play area had closed down, and the ball pit was covered in a layer of dust. More than half of the restaurants in the dining area had closed, and the few that remained were barely hanging on, their signs greasy and blackened. Lu Ming walked up to a shop called Authentic Braised Chicken with Rice. There were only 2 tables of customers eating inside. The owner was a fat man in his 30s, sitting behind the cashier counter with his head down, clutching his phone and playing a game. "Are you blind, jungler? The dragon got stolen and you're just watching," the fat man yelled at his phone screen. Lu Ming walked in and sat down at an empty table. The table type was a bit sticky. "Boss, 2 orders of braised chicken with rice, small portions, mild spice," Lu Ming called out. The fat man didn't even look up. "Scan the code to order yourself. WeChat and Alipay are on the corner of the table." Lu Yuan pulled out her phone and scanned the code to pay. She pulled out 2 tissues and wiped the table vigorously. "We came all the way here to eat braised chicken with rice." "Market research," Lu Ming said, looking at the surroundings. 10 minutes later, the fat man walked over carrying 2 clay pots and set them on the table, splashing a few drops of sauce. As he turned to leave, Lu Ming called out to him. "Boss, business seems pretty quiet," Lu Ming said, offering him a cigarette. Seeing the brand on the cigarette pack, the fat man's attitude improved slightly. He took it and tucked it behind his ear. "Quiet my ass, we're about to go under," the fat man said, pulling up a chair and sitting down with a sigh. "I can't even sell 30 portions a day. I can't even earn enough to cover the rent." "Is the rent expensive?" 80,000 a year. It was fine a couple of years ago, but for the last 6 months, you don't even see a ghost in Wangjiafu. Look at the shops next door." The fat man pointed to the shops across the way with their shutters pulled down. They all packed up last month. They didn't even bother with their deposits, they just hauled their equipment away in the middle of the night. "Doesn't the mall management do anything?" Lu Ming asked. "Manage? With what?" The fat man sneered. He looked left and right, then lowered his voice. "Wang Dafa owes a mountain of usurious loans. I heard he started a real estate project in the city that ended up as an unfinished building, and his capital chain snapped completely. Now, Wangjiafu is 3 months behind on even the cleaners' wages, and the suppliers for the first-floor supermarket are blocking the door every day demanding payment. Do you have Wang Dafa's phone number?" "How would I have his number? Who could possibly get the number of a big boss like that?" The fat man shook his head, then pointed downstairs. "However, Manager Liu from the first-floor supermarket is Wang Dafa's brother-in-law. He definitely has it. Whenever those suppliers come to collect debts, they all block his office." Lu Ming nodded, took out his phone, and transferred 500 to the fat man. "Boss, thanks for the info. Use the extra money to buy yourself a pack of cigarettes." The fat man stared at the payment notification on his phone, his eyes widening. He waved his hands hurriedly. "I can't take this." "Are you here to collect money from him too?" Lu Ming smiled. "I'm here to give him money." Coming down from the 3rd floor, Lu Ming headed straight for the supermarket on the 1st floor. The supermarket's area wasn't small, at least 2,000 square meters. The shelves were arranged neatly, but a closer look revealed that the products on many shelves were sparse, with several empty sections temporarily filled with cardboard boxes and promotional displays. 2 freezers in the fresh food section were not turned on, and the leaves in the vegetable section were wilted and drooping, clearly left over from the day before. For checkout counters were open, but only 2 were manned. One cashier was napping on the counter, while the other was watching a drama on her phone. The volume was low but on, with the faint background music of an ancient idol drama drifting out. Lu Ming walked over to the checkout area and looked at the signs on the wall. An arrow for the office area pointed to the end of a corridor at the very back of the supermarket. He walked down the corridor. As he passed the warehouse entrance, he glanced inside. It was half empty. A man moving goods was sitting on a forklift eating instant noodles. Seeing Lu Ming, he gave a nod of his chin as a greeting. At the end of the corridor was a grey fire door with the words "Office, No Unauthorized Entry" printed on A4 paper. It was taped on crookedly, with one corner peeling off. Lu Ming pushed the door open and entered. The office was about 20 square meters with 3 desks. The largest one was by the window, and a man sat behind it. He was in his early 40s, with a round face and a high hairline, wearing a crumpled blue polo shirt with the Wanjiafu logo embroidered on the chest. A pile of receipts and several ledgers were spread across the desk, along with 3 or 4 empty cigarette packs and a glass ashtray stuffed with butts. The moment the door was pushed open, the man reflexively sprang up from his chair, his expression changing. "How many times have I told you? The payment for the goods will definitely be next month." He stopped mid-sentence, froze when he saw the visitor clearly. He didn't recognize him. "Who are you looking for?" The man sized up Lu Ming warily. "Manager Liu." "And you are?" "Lu Ming, from Yu Meng Investment Company, Limited." Lu Ming walked in and pulled up a chair to sit down with familiar ease. "I'm here to chat about something. It'll only take a few minutes." Manager Liu didn't sit back down, he stood behind the desk, leaning his hands on the surface. "Yu Meng Investment? Never heard of it. Are you a supplier?" "No." "A debt collector?" "Not that either." Manager Liu breathed a sigh of relief, his shoulders slumping slightly. He sat back down in his chair and rummaged through the ashtray. Finding no whole cigarettes, he pulled open a drawer, searched around, and pulled out a flattened pack of lickin. "Then what are you looking for me for?" Lu Ming pulled out his own cigarettes and handed one over. Manager Liu took it, glanced at the brand, and lit it nimbly. "I want to see Wang Dafar." Manager Liu's smoking motion paused. What do you want with him?" "Business." "He's not seeing anyone." Manager Liu exhaled smoke and shook his head. "Lately, he won't see anyone who comes looking for him, and he hardly answers his phone. If you want to rent a stall in Wanjiafu, you can just talk to me. There are plenty of vacancies now, and the price is negotiable." "I'm not renting a stall." Lu Ming sat with his legs crossed, tapping his finger on his knee. "I want to acquire Wanjiafu." The office fell silent for 2 seconds. The cigarette in Manager Liu's mouth almost fell onto the desk. "Acquire?" "A total acquisition. The building, the land, plus the brand, the whole package." Manager Liu stared at him for a long while, his gaze moving from his face to his clothes, then to his feet. He wasn't dressed particularly flashily, but the fabric was clearly not cheap. "Brother, I'm not looking down on you, but how old are you?" 25. 25 years old and acquiring an entire shopping mall? Do you know how much Wanjiafu is worth? You tell me how much it's worth. Manager Liu stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and looked at Lu Ming askance. "Back then, when my brother-in-law built this mall, he poured over 40 million into the land and construction alone. The renovations and equipment cost another 10 million plus. You want to acquire a 50 or 60 million yuan property?" Lu Ming didn't respond. He pulled out his phone, clicked on a photo, and turned the screen toward Manager Liu. The photo was of the front of the Shenzhen commercial building, with the blue sky reflected in its glass curtain wall. "This building, I just bought it yesterday. 20 million, paid in full." He swiped to the next image, which was the page of the property ownership certificate. The owner's name was Lu Ming. Manager Liu leaned in to take a few looks, his mouth slightly agape. He didn't even notice the ash from his cigarette falling onto the desk. That unfinished building in the new city district, no, that entrepreneurship park. It's not an entrepreneurship park anymore. It's my office building now. Lu Ming put away his phone. Manager Liu, I'll be blunt with you. You know Wang Jiafu's current situation better than I do. Half of the third floor is closed, a third of the second floor is empty, suppliers are blocking the doors demanding money, and the cleaning staff's wages are 3 months overdue. Your brother-in-law's capital chain has snapped. This mall won't last much longer. Instead of waiting for it to rot to the core, it's better to take advantage of having someone willing to take over now and negotiate a price cleanly. Manager Liu didn't speak. He took 2 fierce drags on his cigarette, the tip glowing red. I can't make this decision. I know. That's why I need Wang Dafa's phone number. Manager Liu hesitated for a long time. He picked up his phone from the desk, scrolled through his contacts for a while, then put it down. Are you actually for real? You can go to the county government and ask around, Lu Ming said. Director Wang from the Finance Bureau knows me. Manager Liu hesitated a while longer, finally sighed, wrote a string of numbers on a sticky note, tore it off, and pushed it in front of Lu Ming. This is my brother-in-law's private number. But let me warn you up front, he has a bad temper right now and hangs up at the drop of a hat. If you get cursed out, don't blame me. Thanks. Lu Ming folded the note and tucked it into his pocket. As he reached the supermarket entrance, his phone vibrated. A WeChat message. It was from Shenli, President Lu. I've arrived at the company. No one is here. Lu Ming replied as he walked, the key is in the flower bed by the main entrance. Take a look at the company's overall layout first and plan out the functional areas. I'll head back once I'm done with my business. After sending the message, he saved Wang Dafa's phone number into his contacts. He wasn't in a hurry to call. He sat in the Maybach, closed the door, and adjusted the seat back a bit. With the air conditioning blowing, it was incredibly quiet. Lu Yuan came out of Wang Jiafu, opened the passenger door, and sat inside, still holding a bag of discounted eggs. 3 yuan 90 per catty. It would be a waste not to buy them. She placed the eggs at her feet and buckled her seatbelt. So? What did you find out? I got Wang Dafa's number. And then? And then I need to think it over and come up with a reasonable price. Lu Ming started the car. Lu Yuan rested her chin on her hand and asked, Brother, why do you insist on buying this supermarket? It doesn't look like it can make money at all. Lu Ming smiled. Does Pang Donglai make money? Of course they do. Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly widened. You're not planning to transform this Wang Jiafu into a Pang Donglai, are you? Lu Ming gripped the steering wheel, his gaze calmly fixed ahead as he spoke softly. Pang Donglai is great, but Yunmeng County needs a miracle of its own. The Maybach turned onto Yingbin Road and drove toward the Xincheng commercial building. Lu Ming's right hand was on the steering wheel, while his left hand held the note with Wang Dafa's phone number, folding it back and forth. How to approach a frantic boss and say I want to buy your mall required strategy. If the offer was too high, he'd be a sucker. If it was too low, the man would just hang up. He had to find that number that would make Wang Dafa's heart ache but force him to nod in agreement. He stuffed the note back into his pocket. No rush. He'd head back to the company first and see how Shenli had planned out the functional areas before deciding. When Lu Ming pushed open the door to the first-floor lobby, he almost thought he had walked into the wrong place. The floor had been mopped. It wasn't just a quick, perfunctory pass with water, it had been mopped seriously and repeatedly several times, leaving the grey floor tiles with a damp sheen. The dust on the circular front desk had been wiped clean, and on the counter sat a glass vase found from who knows where, holding a few sprigs of wildflowers picked from the roadside, yellow and white, crooked but charming in their own way. Shenli was standing at the entrance of the second-floor stairs, holding a marker and a roll of masking tape. Lu Yuan spotted Shenli immediately. Ah. Sister Shenli? Is it really you? Shenli turned around. Lu Yuan? What are you doing here? Lu Ming was taken aback. You two know each other. Lu Yuan gave a playful smile. Mind your own business when it comes to beautiful girls. Shun-Li smiled. Lu Ming, Lu Yuan, and I have known each other since high school. Lu Ming nodded. Saves me the trouble of an introduction. Shun-Li gestured toward the stairs with her chin. Come up and take a look. Lu Ming went up to the second floor. The glass partitions in the hallway were covered with strips of masking tape, each with words written on them in marker. General Manager's Office, Finance Department, HR and Administration Department, Meeting Room A, Meeting Room B, Reception Room, Tea Break Area, Archive Room. Lu Ming walked a circuit around the corridor. Shun-Li followed behind, introducing the layout as they walked. The second floor will be the core office area. These 3 south-facing rooms will be knocked through to serve as your general manager's office, complete with a private bathroom and lounge area. The 2 adjacent rooms will be the finance department and the HR and administration department respectively. We'll keep the original 2 meeting rooms and repurchase the projection equipment. An open tea break area will be set up at the end of the corridor. Once we have more employees, they'll need a place to catch their breath. What about the 3rd floor? I suggest the 3rd floor be a multifunctional area. If the business expands in the future, it can be converted into a second office area or a training center. The 4th and 5th floors will be sealed off for now and activated once the staff scale increases. Don't touch that large open hall on the 6th floor, keep it for large meetings or investment promotion launches in the future. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Yuan followed behind, looking at the clear planning with secret admiration. However, when she reached the finance department label, she couldn't help but say, this room faces north. Heating costs in winter won't be a small expense. Shun-Li turned around and explained with a smile, financial work requires absolute quiet and focus. North-facing rooms have stable lighting and aren't as likely to make one feel drowsy, making them the most suitable for reconciling accounts. As for heating, we can reinforce the insulation during renovation or use more efficient heating equipment. We can discuss the costs further. Lu Yuan's lips twitched, but she didn't argue. The words spoken by a professional were indeed different, even making you sit in a cold room was made to sound perfectly reasonable. Lu Ming walked into the room labeled General Manager's Office. After knocking through the 3 rooms, it looked to be over 80 square meters. The lighting was indeed excellent, and through the window, he could see Yingbin Road and residential buildings in the distance. The floor was still basic grey tiles, and the walls were whitewashed, leaving the space empty and hollow. Furniture, office equipment, network cabling, I've made a list of these. Shun-Li pulled a twice-folded piece of A4 paper from her pocket and handed it over. Lu Ming glanced at it. The list was extremely detailed, from the brand and model of office desks and chairs to the monthly ink supply for the printer, and even the brand of hand dryer to be installed in the bathroom was marked. At the very bottom was a handwritten note, it is recommended to prioritize local procurement for the above items, estimated total cost is 340,000 to 420,000 yuan. What time did you arrive this morning? Lu Ming asked. 9 o'clock. You did all this in 3 hours. Shun-Li tucked the marker into her pocket. When I was an HRBP, the company moved 3 times. Each time, the administration department dragged me in as extra labor. I've stripped network cables, moved servers, and used impact drills on walls. This little bit of work is nothing. Lu Ming folded the list and put it away, then walked to the window with his back to the 2 women. Divide the renovation tasks between the 2 of you, he said. Shun-Li will be in charge of the proposal and procurement, while Lu Yuan will handle payments and accounting. The budget limit is 500,000 yuan, try to source everything locally. I'll give you 10 days for the project. 10 days. Lu Yuan cried out. Brother, old Li next door took half a month just to renovate a bathroom. Then find 5 old Lis to renovate at the same time. Lu Yuan rolled her eyes, set the eggs on the table, and pulled out a notebook to start calculating. Shun-Li didn't waste words. She nodded to note the instructions and turned to head downstairs, pulling out her phone to make a call as she walked. Her voice drifted back, "Hello, Is this the county building materials market? I'd like to ask about your wholesale prices for office furniture. The lobby fell silent. Lu Ming pulled the note from his pocket. 11 digits written in blue ballpoint pen. Manager Liu's handwriting wasn't very good, but every number was legible. He dialed the number. The phone rang 6 times. Who is it? The voice that answered was raspy, with the characteristic gravelly tone of a smoker. Hello, President Wang. My surname is Lu, from Yunmeng Investment Company, Limited. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Don't know you. What is it? I want to talk to you about Wan Jiafu. Another 2 seconds of silence. This time it was longer. Lu Ming could even hear someone taking a deep drag of a cigarette on the other end. Where did you get my number? A friend gave it to me. Which friend? That's not important. Lu Ming leaned against the window frame. President Wang, I know Wan Jiafu's current situation. Half of the catering on the 3rd floor is closed, the vacancy rate on the 2nd floor exceeds 30%, and suppliers for the 1st floor supermarket are lining up to demand payment. Your real estate projects in the city aren't going very smoothly either. The sound of a chair creaking came from the other end, as if someone had suddenly sat up straight. Who are you, exactly? Wang Dafa's tone sharpened. The person who is going to give you money. After he said this, both ends of the line went silent. After about 5 or 6 seconds, Wang Dafa spoke. His tone had changed from defensive to a weary sort of probing. You said you were an investment company. Yunmeng Investment, just registered. 3 days ago, I bought that commercial building in the new city district for 20 million in cash. If you don't believe me, President Wang, you can check with the Housing Administration Bureau. Silence again on the other end. This time, the silence lasted even longer. Lu Ming didn't rush him, he had plenty of patience. Half a minute later, Wang Dafa's voice sounded again. What do you mean? Do you want to invest in me, or? Lu Ming spoke bluntly, President Wang, I want to acquire Wan Jiafu. A long sigh came from the other end. Sigh. Fine, tell me, how do you want to talk? Lu Ming said, let's meet and talk. You decide the time and place. Tomorrow afternoon, Tea House Street in the Old City area, Ching Feng Residence, 3 o'clock. Good. 300 million was sitting in his card. He had only spent a total of over 22 million these past few days, and the rest were just numbers. Every day this money sat in the card was a day wasted. He couldn't sleep. He sat up, opened his memo app, and listed out the information about Wan Jiafu he had gathered during the day, point by point. Wan Jiafu Shopping Plaza covers approximately 4 mu, building area around 6,000 square meters, 3 floors. Completed and opened 5 years ago, with a total investment of about 55 million. Current business status: the 1st floor supermarket barely maintains itself, the vacancy rate in the 2nd floor clothing area exceeds 30%, and nearly half of the 3rd floor catering and entertainment area is closed. Debts are owed to suppliers and for employee wages. The owner, Wang Dafa, has other unfinished real estate projects, and his personal debt situation is unclear. Lu Ming typed a line at the very bottom, estimated floor price, 12 million to 15 million. This number wasn't just a blind guess. With a total investment of 55 million and 5 years of depreciation, calculating by the depreciation rate of commercial real estate, the book value would be roughly over 30 million. But the books were one thing, and reality was another. Wan Jiafu was currently a sitting duck that was hemorrhaging money. Every day it dragged on was another day of losses. If Wang Dafa really needed money urgently to plug holes, he couldn't afford to wait for 30 million, nor could he find a sucker willing to pay that price. Yunmeng County wasn't Shanghai. For a commercial asset of this scale, the number of local people capable of swallowing it could be counted on one hand. And none of those people would be a fool at a time like this. At 2:40 p.m. the next day, Lu Ming drove to the Old City area. Tea House Street was in an alley on the north side of Zhongxin Road with bluestone pavement and renovated pseudo-antique buildings on both sides. Though called Tea House Street, there were actually only 4 tea houses, sandwiched between 2 mahjong parlors and a small shop selling mugwort foot bath packs. Ching Fong residence was at the deepest part of the alley. It was a small 2-story building with its wooden doors half closed and a bamboo curtain hanging at the entrance. Lu Ming pushed the curtain aside and entered, met with the heavy fragrance of aged pu'er tea. The first floor hall had several sets of mahogany tables and chairs, but only 2 tables were occupied. At the table against the wall were 2 old men playing xiangqi, with enamel mugs placed beside the chessboard. The table by the window was empty, and the tea set was already laid out. "President Lu," a voice came from the stairs. Lu Ming looked up. A man stood on the stairs. He was in his early 50s, not tall, about 1.68 meters, but his shoulders were very broad. He wore a dark grey linen shirt, untucked and loose-fitting. The flesh on his face was somewhat sagging, and his eye bags were heavy, as if he hadn't slept well for several nights. But his eyes were still bright, carrying a hint of shrewdness when he sized people up. This was someone who once had a powerful aura. It was just that most of it had been crushed recently. "President Wang." Lu Ming walked up the stairs and extended his hand. Wang Dafa shook it briefly. "Let's sit upstairs." The second floor consisted of private rooms. Pushing open the door, a pot of tea was already brewed on an 8 immortals table. The 2 of them took their seats. Wang Dafa's hand was very steady as he poured the tea. He poured a cup for Lu Ming first, then filled his own, picked it up, and took a sip. "You don't look very old, do you?" Wang Dafa spoke. 25. 25, Wang Dafa repeated, picking up the cigarette box on the table. "Soft Chunghwa." But the cigarette box had been squeezed out of shape, with only 2 sticks left inside. He pulled one out and lit it, then handed the other to Lu Ming. "I don't smoke, thank you, President Wang." Wang Dafa took a drag himself, smoke curling out from his nostrils. 25 years old, buying a building, starting a company, and now wanting to acquire my mall. "Who is your father?" President Wang, a hero's origin shouldn't be questioned. Wang Dafa stared at him for 3 seconds but didn't press further. Having been in the business world for 20 years, he had seen too many people who weren't willing to reveal their backgrounds. The origin didn't matter, what mattered was whether the money was real. "Have you seen Wan Jiafu?" "I have." "What's your impression?" Lu Ming picked up his teacup, not in a hurry to answer. The tea was indeed quite good, mellow on the palate with a strong sweet aftertaste. He set down the cup. "I'll be blunt, President Wang. Wan Jiafu is currently a pool leaking water every day. Half the merchants on the 3rd floor are gone. I estimate the 2nd floor vacancy rate is over 30%, and the 1st floor supermarket suppliers are pressing for payment. Your cleaning ladies haven't received their wages for 3 months. The muscles on Wang Dafa's face twitched. "You've investigated quite thoroughly." "It took some time." Wang Dafa stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and leaned forward. "President Lu, since you've investigated, then you should know that when the land for Wan Jiafu was acquired, the land transfer fee alone cost 12 million. The 3-story building along with the renovations cost another 30+ million. Equipment, shelves, cold chain systems, all in all, it added up to 55 million. I know. For something worth 55 million, how much are you prepared to offer?" Lu Ming didn't give a quote immediately. "President Wang, 55 million was 5 years ago. Commercial assets aren't gold, they don't hold their value. I've seen your cold chain system, 2 of the freezers have already stopped working. The glass partitions on the 2nd floor have cracks that no one has repaired. As for that children's play area on the 3rd floor, there's a layer of dust on the ball pit. I guess the last time it was disinfected was last year." Wang Dafa's mouth tightened. "Those are all superficial," he said in a low voice. "The location is right there, the most core position in the new city district. You won't find a second piece of commercial land like this in all of Yunmeng County." "I acknowledge the location." Lu Ming nodded. But how much the location is worth depends on whether the things on top of it can still generate value. One jiafu isn't generating value right now, it's consuming value. What are your monthly operating costs? Property fees, utilities, labor wages, plus the interest on debts to suppliers, you're shelling out at least 200,000 a month. How many months can you hold out? This sentence hit the nail on the head. Wang Dafa stood up, walked to the window, and pushed open the wooden shutters. The wind from the alley rushed in, blowing away the tea steam on the table. He stood with his back to Lu Ming for half a minute. "Give me a number," he said in a very low voice. 15 million. Wang Dafa turned around. The expression on his face was very complex. 15 million? For something I sank over 50 million into, you're offering 15. President Wang, let me be honest. Lu Ming's speaking speed didn't change. If you don't sell to me now, what do you plan to do? Keep holding on? Hold on until the suppliers file a joint lawsuit and the court comes to seize the property? Or wait for the day employees report unpaid wages to the Labor Bureau and it makes the news? Wang Dafa returned to the table and sat down, picking up the last cigarette and lighting it. 20 million. He exhaled smoke. Anything lower than 20 million is out of the question. Once this price was mentioned, Lu Ming felt completely certain his quote of 15 million was just a probe. If Wang Dafa felt the price was too ridiculous, he would have just stopped talking. Now that he had taken the initiative to state a price, it proved that the 15 million figure was something he could eventually accept. Thinking of this, Lu Ming shook his head. Wang Dafa gritted his teeth. 19 million. 15 million. Lu Ming looked at him. President Wang, we aren't in a wet market, haggling is pointless. 15 million was indeed a very low price. However, Lu Ming was betting that Wang Dafa was at the end of his rope. President Wang, if I'm not mistaken, I'm the first person to talk to you about this in a long time, right? Wang Dafa didn't say a word. Lu Ming continued, it's obvious why no one has approached you. Business is business, who would take over a deal that doesn't make money? In the entire Yunmeng County, besides me, no one can take this mess off your hands. Wang Dafa remained silent. Lu Ming didn't waste any more words. He drained the remaining tea in his cup, then stood up and straightened his clothes. He said calmly, it seems President Wang hasn't reached a desperate situation yet, my apologies for the intrusion. Since we can't reach an agreement, let's not waste each other's time. He showed no hesitation and walked straight toward the stairs. Just as his hand was about to touch the door curtain, Wang Dafa's raspy voice came from behind him, wait a minute. Lu Ming rested his hand on the door curtain. The bamboo slats felt cool to the touch. He counted for 2 seconds before slowly letting go and turning around. Wang Dafa was still sitting in his original spot, not standing up. The cigarette was wedged between his fingers, burned down to the filter, with a long segment of ash teetering on the edge. He stared at the teacup on the table as if looking at a past he could never return to. Sit down, Wang Dafa said. His tone was different now, devoid of that bargaining energy. Lu Ming walked back to the table and sat down. Wang Dafa stubbed the cigarette out in the ashtray, grinding it down twice with force. The ashtray was already overflowing, and a few cigarette butts were pushed onto the tabletop. 16 million, can we talk? Wang Dafa looked up at Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his head. You kid, are you really short of that extra million? You bought a whole building without even haggling. Lu Ming smiled. Mr. Wang, that building is a separate deal. We're talking about one jiafu now, and given its current state, it's only worth this price. Wang Dafa was silent for over 10 seconds. Fine, 15 million it is. Lu Ming nodded. There was no handshake, no hug, none of the dramatic scenes found in movies. A deal worth 15 million was settled between a pot of tea and 2 cigarettes. I'll find a lawyer to draft the contract and show it to you tomorrow, Lu Ming said. No need to wait until tomorrow. Wang Dafa turned around and picked up an old briefcase from the windowsill. The The zipper snagged, and he had to tug it hard twice to pull it open before pulling out a stack of documents. Wang Jiafu's property deed, land use certificate, equipment list, and tenant contract records. He laid the documents on the table one by one. I brought them with me. Lu Ming looked at the documents on the table, then at Wang Dafar. This man had been saying non-negotiable and 20 million, yet he was carrying a full set of closing documents on him. He had been prepared to sell from the very beginning. Should I find the lawyer, or will you? Lu Ming asked. There's only one reliable law firm in the county, Zhengxin Law Firm on Zhongxin Road. The boss's surname is Fang. Just go see him. Tell him Wang Dafar sent you, and he'll know how to draft it. All right. Lu Ming extended his hand. This time, Wang Dafar shook it. He gripped tightly, as if he were saying goodbye to something. President Lu. Wang Dafar let go and poured himself a cup of tea. Sit down. I have a few heartfelt words to say to you. Lu Ming sat down. On the day Wang Jiafu opened, Wang Dafar's gaze drifted away, firecrackers exploded from one end of the street to the other. All of Yingbin Road was covered in red paper scraps. Every leader in the county showed up, and the county magistrate himself cut the ribbon. It was quite a spectacle. He paused. Back then, I thought I was hot stuff. I started by hauling bricks on construction sites and worked for 20 years to build the largest shopping mall in the county. Everywhere I went, people called me a Mr. Wang, and everyone fought to pay the bill when we ate. Lu Ming didn't interrupt. But do you know how I've spent these last 5 years? Wang Dafar's voice dropped. The first year we opened, we did make money. But before the money even got warm in my pocket, all sorts of the deities started showing up. The fire department came for an inspection, saying the sprinkler system didn't meet standards and needed rectification. Rectification was fine, but you had to use their designated construction team, whose quote was double the market rate. If you dared to hire someone else, they'd come every other day to slap a seal on your door. Environmental Protection came to inspect, saying the mall's grease fumes exceeded limits. I spent 600,000 hiring a company from the provincial capital to install the exhaust pipes for those restaurants on the 3rd floor. They definitely met the standards. But they didn't care. They said the test report wasn't from an agency they recognized and had to be redone. The inspection fee was 80,000. Once paid, someone else would show up 2 months later and say it didn't meet standards again. The Urban Management Bureau came, saying the billboard at the entrance exceeded the planning red line. The location of that billboard was approved by the Planning Bureau after I acquired the land. But Urban Management held another document, saying the billboard management regulations for the area had been updated. If you wanted to keep it, it would be a 30,000 yuan annual road occupation fee. Taxation came to audit the books. After auditing, they said a few reimbursements were non-compliant and issued a fine. 6 months later, they returned, saying the rectification plan for the previous issue didn't follow new regulations, and fined me again. Having said this, Wang Dafar picked up his teacup, only to find the teapot empty. The harshest time was in the 3rd year. I had acquired land in the city and was preparing for residential development. Someone from a county department found me and said it was fine to do projects outside, but I shouldn't forget about the county. They asked for a 500,000 yuan sponsorship fee, claiming it was for some activity within their system. I didn't give it. And then? Wang Jiafu's fire safety certificate expired, and they stalled the renewal for 4 months. For 4 months, the mall didn't have a valid fire certificate, so theoretically, it couldn't operate. I spent those 4 months on edge every day, terrified that an actual accident might happen, then it wouldn't just be about money. And in the end? Lu Ming asked. In the end, I gave in. Wang Dafar clearly looked deflated. It wasn't 500,000, we eventually settled on 300,000. Once I paid, the certificate was approved the very next day. The private room remained silent for a long time. President Lu, I'm not telling you this to complain. Wang Dafar stood up and zipped his briefcase. I'm warning you. You have money, you're young, and you think you can change this county. I thought the same way back then. But a small county isn't Shanghai. No matter how bad Shanghai gets, rules are rules and processes are processes. In this place, rules are set by people, and processes depend on who you know. If you don't understand the ways of the world, you can throw money in and won't even hear a splash. Lu Ming looked at him. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Don't thank me. Wang Dafar tucked the briefcase under his arm and walked to the door. He stopped for a moment without turning back. Are you going to change the name Wan Jiafu? Yes. To what? I haven't decided yet. Wang Dafar nodded, pulled back the bamboo curtain, and walked out. The sound of footsteps went down the wooden stairs step by step, growing more distant. Lu Ming remained in his seat. He replayed Wang Dafar's words in his mind. Fire department, environmental protection, urban management, taxation. Every department was a hurdle, and behind every hurdle stood a specific person. When he used to do new media operations, he thought clients were the hardest species to please. Now it seemed that compared to these people, clients were practically little lambs. He already had a taste of the county's business environment. When he bought Shenzhen Building, before the business direction was even set, the Finance Bureau wanted to take a 30% cut of the profits. They claimed it was for the county's development, but these additional conditions were no different from blatant extortion. Just as he was thinking, Zhu Yang called. Lu Ming answered. Zhu Yang's voice sounded extremely excited. President Lu, I've reported to the director. Regarding the industrial to commercial conversion, the director said we can treat it as a key project and handle it as a special case, finding a way to get it through a fast track, though there are still difficulties. But it's all for the development of the county. I believe that with effort from all sides, your supermarket will be built very soon. Lu Ming smiled. Section Chief Zhu, I've changed my mind. Who? I have other uses for that place. Zhengxin Law Firm was located in the east section of Zhongxin Road, sandwiched between a print shop and a tobacco and liquor wholesaler. The storefront was small, with 2 glass doors. A brass plaque was affixed to the left door, with green verdigris already creeping onto the corners of the characters. Lu Ming pushed the door open and entered. The receptionist was a young girl who had just graduated. She had a round face, wore thick-framed glasses, and was currently fixing the formatting of a contract on her computer screen. Hearing the door, she looked up. Hello, are you here for a consultation or to retain our services? To retain services. I'm looking for your lawyer Fang. Lawyer Fang is on the phone. Please wait a moment, and I'll pour you a cup of water. The girl brought over a cup of warm water. The edge of the paper cup had some rough burrs. Lu Ming didn't drink it, instead scanning the layout of the firm. The lobby was about 30 square meters, furnished with 2 sets of guest sofas. A few Law and Life magazines were stacked on the coffee table, their covers yellowed, looking as if they had been there for at least a year. Several silk banners hung on the wall, signed by both individuals and enterprises, but even the newest one was from 2 years ago. Further inside were 3 offices. The door to the innermost one was ajar, and a woman's voice could be heard faintly. The prerequisite for contract termination is a fundamental breach by the other party. Sending a letter unilaterally now has no factual basis, and the other party could completely countersue. 2 minutes later, the office door opened. Lawyer Fang Yu walked out. She was 35 or 6 years old, with a slender build, wearing a neatly tailored black suit dress. Her hair was tied in a bun, revealing a slender neck. Her makeup was very light, almost unnoticeable, but her eyebrows were shaped, and her lip color was an understated bin paste shade. She wore a long ins on her left wrist. It wasn't an expensive watch, but it suited her well. Standing there, she seemed completely out of place in this law firm with its rusty sign. She saw a young man in his 20s sitting on the sofa, and her gaze paused for a moment. Lawyer Fang, my surname is Lu. Wang Dafar introduced me. Lawyer Fang Yu showed no reaction upon hearing the name Wang Dafar. She stepped aside to make way. Let's talk inside. The office wasn't large, with a solid wood desk taking up most of the space. The documents on the desk were stacked neatly, and the pens in the holder were sorted by color. The bookshelf against the wall was stuffed with law books. A few were clearly worn out from use, with the lettering on the spines completely rubbed away. 2 group photos were placed on the top shelf. Lu Ming glanced at them. One was taken at the entrance of the court, and the other looked like a bar association event. Lawyer Fang Yu stood in the crowd, smiling reservedly. "Have a seat." Lawyer Fang Yu sat behind the desk and opened her laptop, her slender fingers tapping a few times on the keyboard to pull up a blank document. "Dafar called me and said you want to acquire One Jiafu, and asked me to draft the contract. MHM. Is the acquisition price settled?" 15 million. Lawyer Fang Yu's typing hands paused for a beat. She looked up and glanced at Lu Ming. "Full payment." "Full payment." Lawyer Fang Yu didn't press further about the price and continued typing. "Let's confirm the scope of assets." Her tone switched to a standard professional mode. "The real estate of One Jiafu Shopping Plaza, including the surface buildings and land use rights." "Correct." "Correct." "Also the fixed assets inside the mall, shelves, cold chain equipment, fire protection systems, elevators, central air conditioning. Everything that should be included, include it. What about the brand? Do you want the One Jiafu trademark?" "No. I plan to change the name." Lawyer Fang Yu nodded and continued typing. "And the personnel? How will the existing employees be handled?" Lu Ming thought for a moment. "Take them all in first and re-sign their contracts. We can adjust later based on the actual situation." After typing that line, Lawyer Fang Yu stopped and rested her folded hands in front of the keyboard. "President Lu, let me ask one more thing." "Go ahead." "Have you investigated One Jiafu's current debt situation?" Lu Ming's eyebrows twitched slightly. Lawyer Fang Yu pulled a craft paper folder from a drawer and opened it to reveal a stack of printouts. "Wang Dafar has worked with me for 5 years. I helped him draft the shop lease contract template the year One Jiafu opened. Later, when he was doing real estate projects, he also came to me for legal counsel." She pushed the folder to the center of the desk. "It's not that I'm leaking client information, but there are some things you must know. Otherwise, once this contract is signed, what you're taking over won't be a mall, it'll be a powder keg." Lu Ming took the folder and opened it. The first page was a notice of case filing from the court. The plaintiff was a supplier named Hueda Food. The cause of action was a sales contract dispute with an amount in controversy of 1.2 million. The case was filed a month ago. The second page was a copy of another complaint. The plaintiff was a different company, Xinyuan Daily Chemicals, with a claim for 870,000. The third page, the fourth, the fifth. Lu Ming flipped through them page by page. 7 complaints, 2 arbitration applications, and 1 labor inspection complaint. The total amount added up to over 6 million. Lu Ming closed the folder. "These are the ones that have already been filed." Lawyer Fang Yu's voice was flat. "There are also those that haven't entered legal proceedings but are already in collection. According to the information I have, there's at least another 3 or 4 million. Altogether, One Jiafu is carrying nearly 10 million in external debt." The room fell silent for a few seconds. "Your 15 million, minus the 10 million in debt, means only 5 million actually ends up in Wang Dafar's hands." Lawyer Fang Yu looked at Lu Ming. "He's selling to you at this price not because you bargained hard, but because he really only needs 5 million to plug another hole." Lu Ming placed the folder back on the desk. "Does this debt follow the assets or the natural person? If it's an equity acquisition, the debt follows the company, and you take it on. If it's an asset acquisition, where you only buy the assets and not the company, the debt stays with Wang Dafar's company and has nothing to do with you. Asset acquisition. Then an exemption clause needs to be added to the contract, clearly stipulating that the scope of the acquisition is limited to specific assets and does not inherit any rights or debts of the original company. At the same time, Wang Dafar must be required to provide a letter of commitment guaranteeing that the transferred assets are free of any encumbrances such as mortgages, pledges, or seizures. After lawyer Fang Yu finished speaking, she began typing again. Lu Ming leaned back in his chair and watched her. The light from the screen hit the side of lawyer Fang Yu's face, making her features look very distinct. As she typed, her eyebrows furrowed slightly and her lips were pursed. Her entire attention was focused on the contract clauses. After typing for 10 minutes, lawyer Fang Yu turned the screen around for Lu Ming to see. This is the first draft. Go over it, focusing on Articles 4, 7, and 12. Lu Ming leaned in to look. There were 16 articles in total. The clauses were densely written, but the logic was clear. Article 4 covered the asset list and delivery method. Article 7 detailed the payment terms and milestones. Article 12 specified the liability for breach of contract. He finished reading every line and pointed to Article 7. I'll split the payment into two, 10 million on the day of signing, and 5 million after the transfer of ownership is complete. Lawyer Fang Yu nodded and modified the numbers. Also, Lu Ming pointed to a detail in Article 12. The liquidated damages here are listed as 10% of the total contract amount. That's too low. Change it to 30%. Lawyer Fang Yu tapped the keyboard a few times, finished the edit, and looked up. Did you study law? No, but I can understand a contract. Through their simple interaction, Lu Ming could sense lawyer Fang Yu's professionalism and sense of responsibility. Lawyer Fang, Lu Ming stood up. Can the final version of the contract be ready today? I'll have it to you before 6. Good. Also, do you have any other big clients? Lawyer Fang Yu was taken aback for a moment. Why? My company needs a permanent legal counsel. If you have the bandwidth, give me a quote. Lawyer Fang Yu leaned back in her chair and tapped her fingers lightly on the desk twice. Permanent legal counsel. Yes. My company will have extensive legal needs regarding mergers and acquisitions, employment, and infrastructure in the future. I need a reliable lawyer for long-term follow-up. Lawyer Fang Yu didn't respond immediately. She picked up the fountain pen from the desk, uncapped it and capped it again, repeating the motion twice. President Lu, I'll be honest with you. Go ahead. I've been a lawyer in Yunmen County for 8 years. In those 8 years, I've served no more than 20 corporate clients, and more than half of those cases involved debt disputes and labor conflicts. There are only 2 that could truly be called legal counsel services. One is Wang Dafar's Wan Jiafu, and the other is the county's water company. She put the pen back into the pen holder. The reason is simple. The scale of enterprises in Yunmen County is too small, and the legal awareness of the bosses is even smaller. They think hiring a lawyer is a waste of money and only think of finding someone to clean up their mess after something goes wrong. 70% of my firm's business is civil litigation, 20% is marriage and family, and the remaining 10% is commercial services. Lu Ming caught the subtext. So what you're saying is, you have the capacity. Lawyer Fang Yu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. My point is, you need to decide whether you want a rubber stamp to just sign and seal documents, or a true legal partner to help you solve problems. The latter. Then we'll quote based on the latter's standards. Lawyer Fang Yu said, the annual legal counsel fee is 120,000 yuan. All contract reviews, legal opinions, and litigation representation are billed separately. If a major project requires me to be on site, it's 2,000 yuan per day. Fine. This time, Lawyer Fang Yu was genuinely stunned for a moment. You're not going to haggle. Lawyer Fang, I never haggle with people who are worth it. Lawyer Fang Yu was silent for 2 seconds before saying, I'll send the contract to your email by 6 o'clock. I'll draft the counsel agreement at the same time to save you an extra trip. All right. Lu Ming stood up. As he reached the door, he suddenly asked, Lawyer Fang, where are you from? Yunmen County. Have you always been in the county? Lawyer Fang Yu stopped typing. No. I graduated from Xinju University Law School and worked at a firm in Jingju for 3 years before coming back. Why did you come back? Lawyer Fang Yu didn't answer. She lowered her head again, her fingers falling back onto the keyboard. Check your email before 6. Lu Ming didn't press further and pushed the door open to leave. The sunlight hit the street with a blinding glare. A few electric tricycles were parked along Zhongxin Road, and a woman selling cold skin noodles was ladling chili oil into a plastic bowl. Lu Ming got into the car and sent a WeChat message to Lu Yuan, go to Xincheng building at 6 for a briefing. He sent the same message to Shen Li. On the way back to the building, he mentally reviewed his current team. Lu Yuan, Finance. Shen Li, HR and Administration. Lawyer Fang Yu, Legal Counsel. Including himself, there were 4 people. A company with a registered capital of 100 million yuan, with a total staff of 4, 2 of whom just started today, and 1 who was an external contractor. A ragtag crew. But even a ragtag crew had to be assembled first for the show to go on. Returning to the building, the first-floor lobby had changed even more since the morning. Shen Li had somehow found a vertical water dispenser and placed it next to the front desk, already fitted with a water jug. There was a stack of A4 paper on the front desk printed with Yunmeng Investment Company, Limited and a logo, a simple cloud-shaped design with a line of small text underneath, rooted in Yunmeng County, investing in the future. Lu Ming glanced at the logo. You designed this? Shen Li poked her head out from the second floor. A simple version made with design software. It's just a temporary fix, we can find a professional to change it later. We'll use it for now. Lu Ming didn't stay idle during the afternoon. In the room on the second floor designated as the general manager's office, he began organizing the materials for Wang Jiafu. He photographed and archived the documents left by Wang Dafar one by one, property certificates, equipment lists, and tenant contracts. He also found several case reports on commercial real estate acquisitions online to compare with Wang Jiafu's situation. At 4:30, he received 2 files from lawyer Fang Yu in his inbox. One was the asset acquisition contract for Wang Jiafu, and the other was the permanent legal counsel engagement agreement. He opened the acquisition contract and read it from beginning to end. Lawyer Fang Yu's work was indeed efficient. With 16 main clauses and for appendices, every loophole was plugged. Especially the 4th clause regarding the asset list, which broke down the equipment list provided by Wang Dafar, listing the brand, model, quantity, and depreciated value for each item. The 12th clause on liability for breach of contract had been changed to 30% as Lu Ming requested, with an additional clause: if the seller concealed asset defects, the buyer had the right to demand a double refund of the amount already paid. This clause hadn't been mentioned before, lawyer Fang Yu had added it herself. 6 o'clock sharp. The first-floor lobby. 3 folding chairs were arranged in a semicircle around the front desk. On the small table next to the water dispenser were 3 cups of water and a bag of discounted sponge cakes Lu Yuan had bought from Wang Jiafu. Lu Yuan sat on the left with her notebook open and a pen tucked behind her ear. Shen Li sat on the right with her phone screen locked and her hands on her knees, sitting upright. Lu Ming stood behind the front desk, with a glass vase and wild flowers behind him. Everyone's here, he began. I'll keep this brief. First, the acquisition contract for Wang Jiafu has been drafted and will be signed with Wang Dafar tomorrow. The down payment is 10 million, with a final payment of 5 million after the transfer of ownership. Lu Yuan, the funds will come from the company account. Lu Yuan nodded, scribbling quickly. Second, Wang Jiafu will undergo a major renovation after the takeover. Shen Li, starting tomorrow, you will research recruitment needs. Supermarket operations will require at least 1 store manager, 3 department supervisors, and 30 grassroots employees. First, get a sense of the county's labor market to see how many people we can recruit. Shen Li acknowledged this and asked, what's the monthly salary? 5,000 for grassroots employees, which is more than 30% higher than the county average. 7,000 for supervisors, and the store manager's salary is negotiable. Shun-Li typed rapidly in her phone's memo without looking up. What about recruitment channels? The county doesn't have many active local users on platforms like Boss Chipin or Lipin. Old-fashioned methods. Lu Ming said, hang banners at the entrance of Wanjiafu, run local ads on TikTok, and post recruitment information in WeChat groups for various townships. Recruiting in a county doesn't rely on platforms, it relies on word of mouth. Once the first batch of employees is found, they'll introduce their relatives and friends. Shun-Li looked up at him and nodded. Thirdly, and most importantly, Lu Ming looked at Shun-Li for Wanjiafu's renovation. I want you to find a top-tier design team for the survey, blueprints, and construction. There's only one standard, benchmark against Pang Donglai, but completely surpass it in terms of service details, spatial experience, and sense of quality. What's the budget? Shun-Li asked. There is no budget. What? Shun-Li almost thought she had misheard. I said, for this matter, there is no budget ceiling. Number 20. He placed his phone face down on the nightstand, rolled over, and closed his eyes. After signing the Wanjiafu contract tomorrow, his card would be 10 million lighter. But compared to the speed of 60 million coming in every day, this expenditure was barely a drop in the bucket. The real challenge wasn't how much to spend, but how to spend it meaningfully. The next morning at 9:30 a.m. Second floor of the Xincheng commercial building. Shun-Li had arrived early and tidied the conference room until it was presentable. The long table was wiped 3 times, and 6 chairs were brought up from the basement storage room. Bottled water was placed on the table, with a copy of the contract text set before each seat. She even found a pot of golden pothose and placed it on the corner of the table. Lu Yuan glanced at the plant. Sister Li, where did you get this? Shun-Li smiled. I brought it from home. At 9:45, Lawyer Fang arrived first. Today she had changed into a wool coat over a deep navy blue suit, with a small silver brooch pinned to her collar. Carrying a briefcase, she scanned the layout of the conference room upon entering, gave a nod without speaking, and walked straight to the window side of the long table to sit down. She opened her briefcase and took out 3 original copies of the bound contract, along with 2 sets of annexes and a letter of commitment, lining them up neatly in front of her. 10 a.m. sharp. The sound of a car engine cutting out came from downstairs. Lu Ming looked down from the window to see a dusty grey Toyota Camry parked in the plaza. Wang Dafar stepped out of the car. He was dressed more formally than last time, in dark trousers and a white shirt, though the shirt collar seemed a size too large and hung loosely. Manager Liu followed behind him. Lu Ming went downstairs to greet them. As soon as Wang Dafar entered the lobby, his eye swept around the 5-meter-high space. President Liu, you fixed this place up quite nicely. We've just started, Lu Ming said, leading the 2 men upstairs. Entering the conference room, Wang Dafar recognized Lawyer Fang Yu at a glance. Lawyer Fang. President Wang. Lawyer Fang Yu stood up and gave a nod, offering no further pleasantries. Manager Liu pulled out a chair and sat down. He was clearly uncomfortable in such a setting, only half his buttocks rested on the seat, and he didn't know where to put his hands, eventually settling for folding them over his stomach. The 6 people took their seats. Lu Ming and Wang Dafar sat face to face, with Lawyer Fang Yu on Lu Ming's right and Lu Yuan on his left. Shun-Li sat at the very end, responsible for taking notes. Lawyer Fang Yu opened the original contract and handed a copy to Wang Dafar first. President Wang, the contract has 16 articles and 4 annexes. I will go through the key points one by one, you can skip the parts you've already seen. No need to go through it all. Wang Dafar opened the contract, flipped directly to the last page to check the signature line, then flipped back a few pages, stopping at Article 4. Asset Inventory. 3 pages of paper, densely listing everything from the models of the cold chain compressors to the number of toilet paper holders. He thought for a moment but said nothing. He flipped to Article 7, Payment Terms. A payment of 10 million RMB shall be made on the day of signing, and the remaining 5 million RMB shall be paid within 3 working days after the completion of the real estate transfer registration. Wang Dafar closed the contract and leaned back in his chair. Lawyer Fang's work is impeccable. He glanced at Lawyer Fang Yu, then turned to Lu Ming. Let's sign. Lawyer Fang Yu handed over 3 pens. Lu Ming signed first, then pressed his thumbprint. Wang Dafar took the pen. Before he gripped the pen, he paused for about 3 seconds. Manager Liu leaned over to peek at the amount on the contract, his Adam's apple bobbing. Then Wang Dafar signed. His strokes were heavy. After writing the 3 characters of Wang Dafar, the paper was left with shallow indentations. There were 3 original copies, each party kept 1, and Lawyer Fang Yu kept the 3rd. After signing, Lu Ming pulled out his phone. Lu Yuan, transfer the funds. Lu Yuan opened her laptop to process the transfer. Pay, Wang Dafar. Amount, 10 million.00. She entered the password and confirmed. Ding. The SMS notification sound from a phone echoed, everyone heard it. Wang Dafar pulled out his own phone and stared at the screen for a long time. The message had arrived, and the string of zeros after the credited amount filled an entire line on the old phone screen. He tucked the phone back into his pocket and let out a long breath. Lawyer Fang, regarding the transfer, I'll leave it to you to follow up. Lawyer Fang Yu nodded. I've already prepared the list of required materials. We can start tomorrow. With the signing complete, Shen Li stood up to tidy the document on the table. Lu Yuan took a photo of the bank receipt for the archives and recorded the transaction in the ledger. Manager Liu looked relieved as he stood up from his chair, stretching his legs which had gone numb from sitting. Lu Ming walked Wang Dafar downstairs. When they reached the first-floor lobby, Wang Dafar suddenly stopped. He looked left and right, confirming that Lu Yuan and Shen Li were still upstairs and Lawyer Fang Yu was still in the conference room organizing documents. Only the 2 of them were in the lobby. Then he leaned in toward Lu Ming and spoke in a hushed voice. Little Lu, I'm going to overstep a bit and tell you something. Go ahead. This person, Lawyer Fang Yu, is very... Wang Dafar weighed his words, very professional, very responsible. You should hire her as a legal consultant later on. Lu Ming nodded. And Wang Dafar lowered his voice even further, his eyes darting around, her background is quite extraordinary. How so? She is related to Chief Justice Zhao of the county court. I haven't quite figured out the exact relationship, some say he's her cousin-uncle, others say he's her uncle-in-law. But the connection is solid, that's for sure. Think about it, she graduated from Xinju University Law School and was doing perfectly well at a law firm in the provincial capital. Why would she come back to nest in this small county? It's because of this connection. On the turf of Yumeng County, anything involving the judiciary can be smoothed over with just one phone call from her. This was indeed beyond Lu Ming's expectations, a pleasant surprise. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't respond, Wang Dafar thought he hadn't understood the main point, so he simply spoke even more bluntly. There's one more thing. He cleared his throat, his expression becoming subtle. She's single, never been married. Though she's a bit older, look at that face and figure, does she look like someone in her 30s? People would believe it if you said she was 18. She maintains herself well, has a righteous character, doesn't smoke, drink, or play mahjong. I've worked with her for 5 years and never seen her bring a man out to dinner. With conditions like hers, she's a hot commodity. Lu Ming turned his head away, frowning at Wang Dafar. President Wang. Lu Ming stared at him for 2 seconds. I am hiring Lawyer Fang as a legal consultant, not a matchmaking consultant. Wang Dafar chuckled twice, not feeling embarrassed at all. I'm just speaking casually, don't take it to heart. You're a young man, you have to consider personal matters alongside your career. Doesn't your mother nag you? Lu Ming ignored him and pulled open the glass door of the lobby. Wang Dafar strolled over to the Camry. Before opening the door, he turned back and said earnestly, Little Lu, I have completely exited the stage of Yunmeng County. From now on, I'll be watching your performance. Lu Ming smiled and waved goodbye, watching the car disappear around the corner. He turned and walked back to the conference room. Lawyer Fang Yu was tucking the organized contract copies into her briefcase with clean, efficient movements. The contract matters are all handled. I'll deliver the transfer materials to the Housing Administration Bureau tomorrow morning. Expect the certificate to be issued in 3 to 5 working days. Thank you for your hard work. Lawyer Fang Yu zipped up her briefcase and stood up, pausing as she walked past him. President Liu, what were you chatting about with Wang Dafa in the hall just now? Nothing much. He was just sharing some operational pointers for Wan Jiafu. Lawyer Fang Yu glanced at him but didn't press further, heading downstairs with her bag. Shen Li walked over, holding a tablet. President Liu, I've contacted 3 design teams for the Wan Jiafu renovation. One is in Jingju, one in Wuhan, and one in Xuchang. The one from Xuchang can come for a site survey the fastest, they can be here tomorrow. The Xuchang team has the most impressive resume. They were involved in the design of Pangdonglai Times Square and Angel City. Number 21. The design company from Xuchang was called Dinyuan Space, and 3 people had come. The leader was a man in his early 40s named He Mingyuan. He wore a grey linen jacket over a black turtleneck, his hair was nearly half grey, but he was full of energy. He brought 2 young designers with him, a man and a woman. The man carried measuring instruments, while the woman dragged a suitcase filled with blueprint tubes. The 3 had set off from Xuchang at 7 in the morning, driving for an hour to reach Yunmeng County. Shen Li met them at the entrance of Xincheng Building and led them to the second-floor conference room. She poured water and set out fried dough sticks and spicy soup she had bought from the breakfast shop downstairs. After He Mingyuan sat down, he didn't pick up his chopsticks immediately. Instead, he looked around the conference room. The projector was newly installed, the whiteboard was still in its packaging, and the folding chairs still had their factory plastic film attached. The entire second floor smelled of a mix of paint and new wood. How long has your company been established? He Mingyuan asked. 1 week, Shen Li replied. He Mingyuan nodded but didn't respond. At 8:40, Lu Ming arrived. He parked the Maybach in the plaza, finished the last steamed bun in his hand in a few bites, threw the wrapper into the trash, and wiped his hands before walking into the lobby, heading up to the second floor, and pushing open the conference room door. Shen Li introduced them, President Liu, this is President He from Dinyuan Space. He Mingyuan stood up and sized up Lu Ming. He had met many clients before. Coal bosses dripping in gold and silver, real estate developers in suits and ties, but a 20-something-year-old was a first. President He, I've heard much about you. Lu Ming wiped his hands and shook his. You're too kind, President Liu. He Mingyuan sat back down, crossing his hands on the table. Manager Shen gave me a rough overview yesterday. You want to renovate a 6,000 square meter commercial supermarket, benchmarking it against Pangdonglai. Not benchmarking, Lu Ming said as he sat down. Surpassing. He Mingyuan gave a small smile. President Liu, our Dinyuan participated in the design of Pangdonglai Times Square and Angel City. To be honest, the reason Pangdonglai is 70% due to their service philosophy and management system. Design only accounts for 30%. Surpassing them in space alone is meaningless. Lu Ming leaned back in his chair. That's why I need you to help me take that 30% to the extreme. As for the other 70%, I'll handle that myself. He Mingyuan pursed his lips and nodded. Fine, let's head to the site first. The group took 2 cars to Wan Jiafu. Lu Ming's Maybach led the way, with He Mingyuan's business van following behind. Arriving at the entrance of Wan Jiafu, He Mingyuan got out of the car, stood in the parking lot, and looked up at the broken Wan Jiafu sign. He didn't say anything, but took out his phone and snapped a photo. Then he pushed the door open and went inside. He walked through the layout of the first-floor supermarket. In every area, he would stop to take photos with his phone, occasionally taking out a tape measure he carried to measure the width of the aisles. The 2 young designers followed behind, one used a laser rangefinder to measure ceiling heights, while the other sketched on a tablet. On the second floor, Min-Yuan stood for a long time in front of the vacant glass partitions. He reached out to touch the aluminum alloy frame of a partition and scratched the surface with his fingernail. "Tear down all these partitions," he said without looking back. The female designer made a note on her tablet. On the third floor, Min-Yuan stopped in front of the closed-down children's Snorty Castle, a playground. The ball pit had accumulated dust half a finger thick, and a deflated bouncy castle lay in the corner like a giant, sagging trash bag. He crouched down and looked at the load-bearing structure of the floor. "Is the load-bearing capacity of this floor slab sufficient? Do you have the original structural drawings?" "Yes, I'll send them to you later," Lu Ming replied. The entire inspection took nearly 2 hours. Min-Yuan ran up and down 3 times, even taking photos of the width of the fire exits and the locations of the distribution boxes. Back in the conference room at Xincheng Building, Min-Yuan connected his tablet to the projector and brought up the photos he had just taken. "Conclusion first," he said, standing in front of the projection screen. "The skeleton of this building is fine, frame structure, sufficient ceiling height, reasonable column spacing, but the internal spatial planning is, frankly, a total mess." He pointed to a panoramic photo of the first floor. In the supermarket area, the aisle width is only 1.6 meters, 2 shopping carts side by side would block it. The shelves are 2.2 meters high, blocking natural light and making the entire space dark and oppressive. He switched to a photo of the second floor. The glass partitions on the second floor cut the space into tiny blocks. Each shop is less than 20 square meters, making it hard even to turn around inside. This layout was suitable for wholesale markets 10 years ago, not modern retail. He switched again to the third floor. The third floor has the biggest issues. The smoke exhaust system in the dining area is severely aged, causing oil fumes to back up. There are no isolation measures between the children's area and the dining area, which is a major safety hazard. Min-Yuan turned off the projector and turned to face Lu Ming. "If you just want to renovate and reopen, I can give you a quote. It can be done for under 3 million. But if you want to do what you said, something that surpasses Pang Donglai." He paused for a moment. "Then we have to strip it to the bone and start over from the skeleton." "What's the specific plan?" Lu Ming asked. Min-Yuan grabbed a marker from the whiteboard and drew a box, dividing it into 3 levels. First floor, no traditional supermarket. Instead, a boutique fresh market plus a community service center. Aisle width expanded to 3 meters, replace fixed shelves with movable islands, and periodically adjust the displays to keep things fresh. He drew a few curved lines in the second floor section. Second floor, all partitions removed to create an open-plan brand collection area. Leave a landscape gallery in the middle, and zone by category rather than by individual shops. In the third floor section, he drew a large circle. Third floor, experience zone. Half for themed dining, a food street with a sense of design. The other half for parent-child entertainment and cultural space, book bars, handicraft workshops, and a small cinema. Keep people here, make them want to stay for an extra 2 hours. He put down the marker. Construction time, I need 45 days. Design and supervision fees, 1.2 million. Construction costs are separate. Following this standard, it won't be less than 8 million. A total of nearly 10 million. Lu Yuan's palm sweated as she listened nearby, the numbers in her notebook growing larger and larger. Can the construction time be compressed to 30 days? Lu Ming asked. Min-Yuan shook his head. I can increase the construction crews to 2 shifts for 24-hour work, but the customization cycle for building materials can't be shortened. Especially the tempered glass for the atrium and the custom islands, the fastest the suppliers can ship is 20 days. 35 days is the absolute limit. 35 days, fine. Lu Ming stood up and walked to the whiteboard to look at the sketches. Design and supervision fees will be paid in full on the day the contract is signed. Construction fees will be paid according to progress. President Lu, I need to go back and produce a formal proposal. It will take about. The sooner, the better, Lu Ming said. 5 days, He Mingyuan said. I'll work overtime when I get back. By the time they saw off the people from Dingyuan, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Lu Yuan went out to buy several boxed lunches, and the 3 of them crouched at the first-floor reception desk to eat. Shun Li, holding a piece of braised pork with her chopsticks, suddenly said, "President Lu, there's something I need to tell you. While you were at Wanjiafu for the inspection this morning, someone came looking for you." Lu Ming chewed his food. Who? He didn't leave a name. He was in his 40s, wearing a black jacket and driving a white Land Rover. He asked the front desk if you were in. I said no and asked what it was about. He said it wasn't urgent and he'd come back another day. Did he say why he was looking for me? He didn't. Shun Li put down her chopsticks. But before he left, he stood in the plaza for 5 minutes and took photos of this building with his phone. Lu Ming stopped chewing. Lu Yuan looked up. A white Land Rover? There can't be many people in our county who can drive a Land Rover. Shun Li pulled up a photo on her phone. She had taken it from the second-floor window. In the image, a white Land Rover Range Rover was parked at the edge of the plaza, its license plate clearly visible. Lu Ming glanced at the plate. A local license plate. Lu Ming stared at the photo, his brow furrowing slightly. In Yunmeng County, anyone driving such a car was either rich or influential. Coming to his territory to take photos for no reason was definitely not just passing through. He pondered for a moment, then forwarded the photo to Ju Yang, Section Chief Ju. "Help me take a look. Does this car look familiar?" Less than 10 seconds after the message was sent, Ju Yang's phone call came through directly. "President Lu, how did this person end up looking for you?" "I don't know him." Lu Ming switched his phone to the other hand. "Why don't you tell me whose car it is?" "President Lu, I know that car owner." "Hu Kuei." He made his fortune in building materials wholesale over the years. Building materials. On the surface, yes. Section Chief Ju lowered his voice. But his real money-making business isn't in that. In recent years, basically all the municipal projects, road repairs, and school renovations in Yunmeng County have used his building materials. He's been operating in the county for over a decade. He has people above him and a bunch of brothers below him. Lu Ming leaned back in his chair, the receiver pressed to his ear. "He definitely knows about you buying Xincheng Building. Now that you've taken Wanjiafu as well, it means the 2 largest commercial assets in the new city district have fallen to an outsider youth within a week. Don't you think he'd be anxious?" "What's he anxious about?" "Think about it. A renovation project of Wanjiafu scale, building materials, construction, decoration, is a contract worth at least several million. When Wang Dafa was around, that kind of work always went to Hu Kuei." Lu Ming connected all this information in his mind. The cake in the county town was only so big. He had taken 2 bites in a row, and someone was getting restless. "Section Chief Ju, thanks. I've got a handle on it." At 10 o'clock the next morning, Hu Kuei came again. This time, he didn't come empty-handed. The white Land Rover parked right in the middle of the plaza. The trunk opened, and a young man following him carried down 2 boxes of things. One box was Maotai, the Feitian variety, in its original unopened case. The other box was a gift set of vouchers for Yangcheng Lake hairy crabs. Lu Ming walked out of the general manager's office, straightened his collar, and went downstairs. In the first-floor lobby, Hu Kuei was already standing in front of the reception desk. Just like the photo Shun Li had taken yesterday, he wore a black jacket, but today he had changed into a deep blue polo shirt underneath with the collar turned up. He was about 1.75 meters tall with a sturdy build, short thick fingers, and neatly trimmed nails. There was plenty of flesh on his face, but it wasn't flabby fat, it was the kind of thickness cultivated from years of drinking and socializing. When he saw Lu Ming coming downstairs, he immediately put on a smile, stepped forward a couple of paces, and proactively extended his hand. "President Lu, I've heard so much about you." "Mr. Hu, a rare guest indeed." "Not at all, not at all. Hukuei let go of his hand and patted Lu Ming's shoulder, a very familiar gesture. I came by yesterday but didn't see you, so I made a special trip today to congratulate President Lu on his move. He turned his head and gave a look to the young man behind him. The young man immediately carried the 2 boxes in and respectfully placed them on the reception desk. A small token of my regard, please accept it. Lu Ming glanced at them. Feitian Mao Tai, a case of 6 bottles, with a market price of nearly 20,000. The Hairy Crab vouchers, a box of 8, printed with premium 8-pack. Mr. Hu is too polite. Lu Ming didn't refuse, nor did he touch the 2 boxes. Let's sit upstairs. The 2 went up to the 2nd floor and entered the general manager's office. Shen Li brewed 2 cups of tea and brought them in. When Hukuei took the tea, his gaze lingered on Shen Li for half a second before pulling back. President Lu is young and promising. Hukuei held the teacup. I've been in business for 20 years, and this is the first time I've seen a young man in his 20s who could take over an asset of Xincheng Building's scale. Mr. Hu flatters me. It's not flattery. Hukuei set down his teacup. I didn't see you when I came yesterday, I just spoke with the receptionist and left. After I got back, I asked around and only then did I find out that President Lu didn't just buy this building, but also took over Wang Dafa's Wanjiafu. Lu Ming took a sip of tea. Hukuei continued, taking Wanjiafu for 15 million isn't expensive. That mall had already rotted in old Wang's hands. To have someone take it off his hands is his good fortune. He knew this number too. Lu Ming now had a clear idea. Yunmeng County was only this big, news traveled faster than the wind. The building purchase was spread through the government system, and the Wanjiafu matter either came from Wang Dafa's loose lips or leaked from manager Liu's side. In short, as long as a matter passed through 3 pairs of lips, the whole county would know. Mr. Hu, you didn't come today just to give gifts, right? If you have something to say, please speak plainly. President Lu is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. Hukuei placed his teacup on the coffee table and leaned forward. I heard that Wanjiafu is going to undergo a major renovation. That is the plan. Renovation means work, and work means materials. Cement, steel, sand, timber, basically all these things in the county go through me. I also have a very experienced construction team under me. Hukuei held out one hand, 5 fingers spread wide. 50%. The price I'll give President Lu is 50% off the market price. Building materials at half price meant Lu Ming's construction costs would be cut in half. To any boss, this was an irresistible temptation. But there was no such thing as a free lunch. I appreciate Mr. Hu's kindness. Lu Ming set his teacup on the table. But with a 50% price, what are you after? Hukuei was waiting for exactly those words. He straightened his posture and rested both hands on his knees. President Lu, I've been in the building materials business for 20 years. Half the roads, bridges, and buildings in Yunmeng County use my materials. But these past 2 years haven't been good. Infrastructure projects in the county are fewer and fewer, and the real estate market has cooled. My production capacity is sitting there, and just supporting my workers every month is a significant expense. You're investing in the county. Whether it's building structures, repairing roads, or constructing factories in the future, the volume of work won't be small. I'll give you materials at half price, and you give me a long-term supply contract. As the volume picks up, my capacity won't sit idle, and your costs will be kept down. We each get what we need. Put that way, the logic held up. But Lu Ming didn't take the bait. Hukuei's building materials empire covered 70% of the county's market. If a long-term supply contract were signed, his raw materials would permeate everything from the foundation to the roof. He would decide the quality, he would decide the supply pace, and he would decide the payment terms. The 50% discount in the beginning was a sweet date, but the stick for later was still hidden in his pocket. Lu Ming stood up, walked to the window, and turned back to look at Hukuei with a smile. I felt Mr. Hu's sincerity. To be honest, I'm very tempted by the 50% price. However, although my company was just established, everything must be done according to the rules. For such a large procurement project, if I don't follow a bidding process, I won't be able to answer to the future board of directors, and the finance and legal departments won't let it pass. How about this? I'll issue the procurement standards as soon as possible. At that time, Mr. Who's Coation Building Materials is more than welcome to participate in the bidding. With your strength, wouldn't winning the contract be a sure thing? Hukuei's smile didn't change, but his eyes shifted. A public tender? Correct. Hukuei stood up and patted non-existent dust off his pant legs. President Lu's methods are very standard. He walked to the door, paused, and turned around. But President Lu is a newcomer, you might not understand. Projects in Yunmeng County have never gone through bidding. Lu Ming turned to face him, they didn't before because no one who insisted on it had appeared. The two locked eyes for a second. Hukuei grinned again and patted the door frame. Interesting. Then I'll wait for President Lu's bidding announcement. He strode downstairs, his leather shoes clicking sharply against the floor tiles. The roar of an engine starting came from the plaza, fading into the distance. Shen Li walked over from next door and leaned against the door frame. He's gone. Gone. What should we do with the Moutai and hairy crabs? Send them back. He didn't leave an address. Lu Ming thought for a moment. Then just leave them. We'll open them during the company dinner at the end of the year. Later, find an opportunity to look into his company and send a reciprocal gift back. Okay. President Lu, there's one more thing. Regarding the title transfer for Wan Jiafu, lawyer Fang just sent a message. The Housing Administration Bureau says it can't be processed for the time being. Lu Ming's footsteps halted. For what reason? Shen Li handed over her phone. Lawyer Fang Yu's message was only a single line. There is an uncancelled mortgage registration on the Wan Jiafu land. Mortgagee, Coation Building Materials Group Company, Limited. Number 23. He handed the phone back to Shen Li, walked back behind his desk to sit down, picked up the cold teacup on the table, and took a sip. The tea had already become astringent and bitter. Shen Li stood where she was, waiting for his reaction. Lu Yuan leaned half her body out from the finance office next door, clearly having seen lawyer Fang's message as well. Brother, what does this mean? Wang Dafar mortgaged Wan Jiafu to Hukuei. Lu Ming didn't answer. He picked up his phone and dialed lawyer Fang's number. It was picked up after only 2 rings. Lawyer Fang, have you cleared up the matter regarding the mortgage registration? Lawyer Fang Yu's voice was very steady, I've checked. This mortgage was made 2 years ago with a registered amount of 3 million. At that time, Wan Jiafu needed to renovate the dining area on the 3rd floor, and Wang Dafar was short on cash. He borrowed 3 million from Hukuei and used the mall's land use rights as collateral. Has the loan been paid off? That's exactly where the problem lies. Lawyer Fang Yu paused for a moment. I went to the Housing Administration Bureau this afternoon and pulled the mortgage registration files. The records show that the repayment deadline for this loan was June of last year. In other words, if Wang Dafar had paid it off, he should have gone to handle the cancellation procedures after June of last year, but he didn't. Is it that the money wasn't repaid, or that it was repaid but the registration wasn't cancelled? I called Wang Dafar and he said the money was paid off long ago, but Hukuei has been dragging his feet and refusing to cooperate with the cancellation. Cancelling a mortgage registration requires both parties to be present to sign. The mortgagee's absence means it cannot be cancelled unilaterally. Lu Ming rubbed his fingers together and placed them at the tip of his nose. He understood. This mortgage was a nail planted by Hukuei. The 3 million yuan loan might indeed have been paid off, but as long as he didn't go to sign the cancellation, this nail would remain driven into Wan Jiafu's land. Without the transfer of ownership, Lu Ming's 10 million yuan down payment would be as good as gone. Yesterday he came to deliver Moutai and crabs, smiling broadly and acting like a brother, talking about supplying at a 50% discount. Then he turns around and chokes you at the ownership transfer stage. Give a sweet date first, then show the knife. A clever tactic. Lawyer Fang, is there any legal way to force the cancellation? There is, but the process is very long. Lawyer Fang Yu spoke very bluntly. If Wang Dafa can provide complete repayment vouchers to prove the debt has been cleared, we can apply to the court to confirm the termination of the mortgage right, and then use the court's judgment to handle the cancellation unilaterally at the Housing Administration Bureau. However, from filing the lawsuit to getting a judgment, the ordinary procedure takes at least 3 months. The summary procedure is faster, about a month and a half. He couldn't afford to wait. Lawyer Fang, is there an even faster way? Yes, a transfer with mortgage. What does that mean? Lu Ming was puzzled. The latest provisions of the Civil Code state that a property can be transferred even with an existing mortgage. This was originally set up to facilitate the circulation of residential housing, but there are also cases in judicial practice used for commercial real estate. However what? Lu Ming asked. Even after the transfer, this mortgage right still exists. Is there any other way? On the other end of the phone, Lawyer Fang Yu's voice lowered slightly. There is another way. If Wang Dafa's repayment vouchers are flawless, I can first apply for pre-litigation preservation to freeze Hukuei's rights under this mortgage registration, while simultaneously applying for a fast-track trial procedure. How fast at the earliest? If the court cooperates, 7 working days. Then let's take that path. Mr. Lu, I must remind you of one thing. Lawyer Fang Yu's tone didn't change, but her wording was more cautious than before. Pre-litigation preservation requires the applicant to provide a guarantee. Usually, it's 100% of the subject matter amount, which is 3 million. 3 million is not a problem. Also, Lawyer Fang Yu paused. Hukuei's network in the county is not weak. If we go through judicial procedures and he exerts pressure from the middle, the fast-track trial could be dragged out into an ordinary procedure. Lu Ming gripped his phone, glanced out the window, remembered Wang Dafa's words, and then asked Lawyer Fang Yu a question. Lawyer Fang, are you familiar with President Zhao of the court? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Lawyer Fang Yu didn't ask, how do you know about my relationship with President Zhao? She was a smart person and knew that in a place like Yunmeng County, there were no secrets. He is my uncle. For words, clean and simple. Then for this matter, you'll need to give President Zhao a heads up. Mr. Lu, Lawyer Fang Yu's tone was flat. I can make this call, but I hope you understand that this isn't going through the back door, but rather increasing efficiency within the legal framework. Cases with clear facts and sufficient evidence should have been fast-tracked in the first place. I understand. I'll keep an eye on the repayment vouchers. I'll urge Wang Dafa today to organize all the bank statements and receipts. If there are no issues, the case can be filed as early as the day after tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work. It's part of the job, included in the consultant fee. After hanging up, Lu Ming placed his phone on the table. Lu Yuan walked in from the doorway, still clutching her notebook. Brother, Hukuei is doing this on purpose, right? Of course it's on purpose. Then what is he after? Just to force you to buy his building materials. Lu Ming shook his head. Building materials are just the entry point. What he wants is a long-term tie-in. A big spender who throws money around has appeared in the county. If he doesn't take a bite, he'd be failing the network he's cultivated all these years. So what are you going to do? Give in? Give in? Lu Ming chuckled. Have you ever seen me give in? Well, no, Lu Yuan curled her lip, but you've never dealt with someone like this before. This isn't like writing copy in Shanghai where you just tap on a keyboard and it's done. With someone like Hukuei, if you try to use force, he'll be even more ruthless than you. So we won't use force. Lu Ming stood up and walked to the window. We'll let Lawyer Fang follow the legal procedures and have it resolved within 7 days. Can 7 days really work? Lawyer Fang Yu's uncle is President Zhao of the county court. This network of yours, was it intentional or just a stroke of luck? A bit of luck. Lu Yuan closed her notebook, thought for a moment, and then flipped it open again. Then during these 7 days, What about the renovation at Wonjiafu? The design team has already returned to Xuchang to produce the plans. We can't just sit around and wait. We won't wait. Lu Ming returned to the desk. Although large-scale structural modifications have to wait until after the ownership transfer for reporting and approval, the preliminary preparation work can start immediately. For example, clearing all movable waste inside, demolishing non-load-bearing walls, and resurveying and designing the water, electricity, heating, and ventilation pipelines. Let's get these jobs moving. Don't let the whole project stall because of one person. He looked at Shen Li, who had been silent the whole time, and issued a new instruction. Shen Li, go find the address of Hukuei's company. Return the Maotai and hairy crabs he sent exactly as they came, and then, in our company's name, attach an equivalent opening gift. Lu Ming paused and added, you don't need to say anything, just deliver the items. He will understand. At 3 in the afternoon, she left the Xincheng building carrying those 2 boxes. The Maotai remained untouched, and the plastic wrap on the hairy crab voucher hadn't even been removed. In addition, she had bought an equivalent gift box of Wuliangi and 2 cartons of Huanghalu 1916 cigarettes. The office address of Kuaisheng Building Materials was on Industrial Road in the Old City area. 4 or 5 construction vehicles were parked at the entrance, and red bricks and steel bars were piled up in the courtyard. The security guard stopped her, but after she stated the name of Yu Meng Investment, he made a phone call and let her in 2 minutes later. The receptionist was a young man in his early 20s with a buzz cut, wearing a grey polo shirt with the Kuaisheng logo. I'm here to see Mr. Hu. Shen Li moved the 2 boxes to the front desk. Mr. Hu isn't here, he went out. That's fine, just leave the things here. Shen Li placed the Maotai and the hairy crab voucher on the counter, then set the gift from Yu Meng Investment next to them. This is what Mr. Hu sent to our company earlier. Our Mr. Lu said he appreciates the gesture, but company policy forbids accepting external gifts, so we are returning them as they were. This one next to it is a return gift from our company, please pass it on to Mr. Hu. Shen Li didn't linger and turned to leave. As she drove out of the Kuaisheng gate, she saw in her rearview mirror that the young man was already on the phone. News traveled fast. At 4 that afternoon, Lu Ming's phone rang. It wasn't Hukuei calling, it was Zhu Yang. Mr. Lu, did you return Hukuei's Maotai? I did. It spread throughout the whole county. Zhu Yang's voice was very low. Hukuei's people are ranting on WeChat moments. They didn't name names, but anyone who knows the situation understands who they're talking about. They're saying things like, some people don't know the rules, they refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Expected. In the interpersonal circles of the county, returning a gift was a greater slap in the face than a refusal. When refused, the other party could still find an excuse for themselves, maybe they really have a policy. Returning a gift, especially returning it unopened, was equivalent to saying, I don't think much of your things. Hukuei wouldn't swallow this insult. But making him uncomfortable was exactly what Lu Ming needed. Only when he was uncomfortable would he become anxious, and only when he was anxious would he reveal more flaws. Section Chief Zhu, thanks. He hung up. Lu Ming put his phone down and stared at the ceiling for a while, lost in thought. Lu Yuan walked in carrying 2 glasses of water and pushed one toward him. Who was that on the phone? Zhu Yang. What did he say? About that 100 mu plot of land. Lu Ming didn't want Lu Yuan to worry, so he made up a casual lie. Lu Yuan sat down opposite him, crossed her legs on the chair, and cracked sunflower seeds she had bought from the convenience store downstairs. Brother, let me ask you something. Go ahead. Aren't you worried? Hukuei has been in the county for 20 years. I heard he's close with people in the Public Security Bureau, the Urban Management Bureau, and the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau. Returning his gift is like slapping him in the face. What if he plays dirty? Lu Ming thought for a moment and said, within the rules, I'll play however he wants. But if he tries to pressure me with underhanded tactics, he'll have to think twice. All right then. Lu Yuan handed Lu Ming a handful of shelled sunflower seeds. Lu Ming took them. By the way, we'll have plenty of mergers and acquisitions in the future. As the financial director, you need to conduct thorough due diligence, otherwise, we'll keep running into similar troubles. Got it. The next morning, Lawyer Fang Yu, wearing a black suit, carried her briefcase and walked into the case filing hall of the Yunmeng County People's Court at exactly 9 o'clock. Of the 4 windows, only 2 were open, and there were very few people in line. The county's judicial system was as quiet as its business environment. It had been months since a decent case had been filed. She submitted the materials at window number 2. The filing judge was an old man nearing retirement. He flipped through a few pages and saw that the plaintiff was Lu Ming, the defendant was Kuaisheng Building Materials Group Company, Limited, the cause of action was dispute over the extinguishment of mortgage rights, and the subject matter was 3 million. The old man looked up and peered at Lawyer Fang Yu through his reading glasses. Lawyer Fang, this case. The facts are clear, the evidence is sufficient, and it meets the conditions for expedited case processing. Lawyer Fang Yu pushed over a stack of bank statements and copies of receipts. The defendant's loan has been fully repaid. These are the repayment vouchers, the dates, amounts, and recipients all match up. At the same time, I am applying for pre-litigation preservation, and the security deposit is ready. The old man flipped through 2 more pages of bank statements, his lips moved, but he didn't say anything. Lawyer Fang Yu's identity was no secret in this court system. She was the niece of President Zhao, a legitimate law school graduate, and had returned to the county 8 years ago without ever losing a case. It wasn't because she used backdoors, but because she had the chain of evidence locked down tight before taking a case, making it impossible for anyone to find a way to help the other side, even if they wanted to. I've accepted the materials. The old man squared the documents. The ruling for the pre-litigation preservation will be issued this afternoon. And the case? It's been scheduled for expedited processing, as soon as possible. Lawyer Fang Yu nodded and turned to leave the filing hall. Walking to the entrance of the court, she took out her phone and sent a message to Lu Ming. Case filed. Pre-litigation preservation ruling will be issued this afternoon. After putting her phone away, she stood on the steps for a few seconds and looked up at the faded national emblem on top of the court building. A gust of wind blew by, messing up the loose hair at her temples. She reached up to smooth it back, then walked down the steps, her leather shoes clicking rhythmically against the concrete pavement. When the news reached Xincheng Building, Lu Ming was in the first-floor lobby checking the preliminary clearance plan for Jiafu with Shun Li. Shun Li had drawn a Gantt chart on the whiteboard, breaking the 35-day renovation cycle into 6 stages. Clearance and demolition, water and electricity exploration, structural reinforcement, main construction, equipment installation, and soft furnishing finishing. The first 3 stages can run parallel to the transfer process. Shun Li pointed to the timeline for the first 2 weeks. Clearance and demolition do not involve property rights changes, and water and electricity exploration are non-destructive operations that don't require filing for construction. What really needs to wait until after the transfer is complete is the structural reinforcement and the subsequent construction. Lu Ming looked at the chart and made a calculation in his mind. If Lawyer Fang Yu got the verdict within 7 days and the transfer took another 3 to 5 days, counting from today, Jiafu would be completely under his name in at most 12 days. 12 days plus the subsequent 23 days of construction, totaling 35 days, would hit exactly the deadline given by He Mingyuan. Do we have enough manpower? He asked. For the clearance, I found a demolition team in the county, 12 people, who can enter the site tomorrow. Shun Li crossed out a to-do item on the whiteboard. For water and electricity exploration, I've already contacted a partner from Xuchang Dingyuan, they'll arrive the day after tomorrow. Lu Ming nodded. His phone vibrated. Lawyer Fang Yu's message came in. After reading it, he handed the phone to Shun Li. Shun Li glanced at the screen and raised an eyebrow. Lawyer Fang's efficiency is not low. Her efficiency isn't what's important, the court's efficiency is. Lu Ming put his phone away. Now we wait to see how Hu Kuei reacts. Hu Kuei's reaction came faster than expected. at 5:20 that afternoon, in the office of Kuei Building Materials. Kuei received a phone notification from the court. The pre-litigation preservation ruling had been issued, freezing his mortgage registration rights on the land use rights of Wanjiafu. Simply put, from this moment on, he could neither exercise the mortgage rights nor transfer them. This nail driven into the Wanjiafu land had been poured over with concrete by the court's ruling. It could neither be pulled out nor driven any deeper. Kuei hung up the phone. 5 or 6 cigarette butts were scattered haphazardly in the ashtray in front of him. He picked up his phone, scrolled to a contact in his address book with no name and only a phone number, and dialed it. It rang 3 times, and the other party answered. "Old Who, what's up?" There was the sound of people playing mahjong in the background. "Brother Jong, there's an expedited case at the court, can you help me drag it out?" There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. "What case?" "A dispute over the extinguishment of mortgage rights, subject matter 3 million, the plaintiff is a young man named Lu, and the lawyer is lawyer Fang Yu." The sound of mahjong on the other end stopped. After another 2 seconds, the other party's voice dropped. "Lawyer Fang Yu is handling it." "Yeah." A sigh came from the other end of the line. "Old Who, I can't help you with this." Number 25. "Old Who, you know what lawyer Fang Yu is like." Zhong Ji's voice was even lower than before. "She doesn't take cases easily, but once she does, the chain of evidence is airtight." "You want me to stall?" "Stall for what?" "Until President Zhao personally looks into it." Kuei gripped his phone, his temples throbbing. "Zhong Ji, I'm not asking you to overturn the case, just stall for 10 days or a couple of weeks." "Old Who, listen to my advice." The other party interrupted him. This young man named Lu bought a building and took over a shopping mall within 3 days. Do you think he doesn't have anyone backing him? Moreover, lawyer Fang Yu is President Zhao's own niece. Your mortgage claim was already groundless, the money has been paid off, yet you're stalling on the cancellation. The judge isn't blind. So I should just swallow this. A soft sound came from the other end of the phone, like someone slamming a mahjong tile onto a table. Whether you swallow it or not is your business, but don't drag me down to choke with you. The call ended. Kuei slapped his phone onto the desk, 3 empty cigarette boxes and a stack of delivery slips bounced along with it. He paced back and forth in his office. 20 years. He had been rooted in Yunmeng County for 20 years. From the early days of riding a tricycle to deliver sand and gravel to construction sites, to now, where Kuei Building Materials covered 70% of the county's market share. What kind of boss hadn't he seen? What kind of situation hadn't he settled? A 25-year-old greenhorn comes back for 3 to 5 days, buys a building, takes over a mall, returns his Mao Tai, and sues him. If Kuei suffered such a loss in silence, how could he keep showing his face in the county? He picked up his phone, scrolled to Lu Ming's number, and dialed. It rang 3 times. "Hello. Mr. Lu, it's Kuei." "Mr. Hu, what a coincidence. I was also wondering when to give you a call." Kuei gripped the phone and walked a few steps toward the window, suppressing his anger. "You sued me." "It's not suing you, it's confirming the extinguishment of the mortgage right." Lu Ming's tone was calm. "The 3 million you lent to Wang Dafa was paid off long ago. The bank statements and receipts are all there. You should know this well, Mr. Hu." "It doesn't matter what I know." Kuei raised his voice. "Do you think doing this is appropriate?" There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds. "Mr. Hu, I invited you for tea, didn't I?" "What?" "The last time you came to my company, I brewed lapsang souching, and you had 2 cups. I remember you even complimented it, saying the tea was good." Kuei frowned, not knowing why he was bringing this up. Lu Ming continued, "Before you came, I didn't know you. You brought Mao Tai and crabs, and I invited you to sit and have tea, chatting politely for half an hour. When you proposed a 50% discount on supplies, I didn't refuse on the spot, I only said we'd follow the bidding process. And then? Then I went to process the transfer of 1 jiafu and found your company's mortgage on the land. 3 million, paid off, yet not cancelled. Both ends of the line fell silent. Mr. Hu, I brewed the tea, but you were the one who shed all pretense of politeness. Hu Kuei's Adam's apple bobbed. He knew Lu Ming was telling the truth. He had kept the mortgage on purpose. When Wang Dafar paid back the money, he made an excuse to delay the cancellation, thinking it might come in handy later. He hadn't expected 1 jiafu to actually change owners. This snail had turned from a just-in-case into a bargaining chip to choke someone. Mr. Lu, listen to me. Hu Kuei changed his tone. This mortgage issue was my oversight. I did receive Wang Dafar's repayment, but I just haven't found the time to handle the paperwork. So, have you found the time now? I'll have Lawyer Fang wait for you at the Housing Administration Bureau this afternoon. Bring your official seal, legal representative ID, and power of attorney. Both parties will sign for the cancellation together. If you come today, I'll withdraw the lawsuit, the pre-litigation preservation will be lifted simultaneously, and we can still be friends. Hu Kuei rubbed his fingers against the seam of his trousers. He was well aware of another thing: if he didn't go and a summary judgment was issued, he would not only have to cooperate with the cancellation but also bear the litigation costs and compensation for the preservation guarantee's losses. With a 3 million yuan claim, the compensation and legal fees would add up to nearly 200,000 gone. What was even more fatal was that once the judgment was issued, it would be public. Kueisheng Building Materials would be judged by the court to have maliciously refused to cancel a mortgage registration, and you could forget about any future bidding. What time? Hu Kuei asked sullenly. Lu Ming checked his watch and said, 5 o'clock, the real estate registration hall on the 2nd floor of the Housing Administration Bureau. Understood. The call ended. Lu Ming put down his phone and leaned back into his chair. Lu Yuan stood at the door, holding a plate of sliced watermelon, her mouth slightly agape. Is it settled? Not yet. It only counts once the papers are signed. I overheard a bit at the door just now. Lu Yuan placed the watermelon on the desk. Brother, when you were talking to him, I got goosebumps. What's wrong? Your tone was exactly like a debt collector's. Gentle, polite, and even saving face for him. But every sentence implied that if he didn't pay up, you'd ruin him. Lu Ming poked a piece of watermelon with a fork and stuffed it into his mouth. I call this persuading people with reason. I call you a smiling tiger. In the afternoon, Lu Ming arrived at the Housing Administration Bureau. Lawyer Fang Yu was already waiting in the 2nd floor hall, holding a transparent folder containing the pre-prepared cancellation application forms. Hu Kuei arrived as well. He wasn't wearing that black jacket today. Instead, he had changed into a dark business coat, his expression stiff. Behind him was a middle-aged man with glasses, likely his company's legal counsel or accountant, carrying a briefcase. The four met in front of the real estate registration window. Hu Kuei didn't look at Lu Ming, he first glanced at Lawyer Fang Yu. Lawyer Fang Yu also glanced at him and nodded without saying a word. The window staff had already printed out the mortgage cancellation templates. Both parties signed, stamped, and left thumbprints. The process moved very quickly. In less than 20 minutes, a mortgage right cancellation certificate stamped with the red seal of the Real Estate Registration Center was handed to Lawyer Fang Yu. Lawyer Fang Yu took the certificate and checked the serial number and date. The formalities are complete. She looked up at Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked up to Hu Kuei. Mr. Hu, thank you for your cooperation. I'll withdraw the lawsuit on my end, and the pre-litigation preservation will be lifted immediately. Hu Kuei said with a fake smile, a fine move, Mr. Lu. It's not really a move. Lu Ming stepped aside slightly to make way for him. I'm just following the rules. Hu Kuei stared at him for 2 seconds, then turned and strode into the elevator. The elevator numbers jumped down to the 1st floor, and the sound of footsteps faded away. Lawyer Fang Yu closed the folder and turned her head. He won't let this go. Let him be. Now that the mortgage is cancelled, the transfer of 1 jiafu can proceed normally. I'll come to submit the transfer application tomorrow morning. Lu Ming nodded. By the way, if 1 jiafu is to be renovated, you need to file a report with the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau. Only after filing can the renovation proceed normally. Before even entering the house, he smelled the aroma of fried peanuts mixed with the characteristic pungent scent of baijiu. He pushed open the door to the main hall, where 4 dishes were set on the dining table: the peanuts, smashed cucumbers, braised pig ears, and a plate of scrambled eggs. A bottle of Baofeng liquor stood on the table, more than half empty. Lu Jiongwo sat in the seat of honor, his face flushed with a boozy red. Opposite him was third uncle Lu Jianjun, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, using chopsticks to bring a slice of pig ear to his mouth. Lu Ming had watched these 2 men in their 50s, one taciturn and the other loudmouthed, drinking together since he was a child. "You're back?" Lu Jiongwo lifted his chin. "Have you eaten?" "I had a boxed meal at the company." "You call a boxed meal eating?" Lu Jianjun pulled out the chair next to him and patted it twice. "Sit down and have a few drinks." Lu Ming didn't refuse and pulled up the chair to sit down. His mother brought a bowl of egg drop soup out from the kitchen and placed it in front of him. She gave him a look, said nothing, and turned back to the kitchen. Lu Jianjun pulled an unopened bottle of Baofeng from under the table, twisted off the cap, and poured Lu Ming half a glass. "Come on, nephew, your uncle toasts you. You're becoming more and more improper." Lu Jiongwo pressed down Lu Jianjun's glass. "Since when does an elder toast a junior?" Lu Ming picked up his glass, clinked it against his third uncle's, and said, "Uncle, I should be the one toasting you." After draining it in one gulp, Lu Ming asked, "How did third uncle have time to come over today?" "Oh, I was passing by to deliver some parts and decided to stop in." Lu Jianjun chewed on a peanut. "I heard you returned Hukuei's Maotai." Lu Ming set down his glass. "News travels fast." Lu Jianjun rested his chopsticks on the edge of his bowl. "Returning the Maotai is one thing, but you actually sued him in court." Lu Jiongwo sipped from his cup in small gulps, his eyes fixed on the peanuts on the table. "It's not about suing him." Lu Ming picked up a cucumber with his chopsticks. "He left an uncancelled mortgage on the 1 jiafu land, which is preventing me from transferring the title. I'm just following legal procedures to make him cooperate with the paperwork. It's a standard process." Lu Jianjun took a breath, put down his chopsticks, and leaned forward. "Mingzi, I'm not saying you're wrong. In terms of logic, you're right. If someone hasn't cancelled a mortgage after the debt is paid, you should sue. But doing business in the county, logic alone isn't enough." "What do you mean?" "I know Hukuei better than you do." Lu Jianjun lowered his voice. "He came from out of town in the 90s. He started by hauling bricks and cement on construction sites, then followed a contractor and learned the ropes. In the early 2000s, he went out on his own, dealing in sand and gravel. Back then, the county was developing the new city district, with roads and houses being built everywhere. He caught the right time." Lu Jianjun poured himself another half glass of liquor. "Over the years, he's become incredibly well connected in the county. No one can say for sure how much he's given to people in the relevant departments, but the results are there. For 20 years, Kuaisheng Building Materials has never lost a bid." Lu Ming chewed on a cucumber and didn't respond. "Last year when that road in the West City was renovated, the sand and gravel used were his. Some people whispered that the materials didn't meet the standards, but the contractor's quality inspector signed the certificate anyway. No one dared to say a word. Things like this happen all the time. That's just how capable he is." Lu Jianjun took a sip and wiped his mouth. "Returning his gift is like telling everyone in the county, I don't play with Hukuei. Suing him is like telling him, I'm not afraid of you. Separately, neither is wrong. But together, you're backing him into a corner. Who could tolerate that?" Lu Jiongwo, who had been silent, finally spoke. "Your third uncle is right." Lu Ming turned to look at his father. Lu Jiongwo set down his glass. "Mingzi, your dad isn't well educated and hasn't done big business, but there's one thing I understand clearly. He paused, tapping the table with his chopsticks. The poor don't fight the rich, and the rich don't fight the officials. You have to be tactful in how you handle things. Lu Jiongwo looked into Lu Ming's eyes. Being tactful isn't about being a coward or spineless. It's about getting your business done while making others feel comfortable. You don't have to accept the gift, but you could have invited him to dinner and spoken politely face to face. Once things are out in the open at the dinner table, you give him enough face while still getting what you want. You'd have one more path and one less wall. Lu Ming bit his chopsticks and remained silent. Now that you've returned his gift and sued him in court, you might have won, but have you thought about it? In the future, when you're building roads, constructing buildings, or outfitting malls in the county, which of those doesn't involve building materials? Hukue controls 70% of the sand, gravel, and steel channels in the county. If he won't sell to you, will you bring it in from outside? Not to mention the shipping costs doubling, how many local construction teams would dare take your job? He makes one phone call, and the workers could walk off the job that very day. Lu Jianjun nodded repeatedly. Exactly. The year your third uncle was building the factory, there was a welder introduced by Hukue. That welder's skill wasn't up to par, so I fired him. The next day, the warehouse supplying my steel plates said they were out of stock. Guess how it was finally resolved? I brought 2 cartons of cigarettes to his door and apologized. Hukue laughed and made a phone call, and the steel plates arrived the very next day. After finishing, Lu Jianjun sighed. That's how it is in a small county. The main hall went quiet for a moment. From the kitchen came the splashing sound of his mother scrubbing pots, mixed with the sound of opera from a phone. Lu Ming drained the remaining liquor in his glass. Dad, third uncle, I understand everything you've said. He set down the glass, his voice quiet but clear. I know the rules of the county, and it's not that I don't know how to handle social niceties. But there are some things I can't back down on. If I retreat once, everyone else will think I'm a pushover and they'll line up to pluck the fruits of my labor. Lu Jiongwo frowned. However, Lu Ming changed his tone. You're right, I can be more flexible in my approach. In the future, if I encounter something like this, I'll try to give enough face while still fighting for what matters. Lu Jiongwo glanced at him, nodded, and picked up a peanut with his chopsticks. Lu Jianjun's expression relaxed, and he poured his nephew another half glass. Now that's more like it. Come on, let's have another. The 3 of them clinked glasses again. Around 9 o'clock, Lu Jianjun rode off on his bike. Before leaving, he patted Lu Ming on the shoulder without saying another word. Lu Ming helped his mother take the dishes to the kitchen. While washing dishes, his mother suddenly remarked, your third uncle didn't just come here to talk about business today. Lu Ming's hand paused while drying a bowl. Some time ago, I asked your third aunt to act as a matchmaker for you. There's news. The girl has arranged to meet tomorrow afternoon. Are you free? Mom, I'm so busy with business right now, I really don't have time for this. Don't give me that. Isn't Jack Ma busier than you? He still got married and had kids, didn't he? A good wife brings prosperity for 3 generations. The main thing is you've reached the age. We didn't say anything while you were in Shanghai, but now that you're back, you can't delay any longer. The more you delay, the harder it'll be to find someone. Be good, go and meet her tomorrow afternoon. Here's her number, write it down. Lu Ming thought about it, shook his head helplessly, and noted down the number. Number 27. Environmental impact assessment is a catch-all term, it can be used to describe anything. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Lu Ming drove to the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau. The Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau was located on Government Street in the Old City area, 2 buildings away from the Finance Bureau. As soon as he entered the parking lot, he spotted Hukue's white Land Rover at a glance. A bad premonition welled up in his heart. Lu Ming shook his head and stepped into the lobby. Various notices were posted on the service windows in the first-floor lobby. The text was densely packed, and because the printer was low on toner, some words were so faint they were almost invisible. Lu Ming found the construction project filing window and handed over his materials. The female staff member at the window flipped through a couple of pages and looked up at him. Commercial complex renovation? This isn't handled here. Go to the 4th floor and find the construction management section. He went up to the 4th floor. The door to the construction management section was halfway open. The sound of a TV drama drifted out, and a man's phone was playing short videos on speaker. Lu Ming knocked twice on the door frame. Excuse me, who in the construction management section is in charge of commercial renovation filings? Before anyone could answer, a familiar voice came from behind him. Oh, what a coincidence. Is Mr. Lu here on business too? Lu Ming turned around to see that it was indeed Hu Kuei. Mr. Hu is here early as well. Yeah, Hu Kuei nodded. A step ahead of you, I just finished talking. You're here for a filing, right? Correct. All right, then I'll leave you to it. I'm heading out. Let's keep in touch by phone. If you need any help, just say the word. After Hu Kuei finished speaking, he gave a meaningful look to the clerk behind the window and left. The clerk behind the desk near the window was about 37 or 38, with a buzz cut and gold-rimmed glasses. A work ID pinned to his chest read Qian Jigang, Section Chief of Construction Management Section. He turned off the video on his phone and sized Lu Ming up. And you are? Lu Ming, from Yunmeng Investment Company, Limited. Lu Ming placed the document bag on the desk. These are the renovation filing materials for Wanjiafu Shopping Plaza in the New City District. Please take a look, Section Chief Qian. Qian Jigang opened the document bag, pulled out the materials, and flipped through them. The renovation plan summary, copies of the property deed, the design unit's qualification certificate, the construction safety commitment letter, everything was there. He flipped to the last page and stopped. This renovation scale isn't small. You're touching all 3 floors. Yes, a full internal renovation. We aren't touching the main structure. Qian Jigang closed the materials and pushed them back 2 inches. This matter won't be easy to handle. Lu Ming had expected this line but didn't take the bait, waiting for him to continue. Qian Jigang took off his glasses, wiped them, and put them back on slowly. Wanjiafu's location is within the core business district of the New City District. According to a new document issued by the city last year, renovations of commercial entities within the core business district must first pass an environmental impact assessment. There is no environmental assessment report in your materials. Lu Ming had consulted lawyer Fang Yu before coming, and he spoke according to what she had taught him. Wanjiafu is a commercial entity that has been built and operational for 5 years. I am doing internal renovations that do not increase the floor area or change the building's use. According to the declassified management list for environmental impact assessment of construction projects, an environmental assessment is not required in this case. Qian Jigang smiled. Mr. Lu, I'm more familiar with the regulations than you are. The list is the list, but last year the city issued the supplementary notice on strengthening environmental management for the renovation of urban commercial facilities. For commercial renovations in the New City District, regardless of size, the unified requirement is to do an environmental assessment first. May I see that document? Qian Jigang's finger tapped the desk twice. The document is in the archives. If you want to see it, I'll have someone retrieve it. However, someone from the archives is on a business trip today, and their return date is uncertain. Just wait for notification. Lu Ming took the document bag back from the desk and zipped it up unhurriedly. Section Chief Qian, please take the time to find that supplementary notice. I'll head back and wait for your call. Sure, I'll notify you as soon as there's news. Holding his enamel mug, Qian Jigang smiled as he saw his guest out. Lu Ming left the construction management section, turned to go downstairs, and pushed the door open to exit. The morning sunlight hit the plane trees on Government Street, casting mottled shadows on the ground. A sprinkler truck was slowly approaching from the end of the street, playing the music of orchid grass from its speakers. Lu Ming sat in the Maybach but didn't start the engine immediately. He took out his phone and first sent a message to lawyer Fang Yu. The construction management section of the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau is blocking the filing on the grounds of an environmental assessment, claiming there's a supplementary notice from the city. Help me check if this notice is real or fake, and find the full text. Lawyer Fang Yu's reply came quickly. Okay, I'll get back to you within half an hour. Then he dialed Shen Li's number. Have the clearance team at Wangjiafu pause for a day. Wait for my notice. What happened? The filing didn't pass. Shen Li didn't press for the reason, understood. Hanging up the phone, he started the car. As the Maybach drove out of Government Street, an old man selling Jianbing Guizi by the roadside looked up and stared at the ink-black behemoth for a long time. 20 minutes later, his phone lit up. It was a message from lawyer Fang Yu, with 2 screenshots attached. Found it. The supplementary notice on strengthening environmental management for the renovation of urban commercial facilities does indeed exist. It was issued jointly by the Municipal Bureau of Ecology and Environment and the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau last September. But the scope of application is clearly stated: new commercial facilities and major renovation projects involving changes to the facade or load-bearing structures. Internal decoration and renovation are not within the scope of control. A second message followed immediately. Qian Jigang deliberately expanded the scope of the document's application. You can take the original text to find him, or you can go directly to the supervisor in charge at the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau. However, if Hu Kuei is the one pushing this from behind, the normal complaint process might also be dragged out. Lu Ming saved the screenshots to his phone, rested the phone on his leg, and looked at the street scene of the county town outside the windshield. This road was full of 2- or 3-story shops along the street, their rolling shutter doors half open and half closed, with electric scooters parked at the entrances. Some people were playing cards under the shade of trees, some were squatting by the roadside eating watermelon, and some were pushing strollers at a leisurely pace. Lu Ming thought of what Hu Kuei said before he left. The whole thing was connecting now. It was highly probable that Hu Kuei had blocked a new path through the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau. Environmental assessment was a basket, anything could be stuffed into it. A supplementary notice whose authenticity was hard to discern, even if it were real. The scale of enforcement entirely depended on how the person in charge handled it. Wang Dafa was absolutely right. Fire safety, environmental protection, urban management, taxation, behind every hurdle stood a specific person. Looking at it now, Hu Kuei's shadow was likely behind all these people. Lu Ming lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled. Since a move had been made, there would be follow-ups. Hu Kuei's goal was simple, nothing more than forcing him to submit and use his building materials. But being controlled by others was never Lu Ming's style. By waiting, it was the other party who would become anxious. Lu Ming threw the cigarette out the window and started the vehicle. Just as the car started, the phone rang. It was a call from Ms. Wang Ailing. Minga, remember the blind date this afternoon. Clean yourself up and look sharp. Number 28. The meeting place was a coffee shop on the pedestrian street called Half Sugar. A name like that was clearly meant for young couples to take photos and check in. 2 pots of fake lavender stood at the entrance, the walls were painted in macaron colors, and artistic stickers on the windows read "Life needs a sense of ritual." The only value for a coffee shop like this in a county town was probably for blind dates. Lu Ming arrived at 2:50 p.m., 10 minutes early. He scanned the room upon entering. The person hadn't arrived yet. He found a seat by the window and ordered a 6-yuan lemonade. At 3:05 p.m., a white Mercedes-Benz C-Class turned into the parking lot. The car was parked very deliberately in the spot directly facing the milk tea shop's entrance, so the 3-point star logo could be seen through the glass. The car door opened. A leg stepped out first, wearing tight, dark grey yoga pants that fit like a second skin. Then a person stood up, 26 or 27 years old, 1.63 meters tall, but reaching over 1.7 meters in 8-centimeter platform chunky sneakers. Her hair had earloop highlights, with a strand of bright purple on the left reflecting the sunlight. She wore full makeup, with eyebrows drawn thin and flat, earth-toned eyeshadow layered with glitter, and bright red lipstick that left a slight mark on her teeth when she smiled. She carried a chain bag. Lu Ming didn't recognize the brand, but the shine of the metal hardware suggested it wasn't cheap. She pushed open the door of the shop, stood at the entrance, and instead of walking in, she took out her phone to take a photo of the half-sugar sign. The composition of the photo was framed so that her Mercedes C-Class was perfectly tucked into the bottom left corner. Lu Ming stood up and waved. Chen Sitian walked over and glanced at him. "Are you Lu Ming?" "Yes, please sit." Chen Sitian sat down, habitually hanging her chain bag on the back of the chair with practiced ease. "What would you like to drink?" "It's on me." Lu Ming handed her the menu. "I'll order myself." Chen Sitian picked up her phone to scan the QR code on the table, scrolled for a while, and ordered a 28 yuan cheeseberry. As they sat across from each other, Chen Sitian spoke first. "What kind of car did you drive here?" "An electric bike." "Oh. What do you do for a living?" "I heard you came back from Shanghai." "Yeah, I came back to start a business." "What kind of business?" "I opened an investment company." Chen Sitian's eyelids flickered. In the context of a county town, the term investment company usually had two interpretations: either you were truly wealthy, or you were running a P2P scam. Looking at his outfit, he was clearly categorized as the latter. "What do you invest in?" "It's still in the early stages. We invest in everything." "Then how many people are in your company?" 4. Chen Sitian took a sip of her cheeseberry. "Where do you live?" "Old City Area, Jianxi Road." "The Old City Area?" Chen Sitian's tone shifted. "Do you have a house?" "I mean a house in the new city district." "Not for now." As soon as he said that, the speed at which Chen Sitian sipped her milk tea noticeably increased. "What's your annual salary?" "You don't have to say if it's inconvenient." "It's not very convenient." "Do you have a housing provident fund?" "No, I don't pay into the provident fund since I run my own company." Chen Sitian put down her cup and wiped the cream from the corner of her mouth with a tissue. She wore a small gold ring on her left index finger. It was unclear if it had any special meaning. "Let me tell you about my situation." She cleared her throat. "I used to be an instructor at a yoga studio in the city. I taught classes for 2 years. I've signed up for Fenby courses to prepare for the civil service exam. The written test is next March." Lu Ming nodded. "Usually, I like yoga, cycling, and baking. I go cycling on the greenways every weekend. Last month, I just finished the route from Luoyang to Luanchuan, 120 kilometers. As for baking, I have a level 3 pastry chef certificate. I can make chiffon cake, pound cake, and baguettes." She used a French-like inflection when she said baguette. "Also, I love traveling. I went to Dali and Sonia last year, and I'm planning to go to Thailand this year." "Did you see that car at the door?" "I bought it. I think it's important for a girl to have her own car." This paragraph was packed with information. Translated, it meant, "I am refined, I have a car, I am improving myself, are you worthy of me?" Lu Ming took a sip of his lemonade. "That's quite good." "So?" Chen Sitian clasped her hands over her cup and leaned forward slightly. "Since this is a blind date, I'll be direct about my requirements." Lu Ming gestured for her to continue. "Please, go ahead." "First, you must have a house and a car. The house must be in the new city district, and as for the car, I don't expect it to be too extravagant, but it should at least be on par with mine. Second, a stable job, within the system, a public institution, or a large enterprise are all fine. If it's a startup, it depends on the scale. Third, you can't be over 30, you shouldn't smoke or drink excessively, and it's best if you enjoy exercise. She counted them off on her fingers, listing each point clearly as if she knew them by heart. Lu Ming waited for her to finish and asked, "Is there a fourth?" "The fourth?" Chen Sitian smiled. "You can't be too bad looking." As she said this, her gaze swept over Lu Ming once more. Lu Ming leaned back against his chair. He had 60 million flowing in every day, owned a commercial building, a shopping plaza currently in escrow, and a Maybach S680. Wearing a standard-sized t-shirt from Taobao and arriving on an electric bike for a blind date, he was being screened by an out-of-county girl in yoga pants as if he were submitting a resume. It had to be said that girls like her still had a significant market in the county town. They knew how to dress, their looks and figures were decent, and they were romantic and stylish, fitting the aesthetic of the local county Brahmins. But she was clearly not Lu Ming's cup of tea. "Miss Chen," Lu Ming stood up, "it was nice chatting today, but I might not meet your standards." Chen Sitian didn't look particularly surprised. She looked up at Lu Ming with a polite smile on her face. "That's fine. Fate can't be forced. I didn't take a fancy to you either, so I'll be going now." "All right." Chen Sitian stood up, put on her chain bag, and walked out of the shop in her platform shoes. The engine of the Mercedes C-Class roared to life as she reversed, turned, and merged into traffic. Lu Ming sat back down and finished the rest of his lemonade. He paid and was about to leave when his phone rang. "Hello. President Lu." It was Hu Kuei. "Mr. Hu." "President Lu, I was wrong about what happened last time. I didn't handle things properly." Hu Kuei's tone was a world away from his previous sarcasm. "I've thought it over. You're someone meant for great things, and my petty schemes aren't fit for the table. I've booked a booth at Shengsha Wangchao tonight. I'd like to invite you for a drink and apologize in person." Shengsha Wangchao. The most expensive nightclub in the old city area. There's no need for Mr. Hu to go to such expense. It's necessary, absolutely necessary. Hu Kuei's voice paused for a moment. "President Lu, Director Bai from the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau will also be there tonight." "What time?" 8 o'clock, the number 1 Heaven Suite on the 3rd floor of Shengsha Wangchao. "I'll be personally waiting for you at the door." When Lu Ming returned to Xincheng Building, he noticed a few more electric scooters at the entrance. Pushing the door into the first-floor lobby, he saw a young man in his early 20s sitting at the reception desk, head buried in organizing documents. Next to him stood a girl with a ponytail, bending over to adjust the paper tray of the printer. It was jammed. She gave it a couple of tugs but couldn't get it out, muttering something under her breath. Shen Li came down from the 2nd floor with a stack of resumes in her hand. "Mr. Lu, 3 people came for interviews today, and 2 passed." She handed over the resumes. "One is Zhu Xiaoyan, an administrative major who worked as a receptionist for a property management company in Jingzhou for 2 years and just moved back to the county last month. The other is Sun Haoran, who studied e-commerce in vocational college and worked as customer service in Yiwu for a year." Lu Ming flipped through a couple of pages without looking closely. "You handle the arrangements." He walked up to the 2nd floor. Lu Yuan was in the finance office reconciling accounts, a pile of bank receipts spread out on her desk, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the calculator. "Busy? Don't bother me, I'm 800 yuan short and can't find the discrepancy." Lu Yuan didn't even look up. Lu Ming walked into his office, closed the door, poured a glass of water, took a couple of sips, and then went over the contents of Hu Kuei's phone call in his head. "Shengsha Wangchao, Director Bai, 8 o'clock. The meaning of this dinner party couldn't be clearer. Hu Kuei had brought in someone from the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau to set the stage. On the surface, it was an apology, but in reality, it was another way to negotiate terms. Since he couldn't win in a direct confrontation before, he was now switching to a softer approach, trying to get the other person drunk at the dinner table before settling the matter. But not going wasn't an option either. Going meant actively walking into the opponent's home court. Not going would be like throwing Director Bai's face on the ground and stomping on it. The matter of the environmental impact assessment filing was still stuck in Qian Jigang's hands. If Director Bai tripped him up from behind, the subsequent process could be dragged out until the new year. Between 2 evils, choose the lesser. He pulled open the door and walked out into the hallway. "Lu Yuan, Shen Li, come here for a moment." The two of them walked into the general manager's office one after the other. Lu Yuan was still clutching her calculator, while Shen Li opened her notebook and rested it on her lap. "There's a dinner party at 8 tonight. Hu Kuei invited me, and Director Bai from the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau will be there too. The location is Shengsha Wangchao. Brother, this dinner is clearly a Hongmen banquet. Hu Kuei just suffered a setback, there's no way he's being this kind-hearted by inviting you." Lu Yuan frowned. Shen Li added, "And he's bringing a leader from the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau. This is a classic slap followed by a sweet date tactic. He wants to negotiate terms at the dinner table. We'll be at a disadvantage." Lu Ming glanced at her. "What Hongmen banquet?" Lu Yuan said, "You know, like when Song Yu invited Liu Bang." Shen Li also nodded. "Yes, exactly." Lu Ming picked up his water glass. "So who won in the end?" Lu Yuan opened her mouth, stunned for a couple of seconds, unable to find a reply. Shen Li, however, reacted quickly and closed her notebook. "Do you need me to go with you?" "No need, I'll go by myself. With too many people, it's harder to act freely." At 7:50 in the evening, Lu Ming changed into a dark shirt and drove his Maybach out. Shengsha Wangchao was at the west end of Zhongxin Road in the Old City area, right next to the pedestrian street. The storefront wasn't particularly large, but the decoration was very flashy. 2 Roman columns stood on either side of the entrance, and above the golden lintel was a line of flashing LED characters, Shengsha Wangchao KTV Business Club. The font was a bold clerical script, and paired with 2 rows of purple spotlights, the entire block could see it at night. 7 or 8 cars were parked at the entrance, mostly Audis and BMWs, with a stretch Lincoln mixed in. When Lu Ming's Maybach pulled in, the valet boy at the door was stunned for a moment before running over in 2 steps to pull open the car door, shouting, "Hello, big brother." Hu Kuei didn't break his word, he really was waiting at the entrance. He had changed his outfit tonight into a deep blue suit with a white shirt underneath and a tie with a golden subtle pattern. His hair was slicked back with gel, meticulously combed. On his wrist was a gold Rolex, flashing under the purple lights at the entrance. "Mr. Lu." Hu Kuei stepped forward to greet him. "I've been waiting for you for a while. Come, let's go upstairs." He placed a hand on Lu Ming's shoulder and led him inside. The lighting in the lobby was dim, and the carpet was soft, making no sound when stepped on. Behind the reception stood 3 greeting girls in kipaos, who bowed in unison and shouted, "Welcome." The elevator went to the 3rd floor. The Heaven No. 1 private booth was at the end of the hallway, with double solid wood doors and a floor manager in a black vest standing outside. The door was pushed open, and the interior was larger than Lu Ming had imagined. There was an L-shaped sofa over 6 meters long, with a marble coffee table in the middle upon which the bottles of foreign liquor and a row of wine glasses were placed. A giant screen on the wall was playing music videos at a low volume, and at the other end of the coffee table was a large circle of fruit platters, dried fruits, and snack dishes. Director Bai had already arrived. In his early 50s, slightly pudgy with a round face and thick earlobes, he wore a light grey jacket zipped up to the base of his neck. He sat in the center position of the sofa with his legs crossed, holding a cup of tea in his hand, with an enamel thermos placed beside him. A typical establishment style, the venue was a nightclub, but the tea was his own. "Director Bai, he's here." Hu Kuei raised his voice. Director Bai put down his teacup and stood up. "Little Lu." He looked Lu Ming up and down. "Younger than I imagined, and you have quite the presence." "Director Bai, you flatter me." Lu Ming shook his hand. The 3 of them took their seats. Hu Kuei sat in the middle, acting as the lubricant for the conversation. A waiter came in to open a bottle of Remy Martin XO and poured a glass for each of the 3 men. Before they could even pick up their glasses, the booth door was pushed open again. The floor manager poked half his body in and nodded to Hu Kuei. "Mr. Hu, the princesses have arrived." Hu Kuei waved his hand grandly. "Bring them in." The door was pushed wide open. 6 young girls filed in, varying in height and build, but all wearing heavy makeup. They were uniformly dressed in tight short skirts or low-cut camisoles, wearing thin high heels. After entering, they stood in a row against the wall with standard professional smiles, the lights reflecting off their collarbones and sequined earrings. Come, Director Bai, you choose first. Hukue gestured with his palm toward the row of girls. Director Bai hardly lifted his eyelids and casually pointed to the second one from the left. Mr. Lu, your turn. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the row of faces. Was this the quality of the highest-end nightclub in the county? This group, if placed in Shanghai, wouldn't necessarily get picked even for 800 yuan. The first one had a chin that was too pointy and fake eyelashes that were too long. The second one had already been picked by Director Bai. The third one was a bit chubby, but her smile was the most sincere. The fourth one. Lu Ming's gaze stopped. The fourth girl was wearing a black camisole, her hair was loose, and a strand of bright purple leer hanging her dye on the left side shimmered faintly in the dim light. The makeup on her face was even heavier than this afternoon, her eyeshadow had been changed to a smoky color, and her lips had gone from bright red to a deep rose red. But the facial features hadn't changed, the small mole on her nose hadn't changed, the way the corners of her mouth curled up when she said baguette hadn't changed, and the small gold ring on her left index finger hadn't changed either. It was indeed Chen Sitian. At this moment, wearing a nightclub camisole dress, she stood among a row of princesses in the private booth, waiting to be chosen. Chen Sitian's gaze also swept over. When it reached Lu Ming, her pupils constricted sharply. Was this the guy from the blind date this afternoon? Lu Ming looked at her. She also looked at him. The lights in the booth flickered ambiguously. Hukue, completely oblivious, urged, Mr. Lu, which one do you fancy? Lu Ming withdrew his gaze, picked up the glass of foreign liquor in front of him, and took a shallow sip. No rush, he put down the glass, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Let me look a bit more. Chen Sitian's smile had completely collapsed. Hukue leaned in with his wine glass and lowered his voice. Mr. Lu, the fourth one is not bad. Good figure, and she's new. Lu Ming held his glass of liquor, his gaze withdrawing from the row of faces as he gently swirled the amber liquid at the bottom of the glass. I won't be choosing, Mr. Hu. He set the glass back on the coffee table. I'm not quite used to this. Hukue was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing, slapping the sofa cushion with his palm. Mr. Lu is a true gentleman. Fine, I respect that. He waved his hand at the floor manager. The others can leave, just keep the one Director Bai chose. The row of girls turned and walked out. Chen Sitian was at the very back. She hadn't said a single word since entering the room, her eyes constantly avoiding Lu Ming's direction. As she passed the coffee table, her platform shoes tripped on the sofa leg. Her body swayed, and she only steadied herself by grabbing the door frame. The moment the door closed, she caught one last glimpse of Lu Ming out of the corner of her eye. Lu Ming didn't look at her. Only one thought crossed his mind, the girl in yoga pants from the outer 5 counties. This afternoon, her criteria for filtering him were owning a house, a car, and a stable annual salary. Now, she was sitting in a nightclub booth waiting for someone to pick her. The disparities of the world were nothing more than this. The chosen girl was already sitting next to Director Bai, peeling an orange for him. Director Bai leaned back in the sofa. His enamel mug had been replaced by a wine glass, but it was still filled with tea poured from his thermos. Little Lu, Director Bai began, old who told me about your situation. It's a good thing for young people to have drive. Taking down 2 big pieces of meat like Xincheng Building and Wanjiafu in 1 week, to be honest, in my 20 years working in the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, this is the first time I've seen such speed. Director Bai, you flatter me. It's not flattery. Director Bai picked up his glass and took a sip of tea. However, as fast as you are, procedures cannot be skipped. Regarding your renovation filing for Wanjiafu, Little Chen from the construction management section mentioned it to me. Lu Ming didn't move his body or change his expression, his hand resting on the sofa's armrest. Director Bai, I submitted the filing materials. The construction management section said an environmental impact assessment report is required. Correct. Director Bai nodded. The city has issued a document. Director Bai, I've checked that document. Lu Ming's speaking pace was flat. Supplementary notice on strengthening environmental management for the renovation of urban commercial facilities, issued last September. The scope of application is for new commercial facilities and major renovation projects involving changes to the exterior facade or load-bearing structures. I am doing internal refurbishment, not touching the main structure or increasing the building area. It is not within the scope of control. Director Bai's hand holding the glass froze in mid-air, neither putting it down nor bringing it to his lips. Hu Kuei's smile remained on his face, but his eyes darted around quickly. He hadn't expected Lu Ming to lay his cards on the table face to face. This didn't follow the rules of the drinking table. Matters at a drinking table should involve drinking first, then bragging, then building rapport, and only at the very end bringing up business briefly, leaving the details for private discussion. Who shows their hand the moment they sit down? But Lu Ming did exactly that. Director Bai slowly placed his glass on the coffee table, the corners of his mouth twitching. Little Lu, different people have different interpretations of documents. Furthermore, a document is just a document. Grassroots comrades have discretionary power during the execution process. Director Bai is right. So, I would like to ask, what is the official interpretation of this document by the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau? Director Bai didn't take the bait. He reached out, took a grape from the fruit platter, and slowly began peeling it. The girl beside him eagerly tried to take over and help, but he raised his hand to stop her. Little Lu, there's no need to make things too tense. Director Bai's tone softened. Old Who invited you here today with good intentions. Everyone is making a living in Yunmeng County, we are bound to cross paths sooner or later. Your renovation of Wanjiafu is quite large in scale. Construction, building materials, every aspect requires the cooperation of local resources. Hu Kuei picked up the thread at the right moment, his palms open, his tone as sincere as it could possibly be. Mr. Lu, what happened last time was indeed my fault. I didn't think things through and used some methods I shouldn't have. Today, in front of Director Bai, I'm offering you an apology. He picked up his glass of liquor and stood up, bowing slightly. I'll drain this glass, you do as you please. He downed it in one go. The glass was turned upside down, completely empty. Lu Ming looked at him. Hu Kuei had lowered his posture significantly, his apology was sincere, and he drank decisively. Any other 25-year-old boss, given such face by someone who had spent 20 years climbing the ranks in the county, would have softened at least a little. Lu Ming picked up his glass and drank as well. I've received Mr. Hu's sincerity. He put down the glass. But there are some things I want to make clear in front of Director Bai as well. Hu Kuei sat back down, his eyes narrowing slightly. Regarding the building material procurement for the Wanjiafu renovation, I will definitely go through an open bidding process. Lu Ming looked at Hu Kuei. This isn't targeted at anyone, it's my company's policy. Kueisheng Building Materials is more than welcome to participate in the bidding. With Mr. Hu's strength, the probability of winning is very high. But the procedure must be followed, that is the bottom line. Hu Kuei's fingers rested on his knees, he didn't say a word. Lu Ming turned to Director Bai. Director Bai, regarding the filing for the Wanjiafu renovation, my materials are complete and the procedure is legal. If the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau believes an environmental assessment is needed, please issue a formal written notice with the legal basis attached, and I will take it to study with my lawyer. If it's not needed, I hope the filing can be passed as soon as possible so as not to delay the construction schedule. This speech was polite, courteous, and not a single word was out of line. But every word was drawing a boundary. Director Bai popped the grape into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed. Fine, I'll have Little Chen look into it again when I get back. Thank you, Director Bai. With that, the official business was concluded. No joy or anger could be seen on Hukuei's face. He picked up the remote, turned up the volume of the MV on the TV screen, and signaled the waiter to bring out 2 plates of hot dishes. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere relaxed somewhat. Director Bai started chatting about random county affairs, how South Ring Road was going to be widened, how a school was to be built on that plot in the east of the city, rambling on about various things. Lu Ming played along with the conversation, laughing when he should and offering toasts when appropriate, but he didn't let slip another word about business. Hukuei watched this, understanding perfectly in his heart. This kid was not easy to manipulate. At 9:40, Lu Ming stood up to take his leave. Director Bai, Mr. Hu, I have a low tolerance for alcohol. I'll stop here for today and host a return dinner another day. Director Bai waved his hand. Young people should drink less and get some rest early. Hukuei walked him to the elevator and patted his arm. Mr. Lu, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. We're on the same side, don't be a stranger. Lu Ming smiled and entered the elevator. The moment the elevator doors closed, the smile on his face vanished naturally. Walking out of the Shengsha Wangchao entrance, the night breeze blew over, mixing with the smoke from roadside barbecue stalls and the music from the pedestrian street. Lu Ming took a deep breath and pulled out his phone. 2 unread messages. The first was from lawyer Fang Yu, the title transfer application has been submitted. Also, there's something I need to tell you in person. The second was a text from an unknown number, containing only 1 sentence. When Lu Ming saw those few words, his footsteps stopped. The content of the text was, Mr. Lu, regarding today's matter, please don't tell anyone. It was sent by Chen Sitian. Lu Ming tucked his phone back into his pocket and didn't reply. Soon, lawyer Fang Yu sent a second message, tomorrow morning at 9, come to the firm. I have an idea regarding the matter with the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau.